Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Hybrid Cat? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku's POV. I stared at the classroom clock above the black chalkboard, cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. I tapped my pen rapidly, irritating those around me, including Kakin, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out and visit Mum. Flashback. My mum had been hospitalized after a villain known as Yuma, the Earthbender, attacked her. Thankfully, she was caught and imprisoned by the famous pro-heroes Eraserhead and All Might. However, something seemed off about this villain. Instead of an angry expression, she wore a huge frown, her eyes nearly closed, tears sliding down her cheeks as she protested and begged the heroes to let her go for an unknown reason. I was too focused on applying pressure to my mum's stomach, which had a deep stab wound with a piece of sharp rock still lodged inside. She screamed, tears streaming down her face. Her shaking hands grabbed mine, making me look up, my eyes also full of tears. Izuku. If I don't make it, move into Mitsuki-chan's house. She will take care of you like her own son. The sound of her voice made more tears fall onto our blood-stained hands. Her eyes slowly rolled back, and a final tear slid down her face before her eyes shut and her arms went limp in my hold. Mama. Wake up, I said desperately, shaking her slightly and touching her face. You will be all right, I repeated, trying to convince myself as my hands remained locked onto her stomach. After what felt like forever, Eraserhead picked my mother up bridal style. All Might had left for some hero business, but I sensed something was off. Keep applying pressure, boy, Eraserhead demanded. I obeyed immediately, scared my mum might actually die in my hands. Once we got to the hospital, Eraserhead placed my mother's unconscious body onto a wheelchair, which doctors took and rolled her into an operating room. I followed until I was told I couldn't go further down the hallway. I sat in the waiting room, staring into nothing as multiple bad situations flooded my mind, making my eyes water. Quiet sobs escaped me as I formed my hands into fists in front of my mouth. This is all my fault, I thought, my throat tightening, wanting to scream and cry. If I hadn't begged my mum to get me the newest All Might poster, she would be all right. What felt like weeks later, a doctor emerged with papers in hand, wearing smart glasses and a long white coat. I hesitantly stood up, wiping my tear-stained cheeks and intertwining my hands, praying silently for everything to be okay. He stopped directly in front of me, adjusted his glasses, and spoke in a clear, deep voice while flipping through some hospital documents. You are Mr. Izuku Midoriya, right? Why yes, that would be me. Is my mum okay? I asked, my body shaking anxiously. He shook his head, making me feel worse. We removed the rock from Ms. Inko's stomach during surgery, but she lost a lot of blood on the battlefield and during the procedure. She will need a blood transfusion, and her blood type is O. Unfortunately, we don't have that type available, so we need a relative or friend with the same blood type to donate. Otherwise, your mother's life is at risk. I widened my eyes. We had no other relatives and blood type O is one of the rarest. I inherited my dad's blood type B, so I needed to find someone with blood type O quickly. Present. When the bell rang, I shot up from my seat, threw everything into my yellow backpack, and sprinted out of the crowded classroom before the teacher could dismiss us. Third POV. Where's nerd Deku going in such a rush? Bakugo thought, smirking. He planned to catch up to Deku and confront him for just existing and wanting to become the #1 hero, which Bakugo also dreamed of. Once the teacher handed out homework and gave Bakugo an extra assignment to pass to Izuku later since they lived on the same road, the class was dismissed. After leaving school grounds, Bakugo walked into an alleyway that he and Deku usually passed through since it was quicker and less crowded. Using his quirk, Bakugo propelled himself off the ground, flying at 60 miles per hour, not even using his full power. A few minutes later, Bakugo noticed a blur of black and green running as fast as he could, his bright red shoes pounding against the old concrete. Bakugo smirked and increased the power in his palms, launching himself forward, excited to confront his old friend Deku. "Do you?" Bakugo shouted, landing right on top of Izuku, who was exhausted from sprinting all the way from school without stopping, just to check on his injured mother. He didn't have enough strength to push Bakugo off, so he tried to shuffle out from under him like a worm. "I don't have time for this, Kaken," I thought, sweat trickling down my face. I squirmed, making Bakugo laugh at my actions. "You're so pathetic and weak you can't even lift a finger, you quirkless Deku," Bakugo giggled, grabbing hold of my arms tightly and activating his explosion quirk, causing pain to shoot through my wrists. I winced, tears brimming in my eyes from both the pain and the smoke rising from my skin. "You can't even say a word. You're a coward. You will never become the #1 hero. In fact, you won't even become a hero at all because you don't deserve that title. Only the strong and fearless get that, and you are the exact opposite of an ideal hero." Bakugo leaned into my face, his breath making me turn bright pink, though he misinterpreted my blush as embarrassment. "I will do it, Kaken. Just wait, and you'll see I'll become a hero like no one has ever seen before," I said, my voice shaky but trying to sound brave. "You're just being delusional. You don't belong in the hero world, Deku, so stop trying to place yourself into situations you don't fit in," he jabbed at my chest, a familiar ache starting in my heart. It hurt, not physically but emotionally. I had learned over the years that Kaken liked to break his toys before he actually played with them. "You would actually fit the role of villain pretty well, how about that?" A cocky smirk plastered on his face made me wish I could wipe it off. But I was cut off when Bakugo continued with his hurtful words. "You know, I actually know how you could get a quirk, but there's only one way." He held up his index finger to represent the #1. "What? Really? There is a way? Tell me how." A small spark of hope ignited in me, but it was quickly extinguished by Bakugo's angry waves of insults. "Yeah, swan dive off the school's roof and hope that in your next life you'll get a quirk," he burst out laughing, finding himself hilarious. I felt my face flush again, this time from embarrassment for falling for his tricks. Suddenly, Bakugo stopped laughing and faced me, his crimson-red eyes piercing into my emerald-green ones. Slowly, still sitting on me, he shoved his hands into his black backpack and pulled out a pair of ruby-red fingerless gloves that looked very familiar. "No, please don't," I stammered, now shaking in fear under him, my breathing quickening. Bakugo smirked, pulling the gloves on and forming his hands into fists before bringing them down onto my face, bruising it and causing blood to flow from my nose. "Get what you deserve, Deku," he said one last time before the beating continued. Quiet groans escaped me, muffled screams held back. I had learned by now that if I made a loud noise, he would just hurt me more. I couldn't get hurt, not today at least. I still needed to visit my mom in the hospital and find a blood donor. After Bakugo had finished, he leaned over my bruised form, lying on the ground in pain, my hands clutching my stomach from how hard he kicked me. He smirked, staring at his bloodied fists, a bit of blood smudged on his face under his eyes. I winced as waves of intense pain washed over me, refusing to leave. Bakugo took off his blood-stained gloves and threw them into his bag, then started walking off with his hands shoved into his school trousers. I looked down at my hands covered in red, the sight triggering horrible memories. I put my hands over my ears, trying to shut out my mother's screams and the pain in my mind. Tears streamed down my face as my own cries of agony escaped my lips, my hands pulling at my green curls. It hurt, but not as much as Bakugo's words. Then I remembered something. I needed to get to my mother as quickly as possible. I scrambled to my feet, trying not to hurt myself further, and started walking toward the hospital. I realized I actually knew someone with O-type blood, but it wasn't someone who particularly liked me. I decided to try anyway. "Kaken." I limped down the familiar alley, trying to catch up with Kaken to ask him a question that could change everything. Soon, a block of spiky blonde hair came into view, and a small relieved smile grew on my face as I started speed walking, which turned into a jog. When I reached him, I stopped a good 10 feet away for safety reasons. "Wait. Kaken," I said, reaching out into the air. He turned around, confusion written on his face as to why I was following him. "What, Deku? Didn't get enough back there?" You want a round too? He said angrily, his fist forming into an open hand, small sparks crackling. I cowered back, putting my shaky arms in front of me for some sort of protection from my worst nightmare. No. Kaken. Please hear me out. I need your help, I begged, getting on my knees and bowing down, my forehead touching the ground. Oh. Deku, now you're becoming a beggar. How much lower can you go? He asked, placing his hands on his hips, disgust evident in his tone. She's in the hospital. She got into a huge accident with a villain, and she's on the verge of death. Please. Please, Kaken, help her. She needs a blood transfusion, and you're the only person I know with type O. Please, I beg of you. By the end, I was bursting with tears, falling carelessly down my face. When I lifted my head, the look on Bakugo's face shocked me. He had an upset expression, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by his famous angry glare. Who do you think I am, the charity? A blood bank? For weaklings like you? Bakugo shouted, feeling disrespected. I stood up, anger boiling inside me. How could you? It's my mother we're talking about. And your mom's best friend. I whispered, barely audible. What? Can't hear you. Speak up, Deku, Bakugo taunted, leaning closer, pretending to listen better. I knew he was just mocking me, finding my weak state amusing. You will pay, I said quietly one last time before running out of the alley, leaving a laughing Bakugo behind. I ran all the way to the hospital and walked to my mother's room. A doctor with a clipboard stood outside, looking for someone. When he noticed me, he rushed over, holding out the clipboard, which I took politely. What's this? I asked, pointing at the paper I was meant to sign. I'm so sorry, but we can't do any further treatment for your mother. She has lost too much blood, and she will most likely die later tonight. I am really sorry, he said, looking down. My eyes started tearing up as I realized what was happening. If only Kaken had helped, we could have made it in time. Hesitantly, I signed the paper, tears dropping onto it, wetting the page. The doctor slowly took the clipboard from my hand and walked into my mother's room, probably to take her off life support. I walked home not long after, my face emotionless, my eyes dull and empty. I felt like I had lost everything. I finally arrived home. It was too quiet, no sound of the television, no pans clanging in the kitchen, and I couldn't hear my mom's voice singing our favorite song anymore. I collapsed in the living room onto the floor, a cry of pain echoing throughout the small house. My arms wrapped around my knees, and my head banged against the wall as I blamed myself, tears blinding my vision. Soon after, I cried myself to sleep on the living room floor. Izuku had been skipping school for the past week, staying up late playing video games and eating junk food. During the day, he searched for the villain responsible for his mother's death, as it was all over the news that she had escaped and was hiding in his city. For the past week, Izuku had been training in physical combat to protect himself when he found the villain and to capture her, ensuring justice would be served. Once again, Izuku walked down the crowded street, his hood over his head and hands tucked into his hoodie pockets. He turned a corner and walked down a narrow alleyway, where some people were trading unknown products for money. As he continued, he encountered some villains, but they did nothing, as Izuku was acting like them and dressed similarly. With his emotionless and empty stare, he looked like someone who had lost everything which he had. This was what drove him to become a villain in their eyes. But deep down, Izuku hadn't given up on his dream of becoming the #1 hero like his idol, All Might. Recent events had caused him to stray from that path, taking a break from everything. When Izuku neared a dead end, he saw someone familiar, a girl with dark brown hair styled in a long braid that reached the middle of her back. She had very dark brown, wide eyes. It's her, Izuku thought as he approached the villain, slowly at first, then speeding up until he was sprinting at her, fists clenched. She wore a pink top with small darker pink triangles and a torn brown cape, the hood barely covering half her face. Her brown skinny jeans were coated with dirt, indicating she had been on the ground a lot. As I ran at her, salty tears streamed down my face. Seeing my mother's murderer pulled tightly at my chest. She was so sweet and kind to everyone, she didn't deserve this. She should have lived to see her little boy grow into an amazing hero. But that isn't possible anymore because of selfish people like villains. I thought bitterly, bringing my fist down toward the villain's jaw. But before I could land the hit, someone caught my fist. The girl gasped, shocked and surprised. The villain quickly scurried off after saying a quiet, "Thank you," to her savior. I was angry. No, I was enraged. After a week, I finally found my mother's murderer, and this hero wannabe wanted to save her after everything she had done. No, I would not take this lightly. I gritted my teeth, unable to believe this person was trying to stop me. You are driven by hatred down the wrong path. He made you believe someone else was responsible for something he did. He is manipulating everyone in this city with his disgusting smile, and that includes you. You are also trapped in his web of lies, just his little test subject. I calmed down slightly and looked up from my clenched fist, now connected with the stranger's hands. He was a boy, maybe a few years older than me, with ashy black hair, bright blue eyes, and purple scars under his glowing eyes and around his lower jaw and chest. What are you talking about? The woman you just let go was responsible for the death of my mother, who did nothing wrong in her life. I shouted, feeling insulted that he would protect someone with blood on their hands. I tried to knock him off his feet, but instead he tripped me up, making me fall with a loud groan as I rubbed my backside, trying to ease the pain. You just can't see the other side of the story, brat. Why don't you be quiet so I can show you who's really the bad one in our cruel little world? He said, starting to get angry at my stubbornness. A girl, also around the same age as the villain, with purple scars, came around from behind him, brushing her fingers down his arms, earning a groan from him. Asumi, stop. Can't you see I'm trying to deal with this kid? He said, facing the girl I now recognized as Asumi. She had long light green hair and bright, cat-like emerald green eyes that matched mine. She also had little fangs, which were visible when she giggled at his remark about me. Who's he? She asked, pointing at me carelessly, one finger resting against her cheek, making her look cute. I thought, what the stop it, Izuku. I don't know, just a kid I caught trying to beat Kiko up. Apparently to avenge his who again, he said casually, holding me above the ground with one hand. Be careful what you say next, Mr. Plastic. I glared, staring up at him. He reminded me of Kaken, but a calmer version. Dabi. This is the boy Shigaraki sent us after. Asumi squealed, pulling out a picture of me walking home from school. Dabi looked down at me, examining my face while looking at the picture she was holding. Oh yeah, you're right, he answered casually, still staring at me on the floor. I got up, dusting off my clothes and glaring at Dabi and Asumi, annoyed. You know you're not much older than me, I said, giving them both glares. After the incident, I had lost my stutter and become more like Kaken, but not as bad. He was mentally unstable, while I just got angry at people sometimes. They ignored me and continued their conversation. Oh, by the way, kid, what's your quirk? Asumi asked, curious, resting her hands on Dabi's shoulder. I don't have one, I answered hesitantly. Really? She asked, surprised, a light bulb going off above her head. What? You have a problem with that? I asked, giving them a snarl. Oh, absolutely not, she said, shaking her hands and jumping up and down. I just don't know what Shigaraki would want with someone with no power. She laughed, which annoyed me. You know, not having a quirk is not a disease. Treat me with respect, I said, pushing her shoulder with one finger, making her slightly move back, a wider smile growing on her face. She's way too energetic for my taste, I thought, rolling my eyes. I'm leaving now to go find this Kiko you're talking about, so bye, losers. I said, turning my back to them, but Asumi grabbed the hood of my hoodie, pulling me back with a playful smirk. Wait, please, I don't want you to leave yet. We didn't even get to know each other, let's play, she giggled, stepping out from behind Dabi and walking towards me. Asumi, leave him alone, Dabi said, getting a frustrated groan from her, who stamped her foot in irritation. Asumi, can you do me a favor and show him the truth about everything? Dabi asked. Yeah, sure, Dabi-kun, she said, jumping towards me like a character from a cartoon. No, back off. Don't come near me if you want to leave with all your body parts intact, I warned, pointing my finger at her, hissing like a cat, which surprised both of us. She immediately stopped and looked at me, questioning something in her head. I questioned myself too. What the heck did I just hiss? What am I, a cat? After a moment, she started moving towards me again, no longer hopping, but with a sly smirk on her face. Once she stood in front of me, Dabi, as fast as lightning, pinned me to the floor, sitting on my stomach while Asumi knelt by my head, placing her hands on either side. What the hell are you doing? Let me go! I shouted, kicking in the air, making Dabi scoff at my childish behavior. Stop it if you want to see another day, boy, Dabi said, holding a dagger against my throat, completely fed up with me. I stopped moving, giving up, and sighed loudly, looking up at the ceiling. I saw Asumi doing something with her hands. It looked like her face started to glow. She was fiddling with some kind of light. As that happened, cat-like dark brown ears grew on her head, and her fangs grew slightly longer, just about poking out of her lips. Her pupils turned into thin slits as her eyes glowed a breathtaking green. Wah, I whispered before passing out, the last thing I saw being her unusually bright green eyes staring into my emerald ones. I woke up in a pool of blood, the rich, thick liquid covering my lower half. My arms were chained to the sides, and thorns and roses were tangled around my body, preventing me from moving. I looked up to see my mother, but her eyes were cold and lifeless, her mouth gaping open, her form swaying slightly. A large hole pierced through her stomach, a rock embedded deep within. Mum? Was she really alive? Did the doctors lie? As I questioned the reality of the situation, her form ignited in bright blue flames, slowly flaking away until she turned to ash. Once she completely disappeared, a large shadow appeared behind where my mother had stood, holding the sharp rock that had been lodged in her. A wicked smile spread across his face, his fist clenched around the rock, his eyes dark and full of a thirst for blood. He turned the rock into brownish dust, blowing it my way. The dust landed in the pool I sat in, turning the blood black and causing the thorns to twist tighter around my body, piercing my skin and leaving small trails of blood running down my back, stomach, and neck. The cuffs around my wrists tightened, cutting into my skin and turning it a dark shade of red. He walked toward me and I stared, shocked by his odd behavior. A huge frown formed on his well-shaped face. Something was really off. I killed your mother, he said, leaning down, making my heart skip a beat at what the #1 hero had just revealed. What? What did he say? Tears brimmed in my eyes at the thought. What? I whispered, my voice trembling. This brought a smile back to his face as he intertwined his fingers and sat in front of me, dangling his feet in the pool of black blood. She got in the way, and the only way I could silence her was to get rid of her in the most painful way possible, he said, giggling in a way that sent chills down my spine. She was a threat to me and Endeavor's reputation. A weak civilian can't ruin that for us. She knew our plans with the quirkless. We were actually planning to eliminate them, destroy their existence on Earth. They are just, to simply put it, a bunch of weak pups. And your mother didn't want anything to happen to her little quirkless boy, a failed experiment. The quirkless can't protect themselves, they have no claws, teeth, or any sort of power. Because of people like them, families with quirks are always disturbed and used to help those who don't benefit our society. Heroic people shouldn't have to sacrifice their lives for those without power. They are just mere trash that needs cleaning up, so I'm just doing community service by getting rid of junk that wasn't meant to be here from the beginning. This outraged me. I pulled on the cuffs and the thorns, but they tightened even more, making me wince quietly. I didn't care at that moment. Anyway, long story short, I didn't want her telling the police or other pro-heroes like Eraserhead and Best Jeanist, not that they would have believed her anyway, he said, getting up and walking away from the pool of black blood, leaving dark footprints behind. I was shaking with anger. The thorns around me didn't bother me anymore. All I cared about was giving that hero a piece of my mind. I started splashing around in the black puddle, but I was restrained by more thorns. I shouted, screamed, and cried, but he ignored me, slowly fading away into the distance. Once he disappeared, a girl with appealing green eyes and dark brown cat ears appeared. The people you thought were protecting you were actually your predators, luring you into their traps so they can use you, experiment on you, and finally kill you just like he did to your mother, she said, pointing at me. With all the strength I could muster, I ripped my arms from the wall and tore the thorns around my body, getting up from the pool and limping toward her. My expression remained unchanged from when he left as I grabbed her collar, staining it black from the pool. What do you mean? What do you mean? What did he do to my mother behind my back? I shouted, my voice shaking as I took deep breaths, trying to calm myself down, counting down from 10 slowly in my head, a method my mother had taught me when I was younger. She simply smiled and clicked her fingers, her form fading away like smoke, her giggle echoing in the air, her green, cat-like eyes burning into my memory. As soon as her laughter faded, I woke up, lying on the floor in the same alleyway where I had been confronted by 2 teenagers who thought it was fun to terrorize the younger. I scoffed at how childish people were nowadays, but then I halted, remembering the things I had learned not long ago. My mother's death wasn't an accident. The girl villain wasn't guilty. But the #1 hero did it. He was forming a plan to kill and use the quirkless as test subjects. My mom was one of them? I stood up and spotted a notepad stuck on my jacket, large black letters giving clear instructions on where to find more answers. Meet here tomorrow same time. I shoved the paper into my pocket and walked out of the narrow alleyway back towards my now unwelcoming house, where I lived alone. Izuku's POV. I woke up with a massive headache but brushed it off as just a minor migraine. I started getting ready, putting on dark skinny jeans and a dark green hoodie that said, "Bored AF." After dressing, I brushed out my dark green and black curls and walked towards the door, slipping on the bright red shoes my mom had given me not long before her death. I made my way to a cafe I visited regularly since I lived alone. I couldn't cook and didn't want to starve or burn the house down. I sat down and ordered my usual, a plate of pancakes with syrup and a block of butter melting on top. After finishing and paying the bill, I got up, hands in my hoodie pockets, my hood hovering over my head, small strands of hair poking out. I stared emotionless at the happy children with their families, memories flashing before my eyes, a minor smile nearly curling on my face. Nearly. I walked back down the alleyway I had visited yesterday, passing by villains without caring what they were doing, probably nothing legal anyway. Once I reached the dead end of the alley, I saw Dabi leaning against the dirty wall, arms crossed, and Asumi sitting on a wooden box, her legs dangling since she was quite petite. When they noticed my arrival, they both looked up. Dabi wore a bored expression, while Asumi looked happy and jumped down from the boxes onto the ground. "See, Dabi? I told you he would come," she said, pointing at me excitedly, her fangs on display. Dabi seemed even more annoyed now that she spoke. "You said something about my mom. Tell me what that man did to her," I said, gritting my teeth to contain my growing anger. Asumi put her index finger in front of her mouth, making a shushing sound, indicating I should keep quiet. This made my expression turn into a scowl, my hands clenching into fists. "Let's introduce ourselves, shall we?" she said, walking closer, making me back up a few steps, confusion on my face. "My name's Asumi. I am one of the most important members of the League of Villains. I can already tell we are going to be the best of friends," she cheered, placing her slim hands on my shoulders. I shrugged off her friendly gesture, finding it irritating. "And I'm Dabi, this girl's guardian. I basically have to look after her 24/7 so she doesn't cause chaos. Oh, and just so you know, you're really irritating, all stubborn and that," he snorted, leaning forward but still leaning against the wall, hands tucked into his pockets. "I'm Deku. Just Deku. Don't call me anything else. But that's not important. Tell me what All Might did to my mother. What pain did he cause her?" I asked impatiently, a sour tone in my voice, my eyes locking onto Asumi, knowing Dabi only spoke when necessary. "As you wish," Asumi said, walking towards me, the small tapping of her feet against the pavement echoing in the deserted alleyway. "What do you think you're doing?" I said, getting ready to pull out a knife from the strap hidden under my shirt. "Doing what you asked for. But to do that, I must get closer to you. Trust me, I have no intention of hurting an important prized possession. We have plans for you later," she smirked, a quiet giggle escaping her lips. Her fangs began to grow longer, her cat ears and tail reappearing, her eyes glowing a appealing emerald green as her nails elongated. She reached her hands towards me, but out of reflex, I pulled out my knife and cut her fingertip, making her hiss and pull her hands back, looking at the thick liquid dropping onto the floor. Her smirk vanished, replaced with a frown, her eyes wide and eyebrows knitted. "Now you've done it." "Well done," Dabi laughed, smirking as he tilted his head against the wall, closing his eyes. I looked at my knife, which had a little blood on it, and wiped it on my jeans, hoping it wouldn't be noticeable when I left. "I'm sorry, but you got way too close for comfort. I have my own personal bubble that only one person can enter, but they're no longer around," I said, glaring at her, feeling disrespected. She looked up, teeth gritted, fists clenched around her black skirt, her eyes glowing brighter green. She charged towards me, a fierce expression on her face, looking ready to attack. I took my knife out again, bringing it in front of me, just as her long green axe appeared out of nowhere, colliding with my blade. Once we both broke off the intense hold, she jumped back onto all fours, her nails digging into the pavement and cracking it. Her tail swung in the air, and a deep snarl came from her. I stood my ground, knife in my right hand, my left hand reaching for a larger knife, but I was stopped when she lunged at me. Her claws dug into my chest, making me bleed crimson red. A sadistic look appeared in her eyes as she smirked, reveling in my pain. I screamed, feeling the damage her claws had inflicted. My eyes connected with hers, and my fingers trembled as I reached up to brush a green strand away from her face. When I did, her smirk instantly disappeared, replaced by an upset look. Her claws retracted, and her eyes became a lighter shade of green before she became agitated. Asumi's POV. Deku brushed away a strand of my hair behind my ear and hummed a lullaby that sounded so familiar. The melody was soothing and calm, making me feel relaxed and slightly happy. But as he continued humming, I started to feel a small pain in my head that increased with each note. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a large living room, barely visible with my hands see-through. In the living room, a middle-aged woman played with her children, a little boy and a little girl who looked like twins. They seemed so happy, running around the room, laughing and playing. Suddenly, the little girl tripped and hit her knee on the floor, causing it to turn bright red and bleed slightly. She began to tear up, her lips trembling as she prepared to cry out in pain. The little boy rushed over to her, concern in his green eyes. "Are you okay, big sis?" he asked, worry evident in his voice. She grabbed his tiny hands and pulled herself up without saying a word, small strands of hair falling onto her face. The boy gently pushed the strands behind her ear. "You should be more careful about where you run, Asumi. You might hurt yourself really bad." "I don't know what I would do if you got hurt," he said, his voice high-pitched as he embraced her, his face resting on her shoulder while humming a calming lullaby. Asumi lost her frown, a tiny smile forming on her face, grateful to have a brother like him. "Thank you." But then Asumi returned to reality, noticing she was still on top of Deku, who was embracing her and still humming the quiet tune. I quickly got up, yanking Deku's arms off of me, surprised he stopped humming as he seemed lost in a trance. An awkward silence filled the air, with Dabi staring at us in disbelief. Clearing my throat, I intertwined my hands, a shy smile forming on my face and a light blush on my cheeks, but he remained emotionless, no hint of rejection or sadness in his eyes. How does he know that melody? It's our mother's lullaby from when we were little. I wonder how my brothers are doing now that our father is gone. These thoughts raced through my mind, but I pushed them aside to focus on what we needed to do. "Look, Deku, I won't hurt you, okay? So let me do this," I said, getting impatient, which caused Dabi to raise an eyebrow at my behavior. I walked toward him, my hands at my sides, my glowing eyes locked onto his dull ones. He seemed completely relaxed now, maybe he understood I wasn't going to hurt him. I touched his head, channels of light and sparks flowing from my palms into his temples. He fell unconscious, but before he could hit the floor, Dabi caught him and set him down gently. A few minutes into the procedure, Deku began thrashing around, crying and screaming. I signaled to Dabi with my eyes, and he quickly sat on top of Deku, keeping him from moving while I focused on what I was doing. I wonder why Shigaraki wanted him to join, Dabi muttered. I smirked, finding Deku's pain amusing. Deku's POV. She approached me cautiously, and I noticed Dabi on high alert, watching my every move. But for some reason, I felt like I could trust her now, as if I knew her from somewhere. Why did I feel this way? Just a moment ago, I had hated her. I looked at Dabi, who was still staring at me, pulling a dagger from his pocket, ready for anything. He cares about her very much, he just doesn't let her see it, I thought, reminded of someone special, sadness settling in my heart. I decided to stay quiet and endure this, not for her but for my mother. I stood straight, staring into her bright green eyes, allowing her to come closer, stepping into my personal space. The thought disgusted me. It felt like betrayal. Once she reached me, she stood behind me, placing her hands beside my face, one on each side. After a while, I saw the dark alleyway light up, and soon after, I started feeling dizzy. I blacked out, the last thing I saw being Dabi catching me and setting me on the floor. Long chapter grinning face with smiling eyes chapter end Deku POV. I woke up and saw white. I was in a white room on a bed and I was wearing a white long hospital dress. I was in the hospital. I walked out into a dark, dimly lit corridor to see many more rooms going down. Yep, definitely hospital. It was dark out, probably between 1 and 3 am. No one around, just me. The only light source was at the end of the corridor and was flickering and giving me creepy horror movie vibes, but the goosebumps that I had going down my arm told me I should see what's down there, and so I did what those crazy main characters do and walked down towards the room at the end bare feet. While I was walking, I noticed this place wasn't actually an ordinary hospital. There were rooms with pillows as walls and floors, and there was also blindfolds and cuffs hung on the walls outside the special rooms. I also saw a few rooms that were open had deep scratches in the door like if wild cats clawed at it, and some of th room's material was torn up and the feather was thrown around, some of it tainted a scarlet red. I was shivering, the place was freezing and the thin clothing wasn't helping much either. Once I made it down the hallway, I went to grab onto the doorknob of the door. I found suspicious when I froze, hearing a high-pitched, muffled, agonizing scream coming from inside the room and a deep chuckle right after. My eyes widened in fear for what I could find inside. After a few screams and someone laughing like a maniac, I built up the courage to open the door. So just like a bandage, I ripped open the door to see something I will never unsee. Endeavor was standing over her with a hoarse WP, a wide, insane grin on his face, his diamond eyes staring down at my mother, who was curled into a ball on the floor, her appealing long green hair in a mess, her eyes squeezed shut, her mouth covered by a GG, and her back, legs, and arms covered in WP marks and hickeys. 11. I put my hand over my mouth to stop myself from throwing up at the nightmare before me. That I stared at Endeavor's face and raged, my fist balled into fists, my nails cutting into my palms. I stared horrified when All Might walked through the same door I came in, completely calm, straightening his American flag tie, the famous smile plastered on his face. In a situation like this. Are you done yet, NG? That we need to run some tests on her, that we need to see if the infant is alright, All Might said, pointing at Inko. Sick bastards. I shouted, feeling disgusted, but stayed at my spot, an invisible force holding me down by my feet. All Might and Endeavor had an ordinary conversation while my mum laid on the floor, completely drained of energy. That the holograms of the top heroes continued on grabbing my mum, dragging her on the floor by her hair as she tried grabbing onto their hands, crying in pain while they ignored her pleas. All Might picked her up and threw her onto a metal table and strapped her down with cuffs at her feet and arms. He even went and put a collar around her neck, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Once they did that, they cut her stomach open, a loud scream coming from her deafening me. That All Might reached inside her womb with special surgery tools, DK what they are called XD, and removed an egg and placed it onto a glass dish. Endeavor took a little bottle filled with white substance which Endeavor placed into the egg and after gave back to All Might to put back into Inko. After All Might sew my mum's stomach back up while she was still very wide and awake. The screaming went on and on until he had finally finished. By the end, Inko's voice had left her, her eyes swollen with tears, trying her best to breathe, but the collar making it difficult. Monsters, you'll pay to just like Kaken and everybody else. You'll prove to everyone who the real villains are. I said quietly to myself, my head tilted to face the floor, my hair hanging over my eyes. The last image of my mother was her still chained to the table, crying out her eyes as Endeavor and All Might cheered at the success of the part 1 of their experiment. After I blacked out, I'm sorry Izu, I am so sorry. Sorry it gets kinda fed up. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. Chapter end. Deku POV. I woke up to see Dabi looking down at me, his usual bored expression on his face, his arms holding my waist, and Asumi kneeling over me by my head looking down at me with fake concerned, but I just gave her a glare and pushed them off of me and whipped away my dry tears, getting up on my feet, balancing myself against the wall with one hand, my other hand buried in my face. We have a request for you, Asumi said, reaching out her hands towards me while continuing her speech. Join the League of Villains. Share your intelligence with us and I'll help you achieve your wish to destroy All Might, the symbol of peace and endeavor, she said, giving me a sly smile, wanting me to grab on. 1. Don't worry, we will provide you with everything. Food, clothing and a roof to live under, she said, grabbing my wrist, trying to persuade me with her smooth angel-like voice. What do you want with me? I'm quirkless, you'll have no use of me, all just heartless creatures that will throw me away after, I said, glaring at them, shrugging Asumi off. That's what you think, that's what everyone thinks, but really the real monsters are the pros, the ones everyone consider their mentors. You even saw yourself, but they are just doing all of it for the money and fame and to get away with all the sick shit they do, human experiments and trafficking, drug dealing and murder that I've seen. Many heroes committing these things, and my list is so long I could never read all the names out in a day. Dabi said, hiding in the shadows, his voice sounding like he's not bothered, like he's bored, like he's tired of saying this over and over and no one ever understanding or listening to him. And also, Shigaraki has taken great interest in you. We don't know why, but he did. Dabi said, doing tricks with a pocket knife he had pulled from his pocket. I stared at him, wondering if I should really be involved. Then the voices started. Get what you deserve, Deku. If you swan dive off the school's roof, maybe in your next life you'll get a quirk. You're a coward. You'll never become the #1 hero. Ever, You're so pathetic and weak you can't even lift a finger, you worthless Deku. You don't belong in the hero world, Deku. So don't try to place yourself where you don't belong. You know, you'd make a pretty good villain, how about that? Kaken's laugh echoed in the back of my mind, his ruby red eyes watching me, waiting for me to mess up. He was the real monster, not Asumi, not Dabi, or the League. I'll go with you. Asumi cheered, happy that she could get me to agree, while Dabi smiled at her reaction. I'm not done. The cheering stopped. If I don't feel welcomed or feel like I'm being used, I'm leaving, and you are to leave me alone and forget about my existence. Also, it may be possible we could become enemies, I said confidently, staring at their thoughtful faces. Dabi brushed his hand through his spiky black hair while Asumi put her finger to her lips, staring off into the distance. They stayed like that until Dabi answered for Asumi. Yeah, okay. Sure, he said, unsure, getting a glare from Asumi. And what about boss? She asked, throwing her hands up. Don't worry, I'll handle it. And anyway, what could a quirkless kid do to the League? He said, patting Asumi's shoulder. Anyway, let's go. We'll introduce you to the other members. Asumi said, waving for me to follow, but we were at the dead end of the alleyway. But, just as I was about to speak, a purple misty portal appeared, Dabi stepping through first and Asumi following after him. Before she stepped through, she encouraged me, come on, Deku. Don't be a wuss, she said, giggling and putting up a peace sign next to her cheeky smile. Once she fully stepped through, I followed hesitantly, but her words surprisingly gave me bravery, and I stepped through. It felt as if the purple gas was compressing me. I started feeling dizzy, and it was hard to breathe until I dropped out from the portal, landing on the floor. It hurt. I winced, my back arching as I tried to contain the pain. When I heard other voices, I looked up to see people towering over me, some looking excited, some curious, some glad and proud. Welcome to the League of Villains headquarters. Asumi shouted, jumping up with her arms in the air. A slim man with hands all over his body and face cleared his throat, catching everyone's attention and making them go silent. So you've decided to change sides? I thought you wanted to become a hero, no? The man chuckled, putting his hands on his waist. Anyway, Welcome. I'm Tamura Shigaraki, the leader. My quirk is disintegrate. I can disintegrate anything I touch with all 5 of my fingers. Call me Shigaraki, he said, taking off the hand on his face. Taking a good look, he seemed. Crusty? His lips were cracked, and his eyes were a bright ruby red, like Kaken's, but his looked slightly more gentle. He wasn't angry, but he did act a bit abnormal, scratching his chin. A bit gross. You know us, Dabi and Asumi. Asumi pointed at herself and Dabi. My quirk is cat hybrid. I can do anything a cat can. I have claws, teeth, ears, and a tail, very good senses, and I can show people the truth when I touch them. The most effective way is if I hold their head. I also have another special power I inherited from my father, who is also part of the league, but you'll see him later. He's busy right now. Asumi looked towards Dabi. My quirk is blue fire. Sounds exactly like what it is. I can form blue fire and control it, but I have to be careful how long I use it because the cold flames hurt me, Dabi said, showing me his purple burned hands. Hi. My name's Himiko Toga. Call me Toga. A girl with messy blonde buns said, shaking my hand at a fast pace. I could barely keep up as she talked quickly. My quirk is transformation. I can turn into anyone if I consume enough of their blood. Also, I absolutely love knives. They are the best. The way they can hurt someone and make them scream loud and bleed. Toga was cut off by a guy in a suit and a mask who put his hands over her mouth, muffling her voice. She's so loud, he said. I'm twice. My quirk is that I can make copies of anyone. That's really all. He took his hands off of Toga's face, who was pouting. And that's Kurojiri. He's my right-hand man and is responsible for most things here, including house chores and paperwork with other villain groups. Shigaraki pointed at a man surrounded by purple mist, his yellow eyes bright and clear in the dark gas. That's basically all the important members. The rest of the league don't stay here. They are just extras. That phrase felt familiar. Anyways, introduce yourself to those who don't know you, Deku, Shigaraki said, pushing me to the center of the room. Well, my name's Deku. And I'm quirkless, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Everyone except Asumi and Dabi gasped, looking at Shigaraki in confusion. Shigaraki, why did you bring a quirkless boy to the league? He'll just get in the way. Twice questioned, giving me a side glance. I shot him a glare, which surprisingly made him cower back. That's why. Shigaraki giggled, nodding at Twice. I was confused. I was wondering the same thing. Why did? You want me to join, Shigaraki? I'm quirkless, I said, crossing my arms. You'll find answers from him, Shigaraki pointed behind me. I turned around to see a tall, muscular man with platinum blonde hair and wide, bright yellow eyes. He looked to be in his late 30s. I jumped, caught off guard when the man dropped his bag and looked at me, dumbfounded and furious. What's his problem? I thought, giving him a confused glare. What are you doing here? The man jabbed my shoulder, making me take a few steps back. Back off, old man. I don't even know you, I said, moving back to where I was standing, basically in his face, but he was slightly taller. He grabbed me by my collar, his fists shaking as his eyes started to glow, his pupils becoming thin slits. A pair of light blonde cat ears grew out of his head, along with a tail. What's this boy doing here, Shigaraki? He's quirkless and a complete waste of time and space, he said angrily, dragging me toward Shigaraki, who was across the room. Calm down, Hitoshi. I had my reasons for bringing him here, Shigaraki said in his calming, raspy tone. We can't keep him here. He's the son of a monster. Hitoshi said, tightening his grip on my collar, making me groan in annoyance. Shut up. People like you annoy me so much, I said, carelessly getting out of the man's grip. What did you say? You little mutt? He stormed toward me. I got into a fighting stance, ready to pounce, when Asumi stepped between us, making us both pause. Get out of my way, Asumi, right now, or you'll regret it, he growled at his daughter, his fangs growing in length. Father, I think Shigaraki is starting to get annoyed at you. Asumi whispered so only he and I could hear. They both looked at Shigaraki, who was scratching his chin, his red eyes piercing through the gaps of the hand that was placed on his face. Hitoshi calmed down, lowering his fist while I also stood up. Fine, he huffed, stomping toward the bag he dropped, picking it up and sitting on a stool by the bar where Kurojiri was quietly cleaning cups. Is that it? He just pulled me across the floor, and all he gets is a little scolding. I scoffed, annoyed. Unbelievable. I got beat up for taking notes and for being me, and all he gets is to back up? I already hate this place. Anyway, as I was saying, that man there knows who you are. You're his son, Shigaraki said, looking at Hitoshi and giving him a glare. A loud gasp escaped me and Asumi as we looked at each other and then at Hitoshi, confused and not believing a word. Father? Asumi said, tears brimming in her eyes. Is he Izuku? No. Hitoshi said, looking down at his lap. He's the son of Endeavor. My eyes widened in shock as I choked, trying to breathe, tears threatening to escape. No, and you're lying. I'm not his son. He's a monster, a criminal. Do you even have a clue what he put me and my mother through? I shouted, the bubble of anger that had been growing inside me finally bursting. Shut up. You're just a guinea pig, a test subject. That's all you are and ever will be, he shouted back, his anger matching mine, his eyes glowing and claws extending. Shut you p. I screamed, putting my hand on my head, feeling intense pain. It felt like I was being hit by bricks multiple times. The overwhelming pain made me shake and buckle my knees, my arms falling to my sides, my eyes half open as I started to fall over. Everything felt like it was happening in slow motion as Asumi rushed to my aid, trying to catch me before I hit the ground, while Dabi held Hitoshi back, who had gone completely wild. Loud, animalistic sounds echoed around the bar as the other members tried to calm him down, while the only person helping me was Asumi, whispering caring words like, "It's going to be okay, stay with me, Izuku, don't close your eyes. Stay awake." He didn't mean any of it, Izuku-an. He's been out of it since, but then her voice cut off, and everything started going foggy. But you know what, Asumi? I'm just a failure. Nothing will ever be okay. I thought, staring up at her concerned face, my vision clouding. Mom? I said, putting a strand of hair behind her ear before everything turned dark and quiet. I opened my eyes to see I was small. Smaller than usual. I stared down at my hands to see very small fingers. I was also in my mother's arms, being rocked back and forth as she hummed a appealing tune. A girl in the corner of the room played with Barbie dolls, joining in the melody. The calming atmosphere suddenly stopped when a man with short white hair and golden eyes burst in, cracking the door, anger visible on his face. Get rid of that thing for the 100th time, Hitoshi. The man pulled me from my mother's warm embrace, causing me to cry out in protest. Hitoshi, please let him be. He's your son too. Why do you want to get rid of him so badly? Inko shouted, angrily jabbing at the man's shoulders. No, he's not. Have you taken a good look at him? He's the spitting image of Endeavor, he said, holding me out toward Inko. I caught a glimpse of myself in the reflection of my mother's glasses and noticed my eyes were blue. Daddy? Asumi said sweetly, trying to get her dad's attention. He turned to her, his scowl disappearing and replaced with a happy smile. Yes, baby? He asked, pinching her cheek playfully. What are you doing with Izuku-an? Little Asumi asked, confused. Nothing, baby, just taking him where he belongs. He will be happy there, he said in a fake cheerful voice. But Daddy, I don't want Izu to go, the little girl pouted, crossing her arms. You're not taking my son to that monster, you hear me? Or you can go ahead and leave through that door. Inko cursed, clearly angry as she pointed at the broken door. The man stayed silent, staring at me, lost in thought. Fine, he finally said, giving me back to Inko. A small smile broke out on her face, glad to have me back. I'm leaving and I'm taking Asumi, he said, grabbing Asumi's little hands and dragging her toward the door. Inko screamed in protest as she placed me down into a crib and ran after her husband. The shouting continued until a loud slap made everything go silent. We no longer exist to you or to him. he said in a deep voice before leaving with multiple bags, Asumi slamming the door behind him. The house was quiet again as Inko walked upstairs, picked me up from the crib, and started rocking me while humming the same tune. Salty tears glided down her face, landing on my tiny hands as I cupped her red cheek, staring into her emerald green eyes. She burst out crying even more, her loud cries echoing in my dream, blending with her cries of pain from the accident. I opened my eyes to find myself in a plain room, surrounded by 4 white walls that felt like they were closing in on me. I tried to stand up but fell back down when I noticed my hands and feet were cuffed in iron. A sickening smell hit me, blood and decay. I looked down to see my clothes drenched in sweat, my hair sticking to my forehead. As I brushed it out of the way, I felt something sticky in my hair and cautiously pulled my hand back, seeing more blood. What happened? I mumbled to myself. I gazed at the metal door, hearing the quiet clicks of someone unlocking it and muffled whispers, both male and female. In walked Asumi, a beaming smile on her face, ready to jump at me but respecting my personal space this time. Behind her was a sickly-looking Dabi, holding his nose as he caught the scent of decay from somewhere. In the basement, I focused on Asumi, taking in her features carefully, trying to determine if this was reality or an illusion. Her hair was like Mom's, a light green now pinned up, with a few strands falling down, giving her an innocent look. Her eyes were the same shade of green as Inko's, sparkling beautifully. This made me tear up as I hung my head, trying to hide my tears from the villains, but I couldn't stop a few sobs from escaping. Dabi, can you give us a few minutes, please? I would like to speak to my brother, she said, more like an order than a request. He nodded and left the room silently, shutting the door behind him. Asumi walked over to me, the clicking of her heels echoing in the small room. I was still facing the ground, not ready to confront my sister, who had chosen a different path. How could I forget one of the most important people in my family? Why did she become a villain? Did Hitoshi make her? Is she like everyone else? Is she going to use me too, like everyone else did? What am I supposed to do? I took a deep breath, realizing the clicking of her heels had stopped, and I felt a shadow looming over me. I stayed still, guilt and anger eating me up inside. Izuku, I missed you, Asumi said, embracing me in a tight hug. My eyes opened in shock. Did she not remember who I was? What I had done? I started tearing up again, shutting my eyes to force the tears back. Izuku, you have no idea what happened. I was so worried about you. I thought you might become a hero, not knowing what they do. Oh, my poor Izuku, you don't need to worry anymore. Everything's all right now, you're on the right side. I won't let anyone hurt you, my baby, she said, still hugging me as I cried, soaking her dark purple jumper. I pushed her off roughly, letting out a scream filled with pain. Don't touch me. Bakugo's POV. It's been a month since that useless Deku has been skipping school. I've been feeling annoyed lately, unable to vent my anger on something, or someone. Who cares if he skips school? At least he won't be irritating me with all his hero nonsense, thinking he can become one without a quirk. Pathetic Deku will never become someone like that. He doesn't even deserve to sit the exams for UA. He would never get in, he's got no talent, he's dumb, and has no common sense, obviously, since he's still training. All he is good at is taking notes and stuttering. He's just a stepping stone to my victory. All those years of beating him were actually practice to become better and stronger for the exams. Izuku seemed distant, and I couldn't help but think he was feeling useless, just in the way of everyone. I mentally patted myself on the shoulder, realizing that he finally had a reality check about his struggles. The bell rang, signaling break time, and I packed my bag, loosening my shirt as I walked out with my friends. Asumi's POV. Izuku pushed me away, letting out a pained scream that confused me. I rushed back to him, worried he had hurt himself. Don't touch me, he shouted. Izuku, what's wrong? I'm just trying to help. Can't a sister help her little brother? I approached him again, but he glared at me, making my heart ache. Why was he treating me this way after we had reunited? I don't deserve your care, your love, he cried, tugging at the chains that bound his arms. I forgot about you until today, and you don't care. You should be angry with me, not offering hugs and kind words. He shouted, pulling harder on the chains, causing cracks in the wall. He was overwhelmed with guilt and anger. I knelt beside him, lifting his chin to make him look at me. Izuku, you were just a baby when I had to leave. Of course, you would forget. Don't blame yourself for what happened between our parents, okay? I whispered, wiping away his tears. He calmed down, sitting against the wall as I sat cross-legged in front of him, sharing our life stories, both good and bad. Dad forced me to become a villain to avenge what he did to Mom, he said. He changed my DNA. I know. You showed me, I replied, a small smile forming as I realized the impact I had on our family. I did? He asked, surprised. Yeah, I can't see the truth when I show it to others. It's how my quirk works, a sort of truth detector, I explained, shrugging playfully. Have you killed anyone? He asked, and I felt my heart race. I silently curled my tail around my legs, giving him my answer. My hands might be dirty, but I did it for true justice, not out of bloodlust like some others, I said, nervously twirling a strand of my hair. I've been searching for you for years, I continued. I couldn't find you anywhere. My cheerful mood returned as a small smile broke out on his face. I've been living in the same city as the villain's headquarters, and you couldn't find me? He laughed, face-palming. I started looking for you here, but I ended up in Hosu with the hero killer, Stain. He was scary but really nice. He helped me search for you for 2 years before he disappeared. He was like an older brother to me, I said, looking down. He taught me how to fight and recognize true heroes. I wish I could show him that I found you after so long, I added, looking at Izuku. I became a villain at 17 when Dad gave up on training me. He thought I was weak and beat me into SBMson. I ran away from the league to find you, but I got my hands dirty along the way. I only targeted those who deserved it, I reassured him. Oh, how's Mom? I haven't seen her in so long. Does she still love singing like when we were young? Can we visit her later? I asked excitedly, but his response took a dark turn. His smile vanished, replaced by an angry scowl. She was murdered. By All Might, he said, his voice shaking with rage. I gasped, covering my mouth. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I didn't mean to bring up a touchy subject, I stuttered, feeling regret for my words. He shook his head, opening his eyes. Don't worry, Izu, I won't let him get away with it. I'll find a way to defeat him. Even if I'm quirkless, I'll do it. For Mom I will. I swear on her grave, I said, determined. PFT. Uncontrollable laughter. I burst out laughing at the nonsense he just said, rolling on the floor, holding my stomach in pain from laughing so much. You think something's funny, do ya? He said, offended, trying to grab me but noticing he was chained up. And no, that's and not. I started laughing again, making Izuku curse at me multiple times, but I didn't really hear him through my laughter. Once I calmed down, exhausted and with sweat rolling down my temples, I looked at an angry Izuku. Izuku, that's not why I was laughing. It's just you said you were quirkless, but that's a lie. Impossible, he said, his eyes widening. Chapter end. Deku POV. Impossible. I froze hearing what she said. I'm quirkless. I didn't develop one when I was 4 or ever after that. I even got bullied for it, I said, remembering Kaken's harsh words. Asumi took a deep breath, staring me up and down before violently shaking me. You got what? Bullied? My Izuku was hurt. Tell me everything, she screamed, making me cover my sensitive ears. It started when I was 4, the day we went to the doctor's office. I said, noticing Su scooting closer to hear me better. Flashback, 4-year-old Deku was playing superhero with a little boy with red eyes and spiky blonde hair when they both stopped, and the little boy asked his best friend a question he was curious about. Hey, Deku, what's your quirk? The boy with red eyes asked, putting down his All Might figurine while sitting on a bench in the school garden. Me and Mum are going to the doctor's office to get it checked out to see if I'm a late bloomer. I can't wait to see what quirk I get. I'm so excited. I'll be just like you, Kaken. I hope I get a good quirk like yours, little me said, sitting next to Kaken. Don't think so far ahead, Deku. No matter what quirk you get, yours will never be as good as mine. I'll become the #1 hero and you can't stop me, the little boy said, getting up, picking his toy back up, and walking into their classroom since the bell had rung. Hey Kaken. Wait for me, I said, running after him. Time skipped to the doctor's office. It's not going to happen, the doctor said, typing on his computer and bringing up an X-ray image of my little feet, pointing at my pinky toe. You see, people who manifest quirks tend to only have one joint in their toes, but your son has two, like the quirkless. I dropped my All Might figure, my little hands shaking, my eyes twitching, too much information to process in such a short time. After my mum and the doctor had a conversation, we left the doctor's office feeling sad and depressed. On the way home, I noticed Kaken walking with his mum on the other side of the street, laughing as he played with his explosions. This made my mood drop even more, seeing how happy he was. Inko noticed them, and we crossed the road to join them. Hi, Mitsuki, how's it going? My mum greeted her best friend, giving her a hug as she let go of my tiny hand. The adults got into a deep conversation about something at the market this weekend, losing focus on us. Hey, Deku, how'd the appointment go? Kaken asked, making me shiver, scared to tell him. Would he leave me after this? I gestured for him to follow me a bit further away from our parents and told him the news about me being quirkless. But it's okay, right? You won't hate me, will you? I mean, we've been best friends since we were born. I smiled at him, but instead of a small smile or even a little giggle, he pushed me onto the ground and laughed, putting his hands on his sides as he pointed at me, mocking me. I knew it. You never had a quirk. You were just destined to be a worthless Deku, weren't you? Maybe that's why your dad left you. For the first time in my life, I felt truly upset. My only friend was calling me worthless. I don't know you anymore. Don't come near me or even look at me anymore. You're just a stupid Deku that wants to be a hero. Well, boo-hoo, you won't become one. You're so foolish, seriously. If I hear you say anything about this to Inko or Mum, I'll kill you, Kaken said, holding his fist up to my face, showing off his little explosions that I found amazing a few hours ago but now found terrifying. He walked back over to our parents, who were still talking like nothing was wrong. I got up from the floor and walked over to them too. Let's go, Izuku, it's getting late, Inko said, grabbing my hand and pulling me toward our house as she waved goodbye to the others. I looked at Kaken to see he had a sinister smirk on his face as he hid behind his mum, so only I saw it. When we got home, I rushed into my computer room that used to be Dad's office and played my favorite All Might video, watching as he saved 100 people in 10 minutes. My mum watched me by the door as I stared at the screen with emotionless eyes. I turned towards her, pointing at the screen, tears streaming down my freckled cheeks. Can I ever become like him, Mum? I said, my voice shaking from crying so much. My mum broke down crying as she rushed into my arms. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I wish things had happened differently. That's not what I wanted to hear. And a flashback. And after that, it just got worse and worse. Kaken spread the word, and slowly I was losing friends because I was constantly bullied, and they didn't want to get hurt because of a quirkless boy like me. I was insulted and spat on, but the real monster was Kaken. He beat me senseless nearly every day after school, in the boys' bathroom or on the way home. He dragged me into an alley and did it there. He always visits me. In my nightmares. I no longer sleep in peace because of him. I pulled up my sleeve to show Asumi numerous scars that were made by him. He scarred me for being who I am. For being quirkless. I finished my story, tears at the brim of my eyes, remembering how the last decade of my life was spent. Waking up, going to school, getting bullied, walking home nearly limping all the time, hiding from my mom, going to sleep, and every day the same routine happened again. Asumi looked deep in thought, carefully going over every little detail her brother said, thinking about how similar their lives really were, just in different places. And that's my life up until now. I smiled at Asumi, making her raise an eyebrow. She slowly got up, dusting off the invisible dirt on her skirt. I will take him down. How dare he hurt Izuku for being something he couldn't control. I'll show him what the Midoriyas can do. Asumi said, stomping her foot. No, Asumi. I'm going to be the one to do that. Suddenly, a dark thought crossed my mind as I considered how I would confront everyone who had hurt me and my mom. I want to see his face when he realizes the person who's going to confront him is his childhood friend, little Izuku Midoriya, Deku. I giggled and Asumi joined in. I see you're starting to fit in. You're acting like Shigaraki now, she said, shoving her hands in her pockets and pulling out a pair of keys to undo the cuffs around my wrists and ankles. I rubbed my wrists, feeling a slight burning sensation from pulling on them so much. Back to the topic of quirks, I never told you what mine is, did I? Asumi said, jumping up and pulling me with her. You also have a cat hybrid quirk? She shouted, hugging me. Really? How do you know? I asked curiously, staring up at Asumi since she was slightly taller than me. Well, when you passed out, you suddenly grew a tail and ears. You were so adorable, she said, pinching my cheek like a grandma does to her grandchild. Is that why my hair's messy? I said, reaching into my hair to show her. Oh yes, that will happen a few more times until your body gets used to the changes and accepts that you can form a tail and ears at any time now, she said, patting my shoulder. But how is this possible? I was quirkless yesterday. I said, still not believing that I had a quirk. My theory is that the memories Shigaraki and Hitoshi forced out of you made your body react in an odd way, allowing you to realize the quirk you probably had but couldn't use, she explained, pulling me with her out of the room where Dabi stood guarding the door. A few minutes, huh? You were in there for like 2 hours, Dabi said, walking past us. Sorry, we lost track of time. Asumi said, blushing. Oh, also, your eyes turned blue and a few strands of your hair turned dark red, Asumi giggled. Blue? Red? I said, confused. Probably some of the genes you inherited from Endeavor mixed with my father's, making you a mix of the two, she said, spitting Endeavor's name with disgust while holding up 2 fingers. I nodded in understanding. We made it to a set of stairs, one going up and one down. We started walking up the one that went upstairs behind Dabi, the creaking of the wooden stairs echoing around the quiet basement. You can go further down? I asked Asumi. Yes, but none of us know what's down there except for the important members, of course, she said, still walking up the stairs. Once we got up, Dabi opened another metal door, undoing multiple locks and then revealing the bar I first arrived in. The sudden light blinded me, making me squint my eyes shut, but I reopened them to see most of the people still there, but Hitoshi and Shigaraki were missing. Where are Hitoshi and Shigaraki? I asked under my breath, but Asumi heard because of her keen hearing. Father's probably being punished for pulling that stunt earlier. That was really unnecessary and uncalled for. Asumi glared at the ground but suddenly lifted her head, her ears perking up. Now that you're one of us, we need to start training. And guess what? I'm going to be your personal trainer, she shouted, making the other members, except for Kurojairi, glare at her. Kurojairi remained calm, which made me uneasy. Asumi pulled me with her to a room. She unlocked it and pushed me inside, making me stumble and glare at her. We're roomies, she said, throwing a pair of keys at me. Look, Asu, I appreciate that I'm your little brother and all, but please. I hate being pushed around, I said, emphasizing the word hate. But it's just a joke, chill, she giggled, pushing me again. I said stop. I shouted, my hair and eyes changing color. I told her I hated being pushed because of Kaken. All I could think about was when our friendship ended. When I told him I was quirkless. I didn't think I needed a reason to be left alone. She cowered back, her tail going between her legs, her ears flopping down to cover herself as much as possible. This intimidating aura. It's so familiar. What is this? Asumi thought, shutting her eyes as she fell to her knees, shaking in fear. I calmed down slightly, my breathing returning to normal as I realized what I had done. I rushed and hugged Asumi. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. It's like something clicked and I was no longer me. Please, don't push me, I said, letting her go, hoping she would remember my words. She looked up, still slightly startled, but when she noticed I wasn't going to do anything again, she relaxed and returned to her happy demeanor. Are you always this happy, Or are you possessed by some kind of always happy ghost? I said, slightly annoyed at how quickly she recovered. It's just who I am, I guess, she said, shrugging her shoulders as she sat on her bed. Training starts early tomorrow, so don't stay up too late, Izuku. Asumi said, leaving the room. I decided to go to sleep since it was around 9, and I had to wake up early tomorrow. I lay down in my surprisingly comfy bed and slowly drifted off into darkness. I fell out of bed, my blanket tangling around my legs and causing me to land awkwardly. Asumi had woken me up by slamming open the bedroom door and singing Katy Perry's Firework. I cringed every time her voice cracked or missed a note. I was sure her enthusiastic singing woke up the whole house, but no one emerged from their rooms down the hallway. I scrambled to my feet, rubbing my head to ease the light throbbing, annoyed at how nicely my sister had chosen to wake me. I stumbled toward Asumi, squinting my eyes in irritation. She was so into her singing that she didn't notice me. I stopped in front of her and snatched the golden hairbrush she was holding like a microphone. Hey, I was just getting to the best part. Asumi pouted, taking her hairbrush back. What's wrong with you? Can't you see it's still dark? I pointed at the small window, where the sky was still midnight blue and the stars sparkled. I warned you training starts early, didn't I? Asumi smirked, crossing her arms. Anyway, meet me down by the bar when you're ready, chop chop. She clapped in my face, making me snarl at her as she giggled and walked out of the room, shutting the door behind her. I threw myself back onto my bed, groaning and rubbing my eyes to clear the fog. After running my hands through my hair, I finally got up and started to get ready. But what should I wear? I thought, tapping my chin and looking around the room. I spotted a stack of clothes by the door with a note on top. Hi Izuku, it's me again, Asumi. I forgot you just joined us, so I borrowed some of Dabi's clothes. Don't worry, he won't mind. In the pile was a plain black shirt and dark joggers. I shrugged, quickly changed, brushed my teeth, and combed my hair with my fingers to avoid looking like a mess. I walked out of my room and down the stairs, ending up in the bar where Asumi sat picking at her tail. She smiled and waved me over. I sat down on a stool beside her, and she pushed a bowl of cereal toward me. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, she said, enjoying her own bowl. I dug in, eating hungrily as if I hadn't eaten in days, which was somewhat true. Oi, Izuku, calm down. Have you not been eating? She asked, turning to look at me with concern. I set down my spoon, feeling ashamed for making her worry. Mother's death wasn't easy to handle. And I was busy looking for the villain that killed her, I said, making quotation marks with my hands. She stared at my skinny form, noticing how the clothes I wore slid off my shoulders. Asumi took our bowls to the sink for Kurogiri to wash later and told me to follow her. After a few turns, we ended up back in the basement where I had been just a day ago. The dark place made me shiver, so I walked closer to my sister. She chuckled as we reached another door with multiple locks and a face identification system. Asumi stood in front of the door, stating her name and age, and it opened automatically, recognizing her. We walked down an alleyway, and at the end of it was my middle school. Asumi started walking away from the school, and I followed without question, wrapping my arms around my waist as the chilly weather made my teeth chatter. After about 15 minutes of walking, we arrived at a beach filled with junk. I recognized it from my childhood when it was still clean, and I used to play here with Kaken. I gritted my teeth at the thought, shaking my head to erase it for now. I'm sure you're familiar with this place, aren't you? It's been like this for a long time, people dumping their illegal rubbish here, and the authorities never cleaned it up, Asumi said, the cold wind blowing gently. Your training starts here. She pointed at the mountain of rubbish. Clean it up. I stared at her, dumbfounded. How's that going to help? I asked, throwing my hands in the air. We'll see. Now go start with the smaller things, she said, pulling out her phone. I groaned and began picking up items like broken microwaves, metal scraps, and old TVs. Come on, Izuku, the sun's coming up soon. This area is nowhere near done. Run, run, run. Asumi ordered, making me feel irritated as I shouted while picking up heavier items and running to the dumpster. After a few hours of cleaning, moving things from one place to another, the sun started to peek out from the horizon, turning the sky a light blue. I sighed, wiping the sweat off my forehead. I glared at Asumi, crossing my arms over my chest and tapping my foot in frustration. Let's go. I'm still a wanted villain, aren't I? She giggled, walking back to the hideout with me trailing behind, exhausted and half asleep. On the way, I saw kids going to school and traffic picking up as people headed to work, but I could care less. I just wanted to sleep. Duh. Chapter end. Bakugo POV. I walked to school, agitated after getting yelled at by my mom for waking up slightly late. I didn't care what she said. With my hands tucked into my pockets and my bag slung over my shoulder, I wore an angry scowl that made everyone around me step aside, not wanting to be in my way. On the way there, I could have sworn I saw a bush of green and black hair, but when I blinked, it seemed to disappear. Deku, I said to myself as I approached the alleyway he seemed to vanish into, but there was absolutely no one there. I shrugged it off and walked back into school, my head held high to show who was really in charge. Even the teachers shivered at the sight of me walking down the hallway, some even dropped their papers and morning coffees. I chuckled to myself, thinking about how they were just like Deku. Deku's POV. After a long nap, I woke up to shouting coming from the bar but ignored it, heading into the bathroom for a shower and changing into a new outfit consisting of black skinny jeans and a half-black, half-green shirt with a massive skull on it. Walking down the stairs, I ended up in the bar where Shigaraki was arguing with Hitoshi about me. He's one of us now, and you can't change that, Hitoshi. I'm in charge. Shigaraki shouted, grabbing Hitoshi's muscular arm and making his skin flake and bleed. He's the son of a hero. How can you accept him so easily, Tamura? Hitoshi shouted, ripping Shigaraki's hand off and hissing in pain. Know where you stand, BSD, Shigaraki said, sitting down, done with the argument and not responding to Hitoshi's question. I watched the whole thing from behind the door, my eyes wide at the damage Shigaraki's quirk could inflict. Rule number 1. Don't mess with the boss, I thought, looking at Hitoshi's bloody hands. I stepped out from my hiding spot, an intimidating aura surrounding me. Look, Hitoshi, I'm aware you don't like me very much, but I wasn't the one who couldn't prevent what happened to Mum. It was you, I said, making everyone gasp and Toga giggle with excitement. Oh, this is going to be good, Toga clapped while Asumi rolled her eyes at her immature behavior. You little brat. Hitoshi shouted, coming at me, but Kurogiri warped him away to an unknown location. I looked at Kurogiri, thanking him for getting rid of the tension. Izuku Midoriya. I have a mission for you. Shigaraki began, but Asumi interrupted, shaking her head. Shigaraki, he's not ready. He doesn't even know how to control his quirk. Shigaraki took his hand off his face, looking into Asumi's eyes, making her cower back in fear. As I was saying, Shigaraki continued, focusing on Asumi. It's for when you are done training. In 10 months' time, you will join UA. My eyes widened as I stumbled backward, the thought of joining the school All Might attended making my stomach flip. Don't worry, you're only joining to gather information for us, to spy on the next generation of heroes and All Might. Also, Asumi is joining the 3rd year, so you won't be completely alone, Shigaraki said, pointing at Asumi, who nodded reassuringly at me. When you're fully trained and fit, we will discuss this matter further. For now, you're dismissed. Do whatever you want, Shigaraki said before finishing the last of his beer. I stood there, looking around the room as the members left the bar, heading either into town or to their rooms. Asumi walked over to her father, leaning down to his level since he was on the floor from the pain in his arm. See, father. Just accept Izuku for goodness sake. He's with us now, not with the heroes. He wants to take down Endeavor and All Might for what they put Mum through. Just because he's part of him doesn't mean he's like that cruel man, Asumi said, trying to help her dad up, but he pushed her back, making her stumble. Asumi, you're so stupid and useless. Hitoshi shouted, picking himself up with the help of a table. Just get out of my sight, he declared, glaring at his daughter, whose determination to find her little brother and her struggles in training had slowly diminished his love for her. I hissed at him, pushing Asumi behind me. Watch your mouth, old man, I said, glaring at him, my eyes slightly glowing blue. "See? You look just like him. Get away from me," Hitoshi said, pointing at my crystal blue eyes as he sat down, still glaring. "Shut up," I muttered under my breath, giving him one last glance before dragging a very upset Asumi after me. It had been about 6 months since I joined the league. Time flew quickly. I had finally finished cleaning the beach and stressed my hybrid quirk. I could summon my ears and tail by simply thinking about it. They were black with green patches. I thought I would be uncomfortable with the ears and tail, but instead, I felt more like myself. During my training, I unleashed my powers, which included strong telekinesis. I could move objects just by thinking about them. I could lift pretty heavy things, but I didn't know my full potential yet since I hadn't debuted, and Shigaraki didn't want to cause a scene. My other power was green flames. I had somewhat inherited Endeavor's quirk but at a much more powerful level, slightly hotter than Dabi's blue flames. I learned many tricks from Asumi, and Dabi helped with my fire quirk. After months of hard work, I had finally become strong enough. Now, I could officially start my journey in taking down the top 2 heroes. Recently, I was told to meet up with Asumi and Shigaraki about my first mission that he had planned several months ago when I was still thin and weak. Now, I had a much more muscular figure and was no longer as thin as before. I started eating again and got the right amount of sleep I needed. Asumi noticed this change, and I felt relieved knowing I no longer looked like a minor to her but like an equal. After finishing my jog along the beach, where people now gather after I cleaned it up, I started heading home to the League of Villains. A place where I feel welcomed by my new family, even by Hitoshi. I walked into the familiar alleyway and knocked on a rusty metal door that hadn't been opened for decades. Suddenly, the door creaked open, recognizing my features with a quiet beep. Shigaraki had added my facial identification to the entrance, allowing me to come and go as I pleased. I was grateful for that, especially after getting stuck outside a few times, even overnight. I stepped out of the basement and into the bar, tossing my shoulder bag onto the floor and rolling my shoulders to let my ears and tail appear. "Welcome back, Deku. Shigaraki will be here soon with your sister. Take a seat until then," Kurojiri said, cleaning a cup and motioning to a stool with his glowing yellow eyes. I sat down and asked for a carton of apple juice. "Yes, apple juice. I might be a villain now, but that doesn't mean I have to turn to alcohol or drags." Kurojiri handed me my juice, and I savored the sweet flavor, letting out a satisfied sigh. "I'll never get over apple juice," I said, tossing the empty box into the bin. Kurojiri chuckled, reminded of Shigaraki's childhood obsession with chocolate milk. Just then, Asumi walked in with Shigaraki, both smiling. "Sup, Izuku? You good?" Asumi asked, sitting next to me on a stool, with Shigaraki beside her. "So, me and Asumi were talking, and we've decided to have you debut as a villain next week," Shigaraki said, pointing at a can of beer that Kurojiri passed to him. My eyes widened, and I slapped my hands over my cheeks. "Really? You're not joking, are you, Tamura?" I shouted, jumping out of my seat. "Yes, Izuku, you're ready," Asumi said, a proud look on her face that made my eyes water. Slightly. I pumped my fist into the air, whispering, "Yes, yes, yes." But then Shigaraki added, "But before that happens, there's something we need to do." My excitement faded as I tilted my head, my tail flicking away a few tears. "We have to fake your death. That Kaken of yours is really smart and starting to get suspicious of your absence. We need to take these measures before it's too late," Shigaraki said, finishing his beer. "Yeah, okay, that's fine. It'll be even more fun when I take him down." I rubbed my hands together, laughing like a cliché villain, making the two of them shake their heads at my behavior. "You're just like your sister," Shigaraki smiled, scratching his neck. I turned around, holding my breath. "Wait, are you talking about the Kaken that? Tamura, stop that." I cut off Asumi, stomping my foot in frustration. After living with the villains, I had picked up some of their habits, but Shigaraki's. I just wanted to chop off his fingers to stop him from doing that. "Oh, shut up," Shigaraki said, lowering his hand from his face and sending a playful glare at my back. I peeked out from behind my hands to see if he had stopped. Don't worry, Izuku, he's done, Asumi laughed, slapping her legs lightly, another habit of hers. Another thing. Asumi cleared her throat, becoming serious, a rare sight since I had lived here. We need to change your appearance slightly. We have to dye your hair, you need a fake name, and you cannot use the cat part of your quirk. All Might will figure out it's you instantly, he's very good at observing. I heard he's coming to teach at UA for the first years, so be careful. And only use your telekinesis at school. If All Might sees your flames, it's all over for us. Asumi said, slamming her hands down, startling both me and Shigaraki with her intimidating aura. Also, you'll need to act a little differently from how you are now. Asumi said, and I immediately understood what she meant. No, I'm not going to act like a goody two-shoes just because I'm going into hero territory. I protested, shaking my head. Don't worry, you just need to make sure not to attract too much attention. And don't make friends, got it? This is a mission, not a get-together. You're doing this for us. Remember that, Asumi said, placing her hand over her heart, finishing her speech before returning to her cheerful self, which made Shigaraki groan. If only you were like you were a second ago, I actually wouldn't mind you, Shigaraki said, finishing his fourth beer, slightly tipsy as he leaned against the counter, asking Kurogiri for a fifth can. Hey! Asumi shouted, placing her hands on her hips and pouting. We all burst out laughing, including Kurogiri. We stayed there talking until midnight, the elders drinking alcohol while I enjoyed my juice boxes. Later, I headed up to my room, carrying a sleeping Asumi up the stairs with ease. I tucked her into bed and then went to sleep, drained of energy. The last thought crossing my mind was what Kaken would do if I actually died. Would he care? Just you wait, Kaken, I'll show you how strong I've gotten. I'll show you. I drifted to sleep again, Kaken visiting me, tormenting me in my dreams. Bakugo's POV, I've had enough. That useless Deku thinks he can leave and never come back. I need something to hurt, to break, to beat. The anger from the past months has been building inside me, bothering me, but I had nothing to unleash it on. After school, I'll visit him and surprise him a little. Deku's POV, Asumi, Dabi, and I were in my old house, the shelves dusty and my bedroom messy from all the things I had left behind when my mom passed away. I walked around, looking at our old pictures. One of me and Mom smiling while eating katsudon caught my eye, bringing a small smile to my face. I took it down and placed it into my bag to take home. In my room, Asumi and Dabi had made it even messier than it already was. Dabi had burned some of the walls, making it look like a brutal battle had happened here. Asumi took a bag of something out and spilled it onto the floor in my bed. A few days ago, she had taken some of my blood. I had no idea why, but now I did. She also made deep scratches on the wall and put a piece of paper onto my bed, writing on it. I went to grab it and read it, but Dabi sent some flames at me, making me huff. You'll ruin the scene if you touch it. The police will be able to identify your fingerprints and know you came with us, Dabi said, gently pushing me back. I nodded, understanding, not wanting to get caught, but the curiosity inside me was biting, tempting me to grab it and read what they had written. Instead, I walked out of the room, my head hanging low. Dabi looked up, concern written all over his face, but his voice stayed unbothered. What's with him? The death of his mother left a deep wound in his heart. He still needs to learn to accept that wound, Asumi said, flipping Izuku's desk over, his notes and books falling off and pencils clashing to the floor. Not long after, they came down, damaging more of the house, Izuku included, who looked angry as he started crying and screaming, cursing the heroes. How could I not notice sooner? How was I so blind? I tore the couch, letting all the cushions fall out. How dare I dream of being like them? I punched a hole in the wall. How can someone so inspiring be so evil? I dropped to my knees as the others continued to break the house but let me be, feeling like I needed space. I got back up, picked up the TV, and threw it on the floor with inhuman strength, making it shatter. I'm so sorry, I shouted, tears rolling down and wetting the red carpet. Asumi and Dabi walked over, skirting me out the door as I sobbed silently, trying to forget everything. But it's impossible. I can't. And I'll never. Arriving back home, we walked into the bar where Toga and Twice were playing cards. "You okay, Deku-kun?" Toga asked, pausing the card game, making Twice furrow his eyebrows, staring at my puffy red eyes, noticing I had been crying. I ignored them and walked past, up the stairs and into my room. Bakugo's POV. After the final bell rang, I got up, putting my books into my bag, walking out with an angry expression clearly visible on my face, making people feel uneasy as they walked the opposite way. Once I made it to that stupid Deku's house, I knocked harshly on his door, but no one came to open it. Groaning, I tapped my hands impatiently, knocking again louder and harder, making a small crack in the door's window. After 5 minutes of no one opening the door, I got impatient and kicked it open aggressively, sending the door backwards. "Oi, Deku, I stopped, noticing the state the house was in. The walls had holes, deep nail scratches, and were burnt. Dropping my bag, I rushed around the house looking for anyone. Kitchen? Nope. Living room? Nope. Bathroom? Nope. Inko's bedroom? Nope. The last room's door seemed in the worst condition, barely hanging on its hinges. I pushed it open to see tables flipped and broken items, but what caught my eye was the letter on the bed, coated in red like the carpet. I picked it up, ignoring the blood, and read the smudged letter. Next Baku Katsu dash. I looked at the letter, my eyes bulging. I ripped it up, blood running down my hands, but this time the blood didn't look amusing. It scared me. My breathing became uneven, and my chest was rising and falling rapidly. Holding the letter to my chest, I ran out and called the police. Deku's POV. Today I was going to debut. I can't wait. We have made up a villain name for me, and we decided to go with Dekuro. Our target, the number 15 hero, has been manipulating people, claiming he has some kind of disease that he needs to treat. I didn't hear much of it, but he's using people to get what he wants. Buying and selling young girls. Asumi and I, who came to observe, looked into the window of the hero's house as he drank a bottle of wine and watched some sort of anime. We got down from the tree where we were observing and made our way behind his house, finding the door surprisingly unlocked. We walked in quietly. I took out a dagger from my jacket, holding it tightly in my grasp while Asumi followed silently. I sneaked behind the pro and placed the blade against his neck, making him freeze and drop his glass of wine as he glanced at me from the corner of his eye. Please, he pleaded, tears forming at the corners of his eyes, but I looked at him emotionlessly. You ignored their pleas. Do you think you deserve to be noticed? To have mercy? I asked, leaning closer, my blue eyes glaring into his tear-filled ones. He opened his mouth to respond, but I slid the dagger across his throat, cutting him off. He pressed his hand to his neck, trying to stop the bleeding but failing miserably. I laughed at his helpless form, watching him as he bled out, but quickly snapped back to reality when he suddenly emitted a loud sound that made me clench my hands over my sensitive cat ears. Looking at the man, who was close to passing out, I walked toward him and finished him off by stabbing him multiple times in the stomach and chest, causing him to scream out in pain. Not long after, he became weak and finally stopped moving. Real justice is served, I said, putting my bloody dagger back into my jacket and wiping some blood stains off my face. I left with Asumi to celebrate my first kill as a villain, but not before leaving a message. This is real justice. Heroes. The next day, the news was filled with the murder of the 15th pro hero. When I returned, I was praised, and they even gave me cake, which tasted heavenly. I was now a proper villain, and I felt a sense of belonging. For the next few months, until the entrance exam, I continued to train and complete missions. During this time, my hair grew slightly longer, and I dyed it completely black so Kaken wouldn't recognize me when I went to school. On the day of the entrance exam, Asumi and I woke up to Toga kicking the door in, letting out a loud laugh that made us look at her weirdly. Get up, kids. Time for school, she said, pointing at the ceiling with a huge wicked smile. Asumi and I got up and started getting ready. I brushed my now black hair, put in red eye contacts, and used some of Asumi's concealer to cover my freckles. I wore a black shirt that said IDC with a gray hoodie and black joggers, while Asumi donned the UA school uniform. We went downstairs to the bar and ate some toast that Kurojiri made for us before heading out through the alleyway to UA. By the entrance, about 50 students were gathered, and the thought of people wanting to become heroes made me feel nauseous. Staring up at the building in disgust, I started walking up alone since Asumi, being a third year, didn't have to take the exam and had left earlier. As I approached the entrance, someone bumped into me, causing me to stumble. "Watch where you're going," I said, picking up my bag that had fallen. I noticed it was Kaken, who turned around with an angry scowl on his face. I smirked internally, finally feeling empowered after years of bullying. "What did you say, nerd?" He stormed toward me, his red eyes glaring into mine. I found his anger amusing, but before he could get too close, he was stopped by a boy with blue hair and glasses, which frustrated me. I was just about to confront him, I thought, annoyed. "Fighting is not very heroic, boys," the blue-haired boy said, waving his hands awkwardly, making me giggle. Kaken pushed the boy aside and shot me a glare before heading inside, followed by the blue-haired boy. I soon walked in and took my assigned seat next to a girl with pink cheeks and short brown hair. Present Mike, a famous pro hero and one of my targets, was explaining the exam instructions about robots. I found myself drifting off halfway through, and the boy who had stopped Kaken began shouting about incorrect information, telling me to wake up and questioning why I was even there. If only he knew. Soon after, we went to our assigned stations. I was in Area B, surprisingly alongside Kaken, the blue-haired boy, and the nervous girl next to me. She reminded me of myself a few months ago. Scoffing at the thought, I shrugged my shoulders and stretched my arms, getting ready for the exam. I dashed forward once the gate opened while the rest stayed behind, confused but soon followed after. Go, go! There's no countdown in a fight. Running ahead, I used my telekinesis to lift heavy pieces of rubble, crushing and destroying the 2- and 3-pointers. I also dragged a long piece of metal under their feet, tripping them up. 70. The points kept rising as time passed. Suddenly, a loud clashing noise of a building collapsing grabbed my attention. I saw the infamous 0-pointer. It was enormous, bigger than a 10-story house. People ran to avoid being crushed and to fight the smaller, weaker robots, which I was about to do, but I noticed the girl from earlier had her legs stuck under some of the debris. Unconsciously, my legs began to move on their own. I ran as close to the robot as possible and created an invisible shield, forcing it to stop from moving closer. This trick I had only learned recently took a lot of my energy, and the weight and strength of the robot made it even harder. Blood oozed from my nose and my eyes, like tears, as I held the shield with shaky hands, the robot's strength pushing me backward and creating large cracks in the cement ground. Looking back at the girl, I saw her lift the broken bricks off her feet with her quirk. I undid the shield and sent the bricks she was under flying at the robot's head with as much power as I could muster at that moment, making it topple over and break. After that, the alarm went off, signaling the exam was over. I sighed, breathing heavily and wiping the blood off my face, a side effect of overusing that part of my quirk. I collapsed onto the floor, hitting my head and knocking myself out. I opened my eyes to be blinded by a bright light but soon adjusted, fully opening my eyes to see I was in the nurse's office. Beside me, Asumi sat on a chair, her hands intertwined with mine while she slept, her head resting against my chest. I shook her awake, making her eyes flutter and groan. 5 more minutes, she said, slightly muffled. I chuckled, ruffling her blonde hair. Her unnatural purple eyes blinked open and met my red ones. Realizing I was awake, she shot up and playfully slapped the back of my head. "Don't scare me like that again," she said, embracing me in a tight hug, which made me wince as my body still hurt from the exam. She instantly let go and got up to fetch the nurse. "I think I've been through worse," I muttered under my breath, hoping she didn't hear. A few minutes later, the nurse, known as the pro-hero recovery girl, walked over to my side and planted a kiss on my forehead, making me move back a bit, feeling awkward. I knew her quirk worked like that, but I still wasn't fond of it. She was one of the few true heroes I used to admire when I was still innocent. "You can go home now," she said kindly, handing me a pill to ease my headache, which I took gladly, gulping it down with a cup of water. After that, I put my jacket on and walked out, waving goodbye to Recovery Girl with a small smile of thanks. Asumi waited outside, biting her nails anxiously. "Don't worry, I'm sure I got in," I said confidently, extending my hand to help her up from her sitting position on the metal chairs. We walked down the hallway, receiving strange stares as a short boy hung out with a very cheerful girl, but I ignored them, walking out with my chin held high while ASU mimicked my behavior, finding it amusing. The next week, Asumi and I sat in front of an old house on the floor in our cat hybrid forms, waiting for my acceptance letter to arrive. Since we lived at the hideout, we didn't have a proper address, so we used a random one down the street. After waiting for an hour or two, the postman arrived, staring at us in confusion but still handed over the letter before leaving to deliver the rest of his mail. As soon as he left, I ripped open the letter, unable to wait any longer. Asumi and I looked at the small device that fell out with confusion and interest, which quickly turned to excitement when All Might appeared on the screen, smiling broadly. He announced that I got in, tying for first place with Kaken. I broke into a huge smile, jumping up and dancing, ignoring the fact that All Might had just told me this, while Asumi squeezed me tightly in joy. We returned to the league, happy and cheerful, playfully pushing each other, making up for the years we had been apart. My uniform arrived with the letter later, and I hung it up in my wardrobe, feeling proud of myself for getting into the #1 hero school. My old dreams weren't completely vanished. A small longing to still save people with a smile lingered deep within me. The next day, Asumi and I woke up at the same time, getting into our uniforms, combing our newly dyed hair, putting in our contacts, and brushing our teeth before heading down for a piece of toast and exiting the alleyway toward school. I left the top button of my shirt undone because it felt suffocating and wore my tie loosely around my neck. On the way to school, we talked like normal siblings would, discussing her new friends in class 3. Once we got to school, we went our separate ways to our classrooms. Walking down the hallway, I spotted my classroom, 1A, with its huge door, over-exaggerated in my opinion, but whatever. I pushed the door open to see chaos already unfolding. I groaned at the sight of an angry spiky hedgehog and a blue robot arguing about manners, which they clearly both lacked. I glanced at my wristwatch, reading 8. I didn't even have time for my morning apple juice. Sighing, I stared at the ground, upset for missing out on one of the most important parts of my day. Ignoring the commotion, I walked past them and took a seat in the back corner of the room, laying my bag next to my feet and resting my head on the table. I recognized some familiar faces and noticed a few new ones. Not long after, I fell asleep at the table, a habit I picked up from Dabi, who could sleep anywhere. I was jolted awake by someone slamming their hands on the desk. I looked up, giving a dangerous glare to the girl I had saved, who chuckled nervously and rubbed her hands together. I just came to say thanks for helping me during the exam when no one else stopped to help," she stuttered, rubbing her neck and smiling with her eyes closed. I regarded her with boredom, making small circles on my desk. "I was only doing the exam. I had no intention of helping," I replied carelessly. The girl's mouth dropped open, shocked and slightly upset. "Why, sure. I'll leave then." She blushed and walked back to her desk at the front of the class. The bell rang, and the door opened, making everyone go silent as a large yellow caterpillar zoomed into the room. I squinted at the creature, noticing stitches and sewing. It was a sleeping bag. I slapped my hands over my mouth to stifle my laugh. The man in the sleeping bag hopped into the classroom while addressing us, and I noticed some students looked shocked, confused, or indifferent, like the girl at the desk across the room with her earphones in. "It took you 8 seconds to be quiet," he said, sipping on an orange juice box. I cringed, recalling the bitter taste of orange juice from my first experience with it. Okay, him being a pro hero who defended the wrong side made him one of the top wanted heroes on my target list. But the fact that he chose orange juice over apple or even peach made me shiver in disgust. I shook my head at him, squinting my eyes and unable to look him in the face anymore. "I'm your new homeroom teacher, Mr. Izawa. Welcome to UA High Hero Department," he said, tossing the empty orange juice box into the bin behind me. A bit of leftover juice splattered on me, causing me to jump up and knock over my chair as I tried to wipe it off with my sleeve. Everyone gave me a strange look, including the teacher, but he quickly returned to addressing the rest of the class, ignoring my presence. After Aizawa instructed us to change into our PE kits, we left to meet him by the sports hall. As I walked behind everyone, some classmates turned to stare at my bare arms, which were marked with scars and burns, both fresh and old. They whispered to each other, speculating about what had happened, completely off the mark as I overheard them with my heightened hearing. "What are you staring at?" I snapped, glaring at those who were snickering, including a boy with black hair and unnatural elbows and the girl with pink cheeks who had spoken to him earlier. They quickly turned away, except for a boy with half-red, half-white hair and odd-colored eyes, sporting a large scar on his left side. I stared back at him, challenging him, but he showed no reaction. Looking at the scar on his face, I noticed it resembled the ones I developed during training with my quirk when it was still out of control. Maybe he had a fire-manipulating quirk, or perhaps it was a birthmark. I broke eye contact, losing interest since he didn't seem very fun to engage with, unlike that angry hedgehog I grew up with. Finally, after a 5-minute walk, I arrived outside ground beta. A few members of the class were still missing, so I sat down against a wall, staring at my hands and reflecting on the last few months and what I came here for as I waited for the rest of the class to arrive. Once everyone had gathered, Aizawa spoke. "This is a quirk test. The last and worst student will be expelled." He sipped on a box of pineapple juice. Everyone gasped, including me, but my shock was more about his drink choice. "Bakugo and Shiota came first in the entrance exam, so one of you come and demonstrate," he said, more like an order than a request. Kaken and I stepped forward simultaneously, walking in front of Aizawa while Bakugo pushed a few students out of the way. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze between us, trying to decide who should receive the baseball. "Aizawa-sensei, give the ball to Kaken." "I can wait," I said, realizing I needed to keep my mouth shut. He shrugged, walking past me and handing the ball to Kaken. Kaken then walked over to a square painted on the floor where Aizawa pointed, glancing back at me with a smirk. I tucked my hands away and watched him prepare for the first demonstration. He pulled his hands back, an angry expression growing on his face, already. Knowing what he was about to do, I chuckled, taking my hands out of my pockets and covering my ears as I looked towards an energetic Bakugo, smiling excitedly. "Die!" he screamed, sending the ball blasting far into the air. His explosions pushed it further and faster, making the smoke from the explosion drift towards where the class was standing, causing them to cough. I stared at Kaken shocked. He had made a lot of improvements since middle school. His explosions looked brighter, and the heat felt more intense than when he used to hurt me with them. They weren't as erratic anymore. When the ball landed, the whole class looked towards Aizawa, including Bakugo as he announced the results. 705.2 meters, he said, resetting the little machine in his hands while the class looked on. Bakugo laughed, pointing at me. "See if you can beat that, copycat," he said, glaring at me with raised eyebrows. "What's with that nickname?" I thought, confused, but I ignored him, taking another ball from Aizawa with my telekinesis. I closed my eyes, confident no one would see their glow, and walked over to the square where Bakugo was still standing, positioning myself in front of him with my back turned. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes and focused on the ball flying upwards into the sky. The ball began to shake next to my head and then took off into the sky. Keeping my eyes locked onto the flying object, I concentrated on maintaining its trajectory, trying to keep it going as far as possible while the wind pushed against it. The pressure in my head grew stronger as the ball traveled further away, requiring intense concentration. Suddenly, I was pushed from behind, making me blink and lose my focus, accidentally deactivating my telekinesis. I turned around, glaring at a smirking Bakugo, who acted like nothing had happened. I looked back towards the sky, trying to find the baseball, but it was too late. The ball was too far away, and it would be impossible for my telekinesis to reach it from here. I grabbed Bakugo's shirt collar, pulling his face down towards mine since I was slightly shorter than him. "You got a problem, Bakugo? Or are you just blind and can't see where you're walking?" I said, only loud enough for him to hear while the class was too focused on when my ball would land. Kaken glared back at me, grabbing my collar too. "You're starting to get on my nerves, copycat." I grinned. "I tend to have that effect on people," I said calmly, recalling all the childish fights I had with Shigaraki over little things. 978.3 meters, Aizawa announced, cutting off our staring contest. Bakugo scoffed in disbelief while I grinned, teasing him as I let go of his collar and patted his shoulder. "Looks like I still win, Bakugo," I said, walking back towards the class and standing at the back. Bakugo stood there, not believing someone had the guts to not only speak back to him but also mock him. His shoulders shook as he unleashed his anger and charged towards me, but the class quickly moved aside. Just before he could lay a finger on me, thick white bandages wrapped around his body, keeping him in place as he groaned loudly, still shaking with anger. "Violence towards a classmate during heroic training is not permitted here," Aizawa said, his eyes glowing a bright red as he pulled Bakugo back a bit. Letting go of him, Bakugo glared at me and moved to the other side while we continued the quirk training. I came in second, with a boy named Shoto Todoroki beating me by a hair. "So he's my brother. Endeavor's son?" I thought, staring at the back of the unusually quiet teenager as he looked at our rankings. His face didn't change even though he came in first. Crossing my arms, I raised my eyebrows. Is he that full of himself? Did he know he would come out in first place? I mean, I'm not surprised, he probably takes after his dad. A girl named Hagakure, with an invisibility quirk, came last. As Aizawa took her student badge and told her to leave the school's site immediately, she left sobbing. The rest of the day went by like middle school, with English and math just a bit harder. A few hours later, everyone went home while Asumi and I went to the league. I shot up from my lying position in a cold sweat, breathing like I had just run a marathon. I looked around to see I was in my room at the league, Asumi still sleeping in her bed on the other side of the room. I sighed, relieved that I didn't wake her, running my hand through my black curls. I looked at my hands, recalling my nightmare, the memories making a knot form in my throat as I fought back tears. In my nightmare, I was standing in the middle of a little forest that looked oddly familiar. The sound of birds singing and the flow of a nearby lake could be heard in the background. I walked down a pathway and started hearing faint giggling and laughter coming from not far away. I sped up, trying to reach the source, and ended up at a little playground with no one really around since the sun was already setting. A few children remained, talking about something I couldn't hear. As I walked closer, I noticed a little Bakugo and a little me protecting a little boy with short blue hair and glasses. I stopped walking, feeling a sense of déjà vu as I remembered this very scene from when I was just 4. It was the day after Kaken told me to stop being his friend. "Move out of the way, Deku," little Kaken shouted, rubbing his sore knuckles while grinning playfully at the timid boy I couldn't remember the name of. "Kaken, what you're doing isn't very hero-like. Please leave him be," little me said, extending my hands to my sides, trying to shield the boy behind me as much as possible. Little Kaken groaned, rolling his eyes while his friends behind him laughed quietly, whispering about something I couldn't make out. "You always have to ruin everything. Look what you did," he shouted, pointing behind me. I turned around to see the boy I was protecting was no longer there. "See? A quirkless loser like you could never become a hero. He just left without saying thanks or standing up for you. He used you," little Kaken laughed, trying to get into my head as I stared at the empty spot where the boy used to sit. Suddenly, my knees buckled as little me was pushed down onto the ground, and that's when I thought I had to do something. I tried to step out of the forest where I was watching the commotion, but the grass around my feet grew longer and thicker, tangling around my legs and stopping my movements. Branches wrapped around my arms, torso, and neck, keeping me restricted and forcing me to face my little self. It felt like the plants had minds of their own, torturing me by making me watch the bullying unfold. If I even attempted to close my eyes, the branches tightened around my neck, making it harder to breathe. Tears streamed down my face as I watched my little self cry, not from pain, but from the hurtful words coming from someone he thought was a friend. "You're actually so useless. I should have left you to rot under a bridge," little Kaken said, grabbing my little self by the hair and dragging him toward his friends, who held him down by the arms and legs. I pulled against the plants wrapped around me, desperate to save him, but they were stronger than steel, elastic like RBB, making it impossible to break free. Don't even think about hanging with me anymore. You aren't worthy to be around someone as cool and strong as me. If you were near me, your weakness would affect me and people would think I'm like you, weak and soft. Give up your dreams, they are way beyond your reach, Kaken said, delivering one last punch that left a mark. Little me no longer screamed or struggled. He was broken, hoping Kaken was joking and that tomorrow would be different. But instead, things only got worse. His only friend had abandoned him. Kaken's friends let him go, high-fiving each other, celebrating while the broken boy lay on the ground, bruised and defeated, unable to get up from the pain. The plants eventually loosened their grip, allowing me to see if my little self was okay. But I already knew I wasn't all right. I was angry at myself for being weak and quirkless. But what infuriated me more was that I wasn't angry at Kaken when I should have been. Even after that agonizing beating, I couldn't care less. All that filled my mind was how I would prove him wrong and show him that I could become a hero, even without a quirk. If only I had realized sooner, maybe none of this would have happened, and perhaps my life would have been less miserable. Maybe my mom would still be alive. If only I had listened to him. Maybe we could have had a happy family. I might have had friends and I wouldn't have suffered so much. I stood up with shaking legs and knelt beside my little self, grabbing his hands and running my thumb across his palm while smiling at his peaceful sleeping face. I'll make things right for us. I'll make him pay, I whispered, and suddenly everything turned dark, my mind going blank. End of nightmare. Coming back to reality, I looked at my alarm clock and realized I had woken up only half an hour earlier. Deciding not to go back to sleep, I got ready for school. I grabbed a clean towel and my uniform, took a quick shower, brushed through my messy black hair, and borrowed some of Asumi's concealer to hide my freckles. Halfway through applying the makeup, Asumi woke up and began her morning routine. Lastly, I put in my bright red contacts before grabbing a piece of toast and walking out the front door with Asumi to head to school. How much longer do I have to do this? I arrived at school early again, sitting at my desk to wait for the teacher and the rest of the class. Just then, I felt a light vibration in my blazer pocket and took out my phone to see a new text message from Shigaraki. I tapped the icon to open the app and read the message quietly under my breath so that only I would hear in case anyone else was around. Deku, it has been decided, we're making our move in 2 days. Until then, keep it low, just take your notes or whatever you do. Don't attract unnecessary attention onto yourself. And even though you're there as a spy, you should still work hard in your English and math. You never know when we will need it. After all, you're the brains of the league anyway. Peace out. I read the message again to make sure I understood it correctly. Broccoli head? Who does he think he's talking to? That old man needs some chapstick, I swear, I muttered at my phone, glaring at the text message, not realizing a few classmates had already entered the classroom. I looked around and noticed a boy with 6 arms and another with a bird head, smiling awkwardly as I scratched at my neck. I immediately stopped, realizing what I was doing. I didn't want my neck looking like my friends, who had a habit of scratching at it when frustrated. I turned my attention to the front of the room as more students came in and took their seats. All we had to wait for now was Eraserhead, though I had already forgotten his real name. I took out my hero analysis book and started writing in it, filling in details about everyone's friendship groups, personalities, and features. This information would help me in the long run, especially for the league when I wasn't around, since I tended to remember things better when I wrote them down. Everyone fell silent when someone banged the door open, a large figure flying through. I'm coming through the door like a normal person. Everyone cheered at the sight of the number 1 hero, while I rolled my eyes internally, cursing his existence. Why was he here? He's got guts showing up with that face after what he's done. I thought, arguing with myself. What an attention seeker. I accidentally said out loud, though I thought no one heard me. After what felt like ages of All Might explaining that he was our hero teacher from now on and what we would be doing for hero training, we changed into our new hero costumes. Mine consisted of a mint green jumper with bunny ears attached to the hood, matching green joggers, bright red shoes, and a bright red belt for small weapons. I also had a mask that looked quite similar to my villain mask. Walking down to meet All Might with the class, I inspected everyone's outfits, liking some but cringing at most of their ideas. Who comes up with the idea to wear a cape and huge red glasses? A significant disadvantage in a fight. But Kaken's costume. Not going to lie, it wasn't bad. Too bad he was wearing it, though. When we finally arrived, we were sorted into teams of 2, and raffles determined who we would face. I ended up on the same team as Uraraka, and we were going against Bakugo's team. We were the heroes while they were the villains. I cringed at being on the hero team, but there wasn't much I could do about it. It's not like I was actually a hero anyway. We were up first, and the villains got a 5-minute head start to find the bomb and decide their roles. Once the timer was up, Uraraka and I rushed in, navigating rows of corridors and looking around every corner for the enemy. I heard inaudible talking, which made me halt, causing Uraraka to bump into me. I turned my head and gave her a side glare, which she just smiled at. I quietly told her to go find the bomb while I took care of Bakugo. She looked confused since it was eerily silent. Suddenly, I pushed her out of the way as I jumped back to avoid a surprise attack from my childhood friend. Ironic, every villain goes for the surprise attack, I thought, glaring at an angry Bakugo. Go, Uraraka! I shouted as I ran at Bakugo, our bodies clashing as we tried to overpower each other with our bare hands. No quirks involved. Finally, I have an excuse to beat your butt. Bakugo pushed me off, and I slid back, my red shoes scraping against the floor. I won't be your punching bag, Baka. I got up to attack him again. Using my telekinesis, I lifted Bakugo and threw him against the wall, sending him through multiple layers. He coughed, blood coming from his nose. Bakugo quickly got up and pushed off the wall, flying toward me as we exchanged blows, mostly him receiving them. But he caught me off guard with a feint and tackled me to the ground, pinning me down. I thought you said something, copycat, he said, smirking as he punched me straight in the nose. I groaned and shut my eyes, starting to thrash around, forgetting I had a quirk while Bakugo continued to hit me. No, stop. Not again. Old memories replayed in my head from when I was little, his words and actions echoing over and over. Deku, you quirkless freak. Get out of the way, extra. Don't try it with me, nerd. You're just a stepping stone to my victory. This stupid dream of yours is going to be your downfall, Deku. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope you get a quirk in your next life. My eyes shot open, but all I could see was red. I pushed Bakugo off me with inhuman strength, making him tumble to the floor. He looked up, confused, and met the eyes of a raging animal ready to attack. The intimidating glare of my blue eyes made Bakugo gulp, but he swallowed that fear and charged at me, heating up his fists. I let out a warrior-like scream as I charged up my quirk, breaking the walls around me and picking up debris to throw at Bakugo with incredible speed and strength. He dodged the flying objects by bouncing against the remaining wall and propelling himself out of the way using his explosions. Looking around the corridor, I searched for anything that could help me defeat Bakugo when I noticed a camera facing me directly. My heart skipped a beat as I realized what I had done. They saw my eyes. I screamed, picking up heavier and larger objects and throwing them toward Bakugo, who dodged or smashed them as he got closer. I'll lose at this rate, I must do something, I thought, glancing back at the camera and sending a large piece of debris at it, breaking it completely as it fell to the floor. I switched off my telekinesis by blinking and reopened my eyes, but they no longer glowed a bright blue. They were now glowing a bright green, the same color as my flames. Bakugo stopped and looked at me, his eyes widening. How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve, copycat? He shouted, clenching his fists. I laughed, staring at his angry expression. I can't believe I once admired him. He's just like everyone else, seeking recognition, I thought as my laughter faded and a frown formed on my face. I put my hands in front of me, forming a large ball of green fire and sent it charging at Bakugo, going in for the kill. I was suddenly snapped out of my trance when Bakugo shouted, "What are you doing, Nagisa?" But it was too late, I couldn't stop my flames in time, and they hit Bakugo directly. I dropped onto my knees, shocked at the deep hole the flames created, my mouth agape. A familiar pain made its way into my heart. I quickly got up and climbed through the damaged walls, looking down the tall building to see a crater, but Bakugo was nowhere to be found. My eyes raced around, searching for the ash blonde when a feminine voice spoke in my ear through my earpiece. "Shiota?" I heard a loud bang. "Is everything all right down there?" she whispered. I pressed down on the earpiece. "Yes, everything's fine. Have you found the bomb?" I asked, a scowl on my face as I continued searching for Bakugo. "Yes, but I can't really get to it. Ida put everything in the way, so my quirk isn't going to help much, and he's too fast for me to get past," she said calmly. I nodded to myself before responding, "I'll be right there." "What floor are you on?" I asked impatiently, anxiety building in my stomach. "I'm on the FO." Her voice was cut off when the building started shaking, pieces of the ceiling falling and the walls collapsing. I rushed out of the hole before I could get crushed when suddenly Bakugo blasted through from below, his hands glowing bright orange. I quickly dodged multiple blows that were too close for comfort when I was suddenly hit from both sides at the same time, leaving me badly injured on my left side. I arched my back in pain as I fell hard onto the floor, my hands shaking as I tried to stifle my cries of agony. I hugged my side, trying to ease the pain, but it only seemed to worsen. Bakugo walked toward me, a smirk on his face, and lifted his hand, pointing it at me as I sat on the floor. The pain made my eyes sting with tears as I pressed on my new wound, reopening old cuts and worsening the bleeding. "You're just like him," Bakugo said, gripping the gauntlet on his right arm tightly and taking a step back. "Weak and worthless," he screamed, pulling off the clip to the gauntlet, unleashing explosions hundreds of times stronger than his ordinary ones. Time seemed to slow down as I stared at the burning cloud of fire approaching me while I sat on the ground, tears running down my face, fear in my eyes. "You're just a worthless Deku. You'll never be anything else. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. You can't be a hero if you're quirkless. Izuku, come on, we're going to be late." Meeting Asumi felt like a new awakening in my life. It gave me a reason to live again. Hearing her voice was the little push I needed to get back up and walk away from the gates of death. Suddenly, I felt power surging through me, as if all my injuries were healing. Jumping up, I pushed my hands forward, releasing a stream of wild green fire toward Bakugo's aggressive explosions. They collided with a loud bang, making the building shake again, but with more force than before, causing it to slightly crumble beneath us. Bakugo and I glared at each other, fighting as if our lives depended on it. Sweat trickled down my face as my eyes glowed a appealing emerald green, similar to my original eye color. I pushed harder against Bakugo, but keeping my fire up for so long required immense concentration. I had to focus on the current of the flames, the force, and the heat. Just like Dabi's flames, mine burned my skin too, and I didn't want to harm Bakugo, so I learned to control the temperature, managing to burn only my hands, unlike Dabi, who bore many battle scars. I was slowly getting exhausted, holding back Bakugo's explosions as he pushed me closer to the hole he had fallen out of earlier. I had no choice. The dark red strands in my black hair thickened, nearly overlapping my hair completely, and my eyes glowed an even brighter green with a small tint of blue. My ears and tail grew out, becoming fluffier. My flames intensified, forcing Bakugo to exert more effort. My hands began to shake as my own flames started to engulf me, but Bakugo was too focused on trying to pry me off to notice my struggle. As the flames grew, they wrapped around me, cutting off my air supply, and I felt myself weakening. Bakugo's explosions became stronger and dangerously close. Without realizing it, they began to singe my cat ears and tail, but I was running solely on adrenaline. My vision blurred, and I collapsed, unable to maintain my flames any longer. Bakugo's explosions burned me, and the pain felt relentless, but it seemed no one could hear my cries over the chaos. Eventually, we both lay breathing. I was half-conscious, severely burned and out of stamina, while Bakugo stood, slightly stumbling from the effort. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and in frustration, he punched the ground, shouting, "F-." My vision faded as I tried to focus on his voice, but it felt distant. Giving in, I slipped into unconsciousness as Bakugo did the same, leaving Uraraka and Ida to finish the test on their own. When I finally opened my eyes, my vision was still foggy, but I recognized the infirmary at UA. I looked down to see I was covered in bandages soaked with blood. I noticed Bakugo in a similar condition, still unconscious. It felt like I had been awake for a while with no one around, and boredom began to set in. I decided to play with my quirk, forming a small green flame on the tip of my finger and watching it dance until my whole hand was covered. I quickly extinguished the flames just as the door slammed open, making me jump and causing Bakugo to flinch in his sleep. I squeezed my eyes shut and slowed my breathing to feign sleep. I could hear a man and a woman enter, the woman approaching me. I clenched my blanket tighter as she stopped and placed her cold hands on my forehead. "He'll be all right. He just got hurt a little," I heard what sounded like an older woman say, likely recovery girl. She walked toward the door to explain my condition to the man, who seemed uninterested and headed straight for Bakugo's bed. Recovery girl followed him, placing her hand on Bakugo's forehead and giving him a light kiss. "How is young Bakugo?" the #1 hero asked, his deep voice filled with concern. "He overworked his quirk, pushing it to its limit and burning himself in the process, but he should heal and be back in classes by tomorrow," she replied, adjusting his blanket. I couldn't help but wonder why he was so protective of Bakugo, the most stubborn and selfish person in Class 1A. You know how he gets? He's so stubborn and has no control over his emotions. I now know I shouldn't have given him one for all yet, but I thought. All Might was interrupted by Recovery Girl placing a finger on her lips and pointing toward my turned back. "He's up," she whispered, getting up to check on me. Confused, I wondered how she knew. I then heard the quick beeping of the heart monitor next to my bed. I rolled over, faked a yawn, and stretched as if waking up. When I opened my eyes, I saw All Might sitting by Bakugo's bed and Recovery Girl next to mine. "Hello, sweetheart. You all right? Any pain or discomfort?" she asked, typing on her computer. I pulled down my blanket and sat on the edge of the bed, my legs dangling. "No, I'm all right," I stuttered. She handed me a pile of my folded school uniform and told me to change in the bathroom next to the medical room. I accepted it with a small smile and got up to head out. As I walked toward the door, I noticed All Might glaring at me, his blue eyes piercing through his black pupils. I turned and glared back, letting a little green light slip through my red contacts, causing him to look confused. Before he could say anything, I left to change and head to my classroom full of aspiring heroes. I knocked on the door and walked in past everyone, sitting down at my desk in silence. After a few seconds of them staring at me, they turned back towards their teacher to continue the lesson while I placed my forehead against the wooden desk, reflecting on what had happened in the past few hours. In our battle, Kaken seemed faster and stronger than usual, and his quirk was more aggressive and chaotic than it should have been. It was as if he was struggling to control his own power. Had he gained more strength overnight? Was what All Might said about his quirk true? The red lightning bolts that danced around Kaken's hands when he unleashed an explosion made me wonder. How was that possible? He was born with one quirk, a combination of both his parents' abilities, and strength enhancement had nothing to do with them. Was Kaken All Might's successor? I clenched my fist at the thought. Even though All Might was cruel, he possessed incredible power that no one else had, and he chose to pass it on to someone like Kaken, who only cared about himself and his pride. All Might somehow transferred his quirk to Kaken, and this one for all was taking a toll on him. This power could hurt its owner if not used properly. During our fight, Kaken showed all the signs of being able to defeat me in a one-on-one, but he held back. Because of his newly acquired quirk, he had to use less power to avoid breaking his body. Despite winning, Kaken didn't look happy or proud. I noticed, while pushing my strongest flames in my weakened state, that he looked stressed and in pain. He wore a large frown, biting his lip until it drew blood. Then something unexpected happened. He shed a few tears, but they quickly evaporated in the heat of our battle. I hadn't thought much of it during the fight, consumed by adrenaline and bloodlust, but reflecting on it now, I almost felt bad. Why would he cry? Maybe it was the heat? Some dust? Perhaps he was burning himself? Kaken crying in front of someone was rare. He had only cried once in front of me when we were 4. For him to cry in front of someone he had just met and already disliked was shocking. Did he have a soft spot for me? Or was I a reminder of someone from his past? The old Deku? That would explain why he enjoyed beating me so much, but why would he cry? I thought he hated that version of me. I needed to learn more about this connection they had, but I would keep it quiet from the league until I had enough evidence. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and I packed up to go home alone since Asumi had left earlier. Once I opened the front door, I walked in and tossed my new red bag onto the floor next to the coat hanger. I was quickly yanked forward by Asumi, who seemed grumpier than usual as she dragged me into the bar where everyone sat chatting. I glanced at her, confused, my tail twisting around her wrist in an attempt to break free from her iron grip, which was starting to hurt. Finally, Hitoshi came over and separated us, standing in front of Asumi and growling at me. "What are you doing, you mutt?" he exclaimed, silencing the bar as everyone's attention turned to the 3 cat hybrids. Asumi remained silent, glaring at me past Hitoshi. He grabbed her shoulders, looking concerned. "Ichi used his fire," Asumi whispered through gritted teeth. My eyes widened in shock. How on earth did she find out? Everyone now looked at me, the center of attention, either shocked, angry, or scared. I tugged at my sleeves, trying to ignore their piercing glares when the screeching of a chair being pushed across the floor caught my attention. I looked up to see a furious Shigaraki getting up from his seat at the bar and storming over to me, his red eyes glowing ominously. I started shaking, recalling his cold, tough hands grabbing my arms during training, punishing me while my skin flaked away and blood gushed out. I remembered how he had beaten me so badly that I couldn't get up for an hour afterward. My knees buckled, and I fell onto my hands, scanning the room for an escape or someone to help me. Time felt like it slowed down, as dread filled me while I looked up at Asumi. She didn't seem scared for me or even a little bit concerned. She was angry, believing I deserved it. I bet she never felt the pain of Shigaraki's quirk, how your skin turns gray and falls off, how your muscles tense up and cramp, how he shows no remorse while looking down at you, holding you tightly in his grasp. I needed to get out of there, but there was nowhere to go. It felt like I was being chained down, just like how my mom was at that time, with gravity pushing me down, making standing up impossible. I looked at Hitoshi with pleading eyes, begging him to do something or even just say a word like, "Wait," but he just stared while hugging Asumi from the side. A few tears ran down my cheeks as Shigaraki stopped in front of me. I faced my worst nightmare as he smirked and clicked his knuckles. He crouched down and grabbed my arm, causing my blazer and shirt to decay and fall away, my skin following suit. I screamed and pleaded with Shigaraki, but his fingers remained lodged onto my hand as my muscles slowly tore apart, blood spilling onto the floor and staining my gray blazer. After what felt like hours, Shigaraki released my arm, and it dropped to the floor, completely destroyed and no longer usable. I stared down at my arm, tears pouring down like a waterfall. All the hard work I put into training was gone. I got up with shaky legs, falling a few times before managing to stand properly, and ran out of the bar and up the stairs toward my room, clutching my hands to stop the bleeding. That's what happens when you don't follow orders. Deku. The next morning I woke up with red, puffy eyes and agonizing pain in my arm. Last night, I had passed out on the floor next to my bedroom door from the pain, and now I was covered in blood from my arms down. I sighed and got up, trying not to put any pressure on my wounded hands, and walked toward the bathroom attached to mine and Asumi's room. Last night, she had tried to come into our room, but I locked her out completely. She tried talking to me, but I blocked her out, her words going in one ear and out the other. After taking an ice-cold shower and washing off the dried blood, I dried off and shook my head, attempting to rid myself of the annoying headache. I wrapped clean bandages around my weak, limp arm. Since the League prioritized destroying All Might, they didn't spend money on disinfectants or casts for broken limbs, so I had to use cheap bandages that were barely effective. While unwrapping the bandages from my forehead and hair, I felt a strong sting. Touching it, I felt pain and suspected the cause. I activated my quirk, and my tail grew out, but my ears were burned off, only the very bottom remaining with a nasty scab. It felt like a million butterflies were set free in my stomach as I gasped at their ugly state. I leaned back into the shower and carefully washed the dried blood from my black hair, avoiding soap on my wounded ears. After applying some foundation to my pale cheeks to cover my freckles, I wrapped a new set of bandages around my ears and put on a spare uniform, buttoning up my shirt and putting on my blazer carefully to avoid hurting my injured arm. I walked out of the bathroom in my room, down the stairs, past the bar, and out the door without meeting anyone's eyes, yesterday flashing through my mind. I let them see the weak and pathetic me, the me I used to be. I bit my lip to stop myself from whimpering. I wasn't strong enough, but that would change soon. I brushed down my blazer and walked onto school grounds with a fake smirk. Walking into class 1A, nearly everyone was already there except for Todoroki and Bakugo. I sat down at the back, mumbling a quiet good morning to those who noticed me. Soon after, Todoroki walked in with an angry Bakugo following behind him, a bandage wrapped around his muscular forearm, making me gulp. Did I just gulp? I thought, slamming my red face onto my desk. Once everyone was in class, Aizawa came in looking the same as always and started teaching about how to save people in disaster events. I rolled my eyes, knowing all the things he was telling us since the League had taught me basically everything the underground hero was saying. Remember this, brats, because we are going to the USJ tomorrow, he stated, his eyes half shut. I perked up at that, recalling Handyman's text message about it, but I wasn't sure if I would be part of it anymore after everything that happened yesterday. The bell rang, signaling the start of math class. As a middle school student who often found solace in studying, I breezed through the higher-level material. An hour later, English class began, and the school day passed quicker than I expected. I dreaded returning home, knowing I would have to face everyone and act as if nothing had happened. There was no avoiding it. I twisted the key in the rusty front door and stepped inside, careful to avoid making noise. The old wooden floor creaked beneath me, each sound amplifying in my mind. I hurried past the bar and headed for the stairs, sweat trickling down my forehead. Suddenly, someone stepped out from a room down the corridor, causing me to bump into them and stumble. I quickly gathered myself and looked up at Shinso, who towered over me. I nervously rubbed the back of my neck, expecting him to walk past, but he stood still, glaring down at me. "Sorry, Dad," I stammered, intertwining my hands behind my back. He raised his brows. "It's, sir, for you," he said calmly, though a hint of anger laced his tone. "Yes, sir." "Sorry, sir," I replied, confused. When did I stop being allowed to call him Dad? After everything we had worked through, why was today different? He walked around me, nudging me lightly with his shoulder, and I took a small step back, my eyes welling with tears. Was it because I had used my fire? Did it upset everyone that much? Was everything reverting to how it used to be? Would I be alone again? I understood I was part of Endeavor's legacy, but I ran to my room and slammed the door behind me. Sliding down against the door, I hugged my knees and let a few sobs escape, recalling everything from Kaken to my failures. My head shot up when I heard someone fake cough. Asumi stood there, smirking with her arms crossed. I wiped my tears away and glared at her, filled with frustration. "What? A picture would last longer," she teased. I scoffed and pulled the covers over me, turning to face the wall. Asumi, of course, pulled the covers off, further irritating me. I shot up and snatched the blanket back, making her laugh. "Stop being such a crybaby," she groaned, clearly frustrated. I glared at her and slammed my hands against the wall, creating a deep hole. She jumped, surprised by my outburst. "If only you had stayed quiet, none of this would have happened." I shouted. "Well, if only you had listened, I wouldn't have had to tell Shigaraki," she shot back, equally angry. I rolled my eyes, grabbing my hair in frustration. "You are so selfish I can't even," she cut me off. "This is what you get for using your fire without permission, Deku. Why are you all making such a big deal out of it?" I yelled, my voice echoing. Asumi rubbed her hands nervously, reluctant to answer. "Is it because I'm related to Endeavor?" You were fine with me using my fire before this mission, so what's changed? I asked, stepping closer to her. Look, it was unacceptable. When you do things like that, you have to expect consequences, she mumbled, her confidence wavering without Shinso around. I didn't ask about what happened with Shigaraki. I asked why you guys are treating me like a pest. I leaned against the wall beside her. The thing is, we don't like weaklings. The fact that you used your fire as backup shows how weak you are since your telekinesis isn't reliable enough. Plus, being Endeavor's child adds to it, making us dislike you even more because you remind us of his sons, Dabi and Shudo. Asumi smirked, regaining her confidence as I faltered. And that's why. We hate you, she added, pinching my cheeks. I slapped her hands away, feeling embarrassed. But still, you don't treat Dabi like you treat me, I said, my voice muffled by my hands. Because he earned our respect through intense training and his disdain for his own family. We treat him like everyone else, with respect. You, on the other hand, aren't worth our respect, she said, uninterested as she examined her nails. I laughed, prompting an annoyed expression from Asumi. So why did you treat me nicely before if I wasn't worth your respect? Is it because I'm a good pawn in your plan against All Might? I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my thighs. Yes, you hit the nail on the head. That's exactly why we treated you with special care. Because you're our trump card. But you can't tell Shigaraki I told you this, she warned, shutting her book loudly and fixing her bright green gaze on me. And what makes you think I won't tell after yesterday? I smirked, cornering her. Unless you want your little brother, Shudo Todoroki, to get hurt, I suggest you keep quiet, she said, her tail and ears twitching. My smirk faded into a frown. Even though I hadn't spoken to Todoroki much, he was still my brother, and he had endured similar treatment for much longer. He didn't deserve any more pain. I growled, realizing our positions were actually the other way. She was the hunter, and I was the prey, backed into a corner with nowhere left to go. She sat back down onto her bed and continued reading a book about quirks while I walked down the stairs, trying to leave through the front door. Suddenly, someone grabbed my hood, pulling me back. I was dragged into the bar by a laughing toga. Everyone was there except Asumi, who still sat upstairs. Izuku, come here please. Shigaraki gestured for me to sit on the stool next to him, signaling a serious talk. I approached hesitantly, still feeling uneasy around him, even though we were friends, or at least I thought so. I sat down and looked up at Shigaraki, who was sipping a cup of red wine. Tomorrow, you won't be part of the mission. My jaw dropped at his words. No. You can't take me out, Tamura. You can't. I grabbed his arms, pleading. After what happened yesterday, we can't have you risking the success of this mission. And you're not strong enough yet to fight the top heroes, he said, emphasizing my weakness with a sarcastic tone, refusing even to glance at me. I stood up abruptly, knocking over my stool. Hey, you, I said between pauses, then left the bar, sprinting toward the famous beach that used to be covered in rubbish. I was no child anymore. I could take care of myself. Lost in thought, I accidentally bumped into someone, causing him to drop his cup of coffee. I gasped and pulled out a napkin from my pocket, trying to clean the stain off his shirt while apologizing repeatedly. The man was very skinny, with short blonde hair and 2 long strands framing his face. He wore a plain white shirt and dark green trousers, looking like he was either heading home after a long day or about to pick up his kids. I noticed people around us avoiding him, giving him strange looks. Mothers covered their children's eyes, and men pulled their wives away to walk in another direction. This infuriated me. He might not have been the most conventionally attractive person, but I could tell he was kind from the smile he gave me, assuring me it was okay despite the mess I had made. I bowed down to apologize one last time when he gently grabbed my shoulders, asking an unexpected question. See, could you be Izuku Midoriya? I stiffened, surprised he would think that, especially since I had wiped off my makeup and removed my contacts, revealing my natural bright emerald green eyes. I laughed nervously and shook my head. Oh no. I'm sorry, my name's Kageyama Tobio, I said, extending my hand for a shake. My name's Tashinori. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry, you just looked very much like someone I was searching for, he said, squinting at me suspiciously while shaking my hand. Well, do you have time, young man? We could maybe sit down somewhere and talk? I'd really love to get to know you unless you have some. I cut him off by shaking my head and giving him a genuine smile. Yeah, I'm free. We could maybe sit by the beach if that's all right. He smiled and nodded. I spent the next few hours talking to him about general topics like school and home, leaving out the more troubling details of my life. He was a really nice person to talk to. He listened and shared about his life, including how his wife was murdered by a notorious villain group called the League of Villains. I frowned, knowing who he was talking about and feeling upset that I was part of that group. Toshinori didn't deserve such a tragedy, even if his wife had been involved in villainy. Since he shared his story, I thought maybe I should tell him mine. About nearly a year ago, my mother was murdered by a villain. Or so I thought. A few weeks later, I learned that the hero I admired most was the cause of her planned death. I said, my voice trembling as I neared the edge of breaking down. Toshinori frowned. Who was it? I leaned closer, whispering, the two top heroes. Endeavor and All Might. I clenched my fists, trying to calm myself. He gasped and enveloped me in a hug. My heart skipped a beat at the warmth of his embrace. It felt comfortable and familiar, like I had known Toshinori forever, but it also felt strange. I had never experienced such care before. Still, I took advantage of the moment and hugged him back, letting out the pent-up feelings that had been trapped inside me since becoming homeless and abandoned. He patted my back and smiled. This man reminded me so much of my mother, which made me cry even more. I promised myself that I would protect him, no matter what, whether he was good or bad. That was a promise I would carry out until my very last breath. Soon, I had to go home, and Toshinori and I exchanged numbers. I walked home with a large smile on my face, though the League stared at me oddly when I returned, noticing my giddiness but also my red, puffy eyes from crying. I laughed it off and went into my bedroom to get ready for bed. I needed to protect Toshinori, and to do that, I had to get stronger. The only way to achieve that was to put effort into training both in and outside of school. And maybe treat people a little nicer, even though I didn't really want to. The next day, I woke up well-rested and went to school as usual, remembering to cover my freckles and put in my contacts. When some classmates greeted me, I responded with a smile instead of my usual frown and grumpy tone. Many people stared at me in confusion, which I found amusing. They seemed to be waiting for the punchline of a joke that never came, and the whole class felt more comfortable in my presence. That mood shifted when Kaken walked in, hands stuffed in his pockets and wearing an angry scowl. The room grew quiet, and the atmosphere became tense. Everybody sit down. Class began 2 minutes ago. Izukus said as he walked in. The class collectively thought, says the one who's late. We're going to USJ, so change into your hero costumes and meet me on the bus and don't be late or you'll be left behind, he instructed before walking back outside. I barely made it onto the bus before it left, but on the way there, I pondered my situation. Was I meant to help Shigaraki and the others, or the heroes? I knew I was no longer part of the mission, but for the first time in a while, I felt guilty about working against my family. I didn't want to hurt my classmates, so what was I supposed to do? We arrived shortly after, and everyone got off the bus to be welcomed by the pro-hero. I was struggling to stay awake as I listened to her talk about the history of heroes and their various methods of saving people from disasters. Everyone else seemed interested and excited, except for Kaken, who only found destruction entertaining. I rolled my eyes and noticed a black hole opening in the middle of the field. Recognizing it as Kurogiri's warp gate, I smirked but stayed quiet until it was too late for the heroes to close it. Sensei, is that part of the training? The guy with spiky red hair and shark-like teeth asked, pointing toward the center. The pro-heroes turned to see villains of all sorts walking through. Some had knives for hands, others had strange growths like wings, and some had distorted faces with sharp teeth and claws. The main ones stood by the gate, while the weaker ones rushed in, seemingly unaware of their doom. Was Shigaraki really underestimating the heroes this? I chuckled and pulled my hood up, moving away to observe All Might's supposed end, even though he was nowhere in sight. Kurogiri quickly appeared in front of the class, but as soon as he did, a blur of red and blonde rushed to attack him, only to miss completely. They jumped down and snarled at the villain, who laughed. Kurogiri teleported the class to different areas of the USJ, but some managed to escape thanks to Ida pushing them out of harm's way just in time. The villain growled and chased after the teenagers, but number 13 activated her quirk, trying to contain him. He resisted. Ida, get reinforcements. We need all might. Go, hurry! She screamed as Kurogiri created a warp gate behind her, causing her to collapse. Ida looked conflicted, torn between staying with his friends and leaving to get help. The guilt of someone dying while he was away would haunt him. Ida, go! Number 13 shouted one last time before passing out next to Kurogiri. Ida made up his mind and dashed out of the building, Kurogiri in pursuit. I couldn't help but laugh at Ida's frightened expression. It reminded me of how the people I had faced looked before their end. We were surrounded by villains, but they were weaklings, so Kaken and I could easily handle them. After defeating them, we navigated through the maze of abandoned buildings until we stumbled upon a gruesome scene. Aizawa lay on the ground, bleeding under what looked like a purple monster with a bird's head and an exposed brain. Our classmates were struggling against other villains, but they were outnumbered. Kaken and I rushed toward the purple monster, ready to attack, but we were blown away and landed in the water of the shipwreck zone. Sheet! I cursed, shaking my head to clear the water from my ears while Kaken coughed after swallowing some. We got back up and headed toward the monster when we noticed a villain with pastel blue hair and hands all over their body reaching for Azui, who was frozen in fear. I changed course and ran toward her, using my power to push the villain aside, causing his hands to crack and decay. I frowned and let out a battle cry as I fought him, but he was stronger and smarter than the others. His fighting style felt oddly familiar, as if I had faced him before or someone like him. You're pretty strong, you know, the villain complimented me, but I ignored him, refusing to let him flatter me. If only you picked the right side, then maybe. He was cut short when I kicked him hard on his side, probably breaking some of his ribs. He winced in pain but laughed. What's wrong with you villains? You're all psychos. I screamed, kicking him where it hurt most. He groaned but still managed to smile. Now I know why our little hellhound hates you so much, the villain said, looking me in the eye. You talking about that thing? I pointed at the purple monster fighting All Might, who had just arrived. That thing has no emotions, I said, punching Shigaraki on the side of his face. He spat at the ground, the iron taste of blood lingering in his mouth. Yes, I know that, but that's not who I'm talking about, silly. Him, Shigaraki said, pointing behind me. I turned around and saw the Bakugo's POV. I was frozen. I couldn't believe it. He's alive. And well, but he's different from the last time I saw him. Something's off. My eyes widened when he smiled and waved at me. Hiya, Kaken. How are you? Haven't seen you in a while, he said, skipping towards me with his hands behind his back. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. He's really here, but what is he doing with the league? Why, you're alive. But how? There was blood everywhere and the house was... I was cut off when Deku somehow got in front of me in lightning speed and placed a dagger against my neck. You really are stupid, Kaken, aren't you? You always were. When the police were at the scene, did they find my body? Anything at all except for my blood? He replied, smirking while my eyes widened in realization. No. I whispered under my breath. He chuckled. I really didn't think you would fall for our little plan, Kaken. I'm disappointed. He pouted while tracing my jaw with the dagger. I glared at him, smirking. Why are you with the villains, Deku? I asked enraged. Why, you ask? Because, my dear Kaken, they showed me the truth about our hero society. They showed me just how messed up this world is and the people living around us, our friends and families. But the people I'm with now aren't the bad guys. Everyone thinks we're the bad guys, but we're not. The heroes are the enemy, not us. He seemed so angry about everything. I wished I could help, but I didn't know how. My face softened seeing him so helpless. He had changed so much, and it was because of me. What is it, Kaken? Am I making you upset? You were the one that said I would make a pretty good villain, didn't you? You were the one that said all those mean words and told me to jump off the roof, didn't you? For so many years, I put up with you. And you can't even apologize. He threw me to the floor, glaring down at me. Look at that. I did everything for your sake and only you. Please listen to me. My face turned away as he cut my eye, blinding me. Don't tell me that beating me up nearly every day until I couldn't move was because you were trying to help me, he said, pointing the bloody dagger at my face. Did this really make you feel good? Did it feel amazing hurting me when I was weak and worthless because of something I couldn't help? I didn't want you becoming a hero, okay? I shouted, falling onto my knees, my face towards the ground as I tried to hide my tears. Why? Why couldn't I become a hero? He shouted, stabbing the knife into my shoulder, making me let out a blood-curdling scream. I didn't want you to get yourself killed. I didn't want my best friend to throw away his life for the sake of other people. I shouted through my screams of pain. He froze, his hold around the dagger loosening as he stood upright, emotionless. Deku's POV. Best friend? I burst out laughing while tears leaked from my eyes. I was choking from the amount I was laughing and couldn't stop myself. What is he saying? Did I hear that right? Kaken was a mess and I was done with him. For now. I pulled the dagger out from his shoulder, making him shout, but I could care less. The pain he caused me was far worse than death itself. I walked away while he shouted after me, Deku. Izuku. I stopped walking, hearing him call me by my real name for the first time since we were 4. I'm sorry, he screamed, his voice echoing through the... I smiled lightly and waved one last time. I'll be back. See ya. Finally, I walked off to find the other members when the front of the USA burst open, and above stood the number 1 hero, All Might. I smirked at his frown. This was going to be good. I thought, sending the purple monster, also known as Nomu, after him. While they exchanged punches, I found everyone, including Kurogiri, Shigaraki, and Asumi, but they were all hurt in some way. Kurogiri was exhausted after fighting number 13 and having some of his mist SE into her black hole. Shigaraki was beaten up with some broken bones after fighting Kaken, and Asumi was breathing, her body cut up and bloody after fighting Eraserhead before the Nomu came to assist her. I, of course, was alright since I wasn't involved in the mission, and the only thing I did was hurt Kaken a little. We need to get out of here while we can. I'm so glad you're alright, Izuku-kun, Asumi exclaimed, throwing her arms around me. Yeah, I'm fine, but you guys clearly aren't. Let's leave for now. I'm sure we can get All Might another day, I said, patting Asumi's back. No, and we can't leave while he's still alive. We need to do something before he destroys Nomu, and he was cut off when a large hole was created in the ceiling of the USJ, glass shards falling to the ground. I quickly covered Asumi while the others hid under a large rock. I groaned, feeling the glass cutting into my back and the warmth of my blood soaking my black cape. The Nomu was destroyed. Shigaraki, we must leave before it's too late, I shouted, still leaning over Asumi, who was lying on the floor, out of breath. Shigaraki scratched his neck aggressively while he growled and cursed the heroes. Shigaraki! I shouted, seeing the students from Class 1A approaching. There was a long pause before Shigaraki said his command. I'm not leaving until the number 1 hero stops breathing. I was speechless, glaring at him, infuriated. What's wrong with you? I screamed, about to punch him when Kurogiri got in front of me and took the hit instead, passing out. I grabbed Shigaraki's collar and picked him up from the ground, slamming him into the rock he had hidden under a second ago. Why are you doing this? What about us? We're going to get captured at this rate, Tamura. I thought we were family, I said, shaking him, trying to wake him up. But he stayed silent, staring at me through the hand on his face, emotionless. I scoffed and threw him to the ground. We will talk about this with Emser when we get back. I spat before running toward Asumi to protect her from the approaching students. Nearly the whole class was in front of me, ready to attack. There was no way I would win alone, but our escape route was blocked, and I needed to buy time for Kurogiri to get the others out of here. that is if he wakes up. I picked up a large rock with my telekinesis and threw it at the class. Most of them dodged, and Ida smashed the rock by kicking it with the speed of his engines. I put my hands together and created a large glowing ball of blue and green fire, blasting it toward them, making a big wall of fire with a coating of the telekinesis barrier I had made during the entrance exam, keeping them back and away from the injured villains. My nose started bleeding from the energy it took to keep the fire burning and the wall up. The class kicked and punched the barrier, trying everything they could. Mina attempted to melt it, and Todoroki tried to freeze it, but the wall was strong and unbreakable. At least for them. Kurogiri finally woke up and created a warp gate after receiving a telepathic message from MSTR to retreat immediately. Asumi dragged Shigaraki into the gate while smirking, which was odd, but I would have to ask her about that later once we all escaped. Once they got through, I was about to go in when All Might smashed through my wall, and I fell back, the air from his punch blowing me away. I got up and prepared to run toward the gate when I realized that All Might's punch had created too much wind and closed the gate. I was stuck with nowhere to go. The whole class surrounded me, including Bakugo. "You're not going anywhere ever again, Deku," he shouted, and the class charged at me, summoning their quirks. Momo threw grenades at me while Mineta tried to stick me to the ground with the ball on his head. Ochako attempted to touch me to make me float, but I kicked her hard in the knee, and everyone stopped, hearing the sickening crack. They started attacking again, but with more of the class involved. Siro wrapped his tape around my arms, but I burned it to ashes while Kaminari tried to zap me. I dodged most of the attacks and punched a few of them as well, but then I fell forward after being hit in the back and having the breath knocked out of me by Ojiro. I winced at the hard impact his tail made with my back but rolled over, dodging Froppy's tongue as it circled around me. I jumped up onto the dead Nomu, which fell back down after it died, and pulled out a knife from my calf. "Where are they? I'll get caught at this rate. They are coming back for me, right?" Bakugo tripped me up and pinned me to the ground. I couldn't get up, I was out of breath from dodging everyone and dizzy from the spinning to avoid attacks. "It's over, Ade," he said, burning my wrists. I screamed, feeling the all-too-familiar pain that I had forgotten how bad it really felt. "Let me go." I wiggled out from under him but ended up bumping into something large. I turned around and saw All Might smiling down at me. It felt like I was full of energy seeing my most hated enemy. He ruined my life. He needed to be stopped. I jumped up and put All Might in a headlock using my legs while I punched his face over and over. He was much stronger, though, and easily got me off him. Shigaraki. Asumi. Toga. Dabi. Kurogiri. Twice. Spinner. Chinso. Anyone? I fell to the ground, and Todoroki froze me against the floor, but I melted it using my flames. "Where are you?" "I'm still here. Please, if you don't come." I was elbowed in the stomach and thrown over someone's back, making me fall once again. Finally, Bakugo restrained my arms while Todoroki restrained my legs after noticing I was too weak to fight back any longer. I looked up to see All Might grinning at the class, congratulating them on capturing me with minor injuries and little effort because of their teamwork. I was getting tired. Very tired. It felt like there were weights on my eyelids, dragging them to shut, and my arms were numb, the pain long gone, just numbness left, while my legs were shaky and stiff. I rolled my eyes to look at the hero, who was now holding an empty syringe with a tiny bit of purple liquid at the bottom. My family. My supposed family. Left me behind, like I was some disposable item. It makes sense though. I gave them everything they asked for, but was our friendship that worthless? Was this all an act? Did I fall for their traps like Kaken fell for mine? What's my purpose? Am I just something to use? Am I not worthy of being kept in the league? Did Asumi not value me as her brother? What's even real anymore? Did Kiko kill Mum, or did All Might? What does it matter anymore? I have no reason to live. There's no reason to keep suffering. They are the real villains, not us. You're a test subject and you will never be anything more or less. You're such a crybaby. Pay attention in class since you are the brains of the league. It's All Might's fault. You're not my son. You were basically a newborn when I left, of course you wouldn't remember. I looked for you everywhere. I think it's best if you aren't part of the mission anymore. We're not leaving until the hero is still breathing. Thinking back now, all I can remember about my past is that particular scene when Dad and Asumi left. Could I have been tricked, brainwashed, or manipulated? I don't know anymore. Maybe Asumi isn't even really my sister. But how am I a cat hybrid then? I'm so confused. I don't want to think anymore. I just wish it was all over. I got captured. Shows how weak I still am. Nothing changed since Mum died. I'm still the same old Deku who used to get bullied. What am I supposed to do now? I don't want to start again, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life behind bars either. The only option to stop the pain. I quickly pulled a knife from my waistband and pressed the blade deep into my flesh, piercing my heart while everyone around me stared in shock and concern. I smiled up at Bakugo and All Might one last time before I closed my eyes, hoping I would never wake up again. Bakugo's POV. I watched as the crimson liquid pooled from his wound, staining his shirt and the ground. I pressed my hands around the wound to stop the bleeding. My heart skipped a beat at the small, genuine smile on his face. I did this. It's my fault he took his own life. If only I had trusted him and my instincts, he would still be alive and still be my friend. He must have felt so alone after being told so many times he was worthless. What was I thinking back then? Deku's chest stopped rising and falling, and his body dropped. But at least now he's free from this unfair world. He didn't deserve the treatment he got. I just wanted to protect him, but all I did was hurt him more, both mentally and physically. I looked at my bloody hands and intertwined my fingers with Deku's. At least now he won't be alone. He can finally see his mum again. Everything is all right now. But what about me? Am I going to be all right? I started crying and placed my forehead against Deku's chest while my classmates watched, some crying, some angry. I'm so sorry, Izuku. You were always more heroic than me. My heart ached reliving Deku's death, but this time he died in my arms. I pulled him into a hug while I continued to cry into his shoulder. I'm sorry, Izuku. I promise I'll change. I'll never hurt anyone like I hurt you. I hugged him tighter, gasping as I heard slow, calming thuds coming from his chest. All Might! I screamed, tears rolling down my cheeks, grabbing the hero's attention. He's alive. A large smile spread across my face. I'm really sorry, Deku. But I'm going to be a little selfish and bring you back to this world. This time I'll take care of you right. The hero ran toward me while I limped. I'll take the villain, you rest for now. He took Deku, not expecting him to be so light. His name is Izuku Midoriya. I growled and walked off while the hero stood frozen before he left for Yua. All Might's POV. What is this boy? The Izuku Midoriya? The one I've been searching for? I looked down at him, seeing his severe injuries, and started running toward Yua with one for all. I must save this boy. Deku's POV. It was quiet and dark. I couldn't see anything. I reached out, ready to embrace the darkness when I felt a prick in my neck. I gasped, but no air was making its way to my lungs. I was suffocating. Suddenly, my hair lit up a bright green, the light traveling through my veins until it covered my entire body. Then it went dark again, only my tail and ears glowing weakly. I was underwater, and I had no idea how far down I was. All I could see was blue, not even any underwater creatures or plants, just water. I tried swimming upwards, but nothing changed. I was losing air and slowly getting tired and desperate. My tail and ears started to sparkle, so I went to grab my tail, but it turned into moss and fell away. The same thing happened with my ears. I accidentally breathed in the salty water and started to choke. I stopped choking when I noticed the moss around me shifting and changing shape into a small trapdoor. I swam towards it as fast as I could and tried to pry it open, but it wouldn't budge. It was stuck, and I didn't have much time left. I continued to pull and kick at the door when it suddenly opened by itself, and I swam through, taking a large gulp of air. I laughed at my lucky survival and sat up, brushing my wet curls out of my face, only to find myself in the middle of a field of flowers. The entire area was covered with flowers of all colors and kinds. It was appealing. I walked through the field, happily inhaling their natural scent, but as I went further, the flowers' colors began to fade into darker, dull shades, and they started to wilt. I reached an area that was completely barren, with no plants in sight, except for a tall, dead tree that looked like it was about to fall apart. Something compelled me to approach it. I stopped in front of the tree, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, but then I noticed piles of appealing pink tulips around the back. I remembered these were my mom's favorite. I sighed and picked one up, wondering what it was doing there. Looking up, I dropped the single tulip. Carved into the tree was the date July 15th, year XXXX, and a picture of my mom smiling was stapled to the base. I ripped the picture off the tree, crumpled it up, and threw it away in anger, igniting the rows of tulips with my quirk. I didn't want to remember. Stop. Stop. I screamed, knocking the dead tree over, making it topple and break. I couldn't take it anymore. Why do I have to be the weak one? This isn't your fault. I looked up, wiping away my tears, and saw Toshinori frowning. Everything is my fault. If only I had managed to end it all earlier, none of this would have happened. I shouted, hugging myself. You weren't the one who killed her, he said, picking up the picture I had thrown away. It was Kiko. But she didn't kill your mom by choice. I cut him off, shouting, It was all might. And don't lie, because everyone has a choice. I slammed my hands against the bark, feeling splinters dig into my skin. No, it was Kiko, and she didn't, Izuku. She was forced by the people you once called your brothers and sisters. If she hadn't done it, she would have been killed along with her little brother, whom she was protecting. I'm sure you would have done the same if your mom were still around. Toshinori said, unfolding the picture carefully. But she's not here anymore, end of story, I said, getting up from the ground. And she won't come back no matter how hard I try. I hung my head low and started walking back toward the flowers. So you're just going to give up? Give up on protecting me and lie to your mother? Toshinori shouted across the field, grabbing my attention. No. I didn't forget, but what am I meant to do? If I get caught, I'll be arrested. It's all my fault I'm so. Stop blaming yourself and look around you. I did as he said, and images of my past lit up before me like a hologram. The time when Kaken beat me up the same day Mom died. That time when I finally found Kiko and tried to confront her but was still too weak. When I discovered I was Asumi's brother and Endeavor's son. When I had my first kill with my sister cheering me on. That evening when we talked and played video games together as a family. When I used my flames and got punished for it. When Asumi seemed really upset at school. Our attack on the UA students and how it failed. My capture. And my attempt to end it all. Look here. Toshinori pointed at an image of Shigaraki hurting me. Why was he hurting you? He asked, not really curious, just wanting me to say it. Because I used my flames without his permission. And because I lost the fight against Kaken. I said, rubbing my hands. See, it's not your fault you lost. You simply had no experience in the outside world doing these kinds of things, unlike Bakugo, who did. There was a clear sign you weren't going to win and were going to be pressured into using your other quirk, Toshinori said, pointing at the scene where I used my flames to push Kaken out of the building. You're right. I said, my eyes widening. And this wasn't your fault either. Toshinori pointed at a picture of the League leaving me behind. They left you behind to save their own skin. A real family would never leave each other behind, Izuku. They used you when you were too depressed and confused to realize. And when it got risky, they found an opportunity to throw you away. They didn't get rid of you because you're annoying, boring, unfunny, or childish. They left you because they are pure evil and selfish. I smiled at him and started walking back toward him. Thank you, Toshinori, for making me feel not at fault for once. I said, taking my mom's picture from him. But how am I meant to start again? How am I meant to become a hero after all of this? Who should I go to? What should I say? I am still one of the most wanted villains after all. I said, looking at the picture of my mom. That's for you to discover yourself, Izuku. Toshinori said, smiling lightly. I frowned but then smiled back. Become the hero you promised your mom you would become and protect me with all you've got. Toshinori pumped his fist forward, connecting it with mine. I will become number one, I am sure of it, no matter what happens in the end. I said, throwing my hands in the air. Good. And you better keep that promise. Toshinori said one last time before his arms started fading away into petals, and soon his whole body followed. I grinned, looking down at the petals. Wake up. I heard a noise and leaned further down. Wake up. I opened my eyes to find myself in the familiar plain room with wires hooked into my wrist and neck, the beeping of the heart rate machine echoing between the small walls of Yue's infirmary. I opened my eyes to see the room was empty. I looked down at myself and saw wires connecting me to several machines, with a gas mask placed over my face. It was maybe around 2 or 3 p.m. from the noise coming from outside. Everyone must be heading home from school. I tried to get up but fell back down, a sharp stabbing pain in my chest making me cough violently. My hands and legs were chained to the bed by cork-nullifying cuffs. I sighed in frustration after finishing my coughing fit. This hurts a lot. I placed my hand above my heart, feeling the deep stitched-up wound. For once, I smiled. I was happy I didn't die. I looked up at the door when I heard it open and saw my homeroom teacher, Aizawa, and the principal, Nizu. Suddenly, I felt scared. I didn't want to get arrested or worse. I shuffled back in my bed, pressing my back against the wall. Hello, Izuku. Don't be afraid, we're not here to arrest you. We just want to ask a few questions, the principal said, hopping onto my bed and sitting on the edge while Aizawa leaned against the door, sipping a cup of coffee. I nodded. First off, your real name is Izuku Midoriya and not Nagisa Shioda, right? I nodded again, making Aizawa spit his black coffee out all over the floor. Wait, this villain is Nagisa? The hero asked, walking up to my bed, pointing a finger at me in shock. Yes. And that's why I have an important offer for him. I leaned in, interested. You are a villain, and you worked against us, so you will be punished like any other villain would. Which is prison. I hung my head, feeling ashamed. But I persuaded the officials and said you, Izuku Midoriya, could join UA instead to become a hero in training for the next 3 years as a rehabilitation system. Unless you'd prefer prison, of course, the mouse said, clapping. I put my hands over my mouth, my eyes beginning to tear up. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have thought about your view on heroes. I'll tell the others. I cut him off by shaking his hand, overjoyed. I know I have done so much wrong, but I'll take your offer and turn things around. The mouse smiled, patting my shoulder before jumping off my bed. I'll be back with papers for you to sign in a few days and with your uniform. For now, rest and let your wounds heal, he said, getting ready to leave with Aizawa. Dabi, Nizu. I have one more question. I said, sitting up with a groan. How long have I been out? A whole month exactly, the bear said, shutting the door behind him. What? I screamed, hurting my vocal cords. After another 3 weeks of resting, I was allowed back to lessons, but I had to wear a special bracelet that canceled out my quirk and was prohibited from taking it off. I also got my new uniform since my old one was lost, and after about 2 months of resting, my natural green hair grew out. Even though it was a struggle, I stopped wearing contacts and covering up my freckles. I was already in school since I technically lived there now with Nizu, so all I had to do was walk down a few flights of stairs and turn a few corners to reach class 1A. I gulped, seeing everyone turn their faces toward the door. They looked at me with disappointment and slight fear. As I walked to my desk, my classmates moved out of my way, standing a good few meters back. I sighed, upset but understanding why they were doing it. I had hurt them badly and betrayed them too. I didn't expect to be forgiven, but I wasn't there for them. I was there for myself, to become a hero, to become strong enough. Aizawa walked in not long after. Welcome back, class. As you can tell, we have a special member of the class back. Aizawa said calmly, as if it were any other day. I shrank into my seat, feeling everyone glare at me. Also, his real name is Izuku Midoriya, so call him that from now on, the teacher said, sipping on his juice box. I think Deku fits him better. Ida spat, disgusted at having a villain as one of his classmates. I flinched, his words hurt me. Now, he's here to redeem himself, so treat him like anyone else, the teacher scolded Ida for his rudeness. He apologized, but I knew very well he meant what he said. I didn't really pay any attention in class, and after what felt like forever, it was lunchtime. Everyone packed up and left while I stayed seated. Soon after, I walked into Nizu's office, but he wasn't there, so I sat on the floor and took out my lunch. I sat silently as I ate when All Might walked in. I started shaking in anger at seeing him. What is he doing here? I told Nizu I didn't want to see him. Do you know where Principal Nizu is? The hero asked anxiously. I didn't say anything, just watching him grow more uncomfortable. My bracelet began to glow a light white, signaling my mental state. Level the bracelet not only cancelled my quirk but also monitored my mental and physical state, as it was connected to my brain surgically. It measured my stability in levels. The higher the number, the more unstable I became. Level 3 was normal, and level 12 was very unstable. If my anger level exceeded 10, the bracelet would release shocks, and if that didn't help, it would inject a calming substance into my bloodstream, as it could only hold my quirk capacity for a little while before I went on a rampage. It was specifically designed to stop me from attacking anyone if I was unsupervised or out of control. Midoriya? The hero asked, coming closer. I scooted back. Get away from me! I screamed, my bracelet changing from white to yellow. Level the hero put his hands out in front of himself. What's wrong? He continued walking towards me, ignoring the fact that I'm a high-ranked villain. I said get away. I shouted, my eyes turning blue, a few streaks of my hair going red like the pro-hero endeavor. All Might flinched back when he saw. I'll leave now. All Might said before stepping back. I took deep breaths while clenching my arm. I managed to get myself shocked by the bracelet. That hero always getting into people's business. Tried to calm myself down by taking deep breaths and counting down, but it wasn't working. The overwhelming anger was making me feel weak and defenseless. I'm so close to him yet I can't do anything. I squinted my eyes shut, the shocks getting stronger, not only in my arm but now in my head too. Go away. Go away. Nizu ran in with Midnight behind him. Izuku. I felt slightly at ease seeing the only person I trusted in this school, but seeing another pro with him just made me annoyed and tense, especially since I have a grudge against her. Izuku, what happened? The mouse asked, noticing my lunch all over the floor and me against the wall, groaning in pain, sweating, and holding my arm desperately. The shocks were similar to the aftermath of Shigaraki's quirk, making me see things I wanted to forget. I can't do it. Please help. All.my. I stuttered through gritted teeth. The mouse gasped and turned around to speak with the hero behind him, but I didn't hear much of it as all I was focused on was the pain. Nizu went through his drawers and pulled a folder out of his desk, sitting in front of me. Izuku. Who's this? He showed me a picture of my mom. I said, trying not to pass out. Yes, that's right. And what would she think of you right now? The mouse asked, making my eyes widen. What would she think? She would think I'm a monster. Someone that needs to be kept in chains. What am I doing? Letting my emotions get to me. I thought I changed. Come on, Izuku, get yourself together. You have a goal in mind, don't ruin that. I closed my eyes, relaxing as the shocks disappeared. Thanks. I said, stuttering. It's all right. But Izu, don't believe something before you know for sure it's true, the mouse said, smiling sadly. What do you mean? I tilted my head, wiping the sweat off my forehead. You'll know soon enough. But when is soon? Deku's POV. I was in class sitting in my normal spot at the back, sleeping when Aizawa woke me up by slamming the door open. Class, I have something important to announce. Aizawa said, sitting down at his desk. Is it to do with the sports festival? Uraraka asked, excited. Yes, actually. How did you know? Aizawa asked, raising his brows. I heard Present Mike talking about it to Midnight. She replied hesitantly. Anyways, we will be holding the festival earlier than normal because of the incident at the USJ. The class turned towards me as soon as Aizawa said, incident. The word about a villain in Class 1A has got out, and other classes are talking about it. We need to make sure everyone knows that Izuku is trying to turn everything around. And also, parents are getting worried for their children, so this is some kind of distraction, you could say. Hands around the class shot up as soon as Aizawa finished talking. When is this taking place? Is this going to help us in our hero career? Are we allowed to hurt people? The teacher shushed the class. In 2 weeks, yes, it will help, and no, Bakugo, you can't hurt anyone until the final stage of the festival. Famous heroes are going to be present at the festival to see how you present yourselves and fight. They will pick you guys for different internships which will happen later on, but for now, all we need you to do is train and learn how to strategize and analyze your opponents. The hero said, setting his empty cup down. I jumped up in my seat, making my chair fall, earning everyone's attention. Is Endeavor going to be there? I asked, curious, hiding my anger. Midoriya, you're not actually allowed to take part in the festival. I sat back down and glared at him, confused and irritated. What the? I raised my brows at the pro. Nizu thinks that, well, that you're not quite mentally stable enough. My mouth dropped open in shock while some of the class snickered. The league made me watch last year's sports festival, and even before the league, I watched it and loved it. And now I have the opportunity to participate, and they are saying I can't. I groaned, burying my face in my hands, angry. Anyways, the rest of you. Class is dismissed, the teacher said, leaving the room. I got up and left for Nizu's office to talk to him about the festival. I was about to go in when I heard someone with a much deeper voice talking to the principal. I was about to leave when the man said my real name, one I had nearly forgotten. He's Izuku. Endeavor's long-missing son, the one with the deep voice asked. Yes, but he doesn't know anything about his past. He was brainwashed by his sister's quirk called manipula. She can show you your worst nightmares and make you believe they are true. Also, I think it would be best if you kept your distance from him just until he recovers and… The strange man slammed his hands onto Nizu's desk. Nizu, he has the right to know. Do you know how long I've been searching for him? Exactly 9 years. 9. That monster changed him. He injected him with poison and forced him to kill the innocent. All for one tainted his hands with blood because he couldn't be bothered to do it himself. He's suffered for so long already, let me help him, the man yelled, making me flinch, not expecting the passion in his voice. Why would someone I don't know care? Especially about me. A criminal? A villain? Who is he? I peeked around the corner and saw Nizu talking to a skinny man with familiar messy hair. My eyes lit up, realizing who it was, and I ran in to greet the kind man. Tashinori! I yelled with a genuine smile, forgetting about their previous conversation. The man turned around, confused, but smiled upon seeing the young brunette he had talked to a few days back. Kageyama, my boy, you go to UA? Tashinori asked, embracing me. I let go and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I do. I just joined a little late because of family issues, you could say. I giggled, the lie rolling off my tongue. If Tashinori found out who I really was, he would hate me, and I wouldn't be able to cope with that. He was the only person I considered a real friend left. I may have only known him for less than a day, but he had shown me he deserved to be trusted. The skinny man laughed, turning back to Nizu. I'll come back a bit later if that's all right, Tashinori said, his smile fading. Nizu nodded slightly. I have to go do teacher stuff now, but if you want, we could have lunch later? Tashinori asked, patting my head lightly. Yeah, I'll meet you on the roof? I replied, smiling. The roof was off limits to everyone, but because of my condition, Nizu allowed me to stay there whenever I felt like it. Tashinori nodded and walked out, closing the door behind him. My smile faded, and my face returned to the emotionless mask I often wore. So, anyway, I came to ask about the festival, and I was wondering if maybe, I began, sitting down in front of Nizu. No, he replied, not letting me finish. But why? I ammed, slamming my hands against the desk and rolling my eyes. You're clearly not capable of keeping your emotions and quirks in check, and if something were to happen, you would be exposed to the public and put the other students in danger. We can't risk anything. Nizu said, his tone sad, understanding my desperation to participate in the festival, but emphasizing that everything else was far more important. Please, Nizu, I'll do anything. I swear, literally anything. Just ask me and I'll do it. I'll even put more effort into my exercises and fighting the UA teachers. I begged, holding my hands out in front of him, showing that I had nothing left to lose. The weak izuku Midoriya. Nizu looked at me, conflicted, hesitating as he saw me slightly opening up before finally giving in. Fine, but you must at least get to the last round. You must train, and after everything, you have to tell me what happened at the league. Nizu said, confident I wouldn't agree. My wish to go to the festival battled with whether I should do it or not. The past was especially hard to talk about, and the only person I had opened up to was Toshinori. Even to him, I only shared about my mom's death, nothing else. I tapped my chin, thinking if it was worth it to relive the pain of discussing it with the principal. But if I didn't participate in the festival, I would be left behind by the others, and I wouldn't be able to become the hero I promised my mom I would be. I lifted my head and nodded. All right, I'll do it. Nizu spilled his coffee in surprise, staining his suit. For the past 2 weeks, I had been training my body harder than before and meditating to control my feelings and keep my quirks in check. If I said it was easy, I would be lying. It was anything but. The number of times I accidentally lost control was unknown, as was the number of items I crushed, old ovens, fridges, cars, and other junk, while trying to use my telekinesis without causing harm. But finally, I had everything under enough control for Nizu to let me join, and I couldn't be more happy and proud of myself. It was the day of the festival, and everyone was in the changing room, of course separated by gender, getting into their PE kits for the activities. I had just finished changing when Todoroki walked over and slammed my locker shut, pushing me against it roughly. Be careful, villain, 'cause I'm going to win, he declared. Everyone stared, shocked at Todoroki acting so out of character, more like the attention-seeking Bakugo. I glared at him, flipping him off. Just because you're the son of Endeavor doesn't make you better than anyone else, JRK. Todoroki walked off calmly, and the tension eased as everyone continued changing, especially when Aizawa came in to tell us to hurry up since the festival would start soon. Everyone was booing after hearing Bakugo's arrogant words on stage before the festival started, but soon calmed down when Midnight announced the first activity, an obstacle course. I cracked my knuckles, smirking at the first activity. Easy peasy, all these wannabes would probably fall behind anyway. We all started running when the horn blew, but Todoroki covered the ground with a thick layer of ice, freezing most of the contestants to the floor. Luckily, I jumped, seeing it coming, while some people broke free or dodged it in time. I ran after Todoroki, tailing behind him as he froze a robot that was unbalanced, causing it to topple over and nearly crush me. I lifted broken bits of the robot with my telekinesis and hopped onto them until I was on the other side, continuing to run while others struggled to get through. I made it to a field of pits with thin wires to cross, so I jumped halfway across and dragged myself across the other half of every pit that came in sight. Some people managed to pass me because their quirks were more convenient for this obstacle, but I didn't mind. I would catch up to them in the next part of the race. Once I got across, I found myself in front of a vast area filled with minefields. Frustrated, I tapped my foot, realizing it would take ages to get through. But then I spotted scraps of broken robots, and an idea sparked in my mind. I dug around the minefields and jumped onto the metal scraps beneath me, propelling myself forward and into the air. I suddenly remembered I hadn't calculated how to land safely as the ground rushed closer. I noticed Todoroki and Bakugo racing head-to-head, trying to outdo each other. Seizing the moment, I used them as walls to push myself even further, causing them to stumble and fall onto the minefields, launching them into the air. I laughed, enjoying the thrill of the moment. I jumped off the metal shield, rolled forward, and got back up, sprinting toward the finish line. But Todoroki and Bakugo were catching up fast. Determined, I forced myself to use my fire to gain speed, the heat burning the soles of my shoes. Just in time, I crossed the finish line first, with Todoroki coming in second and Bakugo third. I jumped up, pointing at them mockingly. How does it feel to lose to weak old pathetic Deku, Kaken? I shouted, echoing his earlier words. He flinched, which confused me, but I shrugged it off as he walked away angrily. I was just happy to have one. Soon, the next round began, a cavalry battle or something like that. I was awarded 10 million points, and everyone quickly formed their teams, ignoring me. I rubbed my arms nervously, looking for anyone who hadn't joined a team yet. I rushed over to Uraraka and grabbed her forearm, making her gasp. "Want to join my team?" I asked, trying to sound friendly. Uraraka chuckled and pushed my hand away, lightly patting my shoulder. "Well, as far as I know, I haven't found anyone, so why not?" she said with a forced smile. After years of experience, I could tell she was faking it. Something seemed off with her. "Do you have anyone else on the team?" she asked, glancing behind me. I shook my head. "It's all right, we'll find." Uraraka was cut off when a girl with pink hair and large golden glasses shoved her to the ground. "Let me join your team," the girl exclaimed, jumping onto me and causing us both to fall. "I want to show the pros my babies," she said, pulling me up by the collar and staring into my eyes. "Be babies?" I stuttered, trying to back away a bit. "That's my babies," she replied, pulling out various mechanical gadgets from her bag to show me and Uraraka. I nodded, considering the benefits her machines could bring us. They could help us get past the other teams, and it wasn't like we had many options. "Okay, you're in," I said, pointing at her. "We need one more," the girl said. "Yes, and I think I know who we need," I replied, walking off and leaving the two girls to bicker. I tapped Tokoyami on the shoulder. "I have a plan." The horn sounded, and immediately everyone charged toward our team, eager for my headband of 10 million points. Azui whipped her tongue out to grab it, but I used my telekinesis to hold her tongue in place, twisting it harshly and making her cry out in pain. Mineta, seeing Azui in agony, started throwing the ball on his head at our team while hiding behind his teammates. We dodged the purple ball and ran off to keep our distance from the other teams. Hatsum activated her floating boots, and Uraraka touched Tokoyami's and Hatsum's feet, lifting us into the air to avoid an angry attack. Hatsum cheered, looking down at her feet. I smiled at our team's good combination. Hatsum as support, Uraraka as defense, and Tokoyami and me as offense. Dark Shadow attempted to attack Bakugo, but the brightness of his explosion scared it, causing it to shrink. We landed back on the ground, but Kaminari unleashed a surge of lightning at us. We didn't have time to jump, and we got electrified. While Kaminari continued to shoot lightning, I moved my hands forward, sending green fire toward their team. Kirishima quickly dodged, but as they moved, Ashido blasted her acid at us, burning our clothes and skin. Uraraka screamed as the acid burned her face, and I groaned, feeling it sting at my recently healed wounds. "Fall back," I shouted, and the team turned to run, but Bakugo's team pursued us, still attacking. We jumped into the air together, using Hatsum's shoes and Uraraka's quirk to avoid Bakugo's blasts. This time, they were ready, and Katsuki grabbed Tokoyami's uniform, dragging us back down. I yelled, holding on tightly to Tokoyami with my legs and the girls with my arms. I couldn't let go, it was all or nothing. With my telekinesis, I stopped us from hitting the ground, but Kirishima kicked me in the back, making me lose focus and end up on the floor with the rest of the team. Kaken went to grab my headband when they were blasted back by a wall of ice, and suddenly the headband that was once on my head was now around my brother's neck. My eyes widened as Present Mike screamed out that they were now number 1 and we had dropped to last place. What the hell? I got up along with the rest of the team and abandoned Bakugo's group, chasing after Todoroki instead to get our headband back. Momo decided it would be wise to create shields and large objects to distract us, but it only fueled my anger. Too bad she forgot about my quirks. My eyes glowed blue as I picked up the objects and threw them towards Todoroki's team, causing cuts and bruises. Ida quickly took a 180-degree turn and sprinted towards us, his engines turning red from the heat while his teammates held on for dear life. We were running at each other, everything else around us seemed to blur. The other teams were either stuck or too scared to intervene. I glared at Todoroki and snarled at him like a wild cat. I ignited in green flames, and just as I was about to grab one of the many headbands around his neck, Todoroki's left side lit up in bright red flames. I retracted my hands, shocked. I hadn't seen his fire before. Present Mike screamed that there were 10 seconds before the game ended. "Go!" I shouted, pointing towards Todoroki's exhausted team. They must be tired trying to keep up with the number 2 hero's son. We charged at them with determination, and I was about to grab the 10 million point headband when Mike announced that the game was finished. I fell off Tokoyami's back, and Hatsum collapsed with Uraraka following after. I banged my hand against the sandy floor in frustration while the girls sighed in disappointment. "We lost?" I questioned, confused. "I never lose, I never have. What's going on? Is my brother really that much better than me?" Tokoyami shook his head, with Dark Shadow looming behind him, holding a headband in its mouth. I gasped, yanking the band out of the quirk bird's mouth. 770 points. I screamed, facing the massive screen above the arena. "We were in 4th. We couldn't have done it without you, Midoriya." That moment when you distracted Todoroki, Dark Shadow could sneak in to snatch the band. The Blackbird said, patting Dark Shadow. I screamed out in joy, collapsing onto my knees, tears streaming down my face. "Well done, Deku." Uraraka cheered, playfully smacking the back of my head, though it stung a bit. "Well done, heroes." Next round, Bakugo's team, Todoroki's team, Shinsu's team, and Midoriya's team will be fighting for the trophy, but for now. Lunch break. Midnight cheered, jumping down from her stand and running out of the arena with everyone else. I was about to leave when someone grabbed my shoulder from behind, and out of instinct, I flipped them over. The boy groaned, rubbing his back. I widened my eyes, realizing who I had just attacked. "I'm so sorry, Todoroki," I said, trying to help him up. "We need to talk," he said, pushing my hands away and getting up by himself. "What, like now? Because I'm kind of hungry, could we maybe?" I sighed, realizing he was walking off, not caring that I was starving. I followed after him into an alleyway next to the arena. I looked around and saw that it was just the two of us, and for some reason, Todoroki seemed really upset. "To start off, I know who you are," he stated, catching me off guard. "Who am I?" I asked, feeling tense. "Deku the villain," he said calmly, walking closer to me. Is that all you wanted to tell me? Because everyone knows that Aura." He silenced me by punching the wall beside my face, breaking the brick wall and injuring his fingers. "Deku the villain, also known as Izuku Endeavor." I started fidgeting, realizing he knew. "What are you talking about?" "My name is Izuku Midori." He cut me off again, grabbing my face with his injured hands, physically silencing me. "Don't act like you're stupid. You can't trick me like every other person in this cursed school, Izuku. I know you're my little brother." The scarred teenager whispered into my ear, letting go of my face and leaving bloody fingerprints on my cheeks and lips. How did you figure out?" I asked, feeling disgusted. He smirked, putting his hand over the scar under his blue eye. "Let's just say you're not the only villain in UA Class 1A. I ducked out from underneath him and tried to wipe the blood off my face. "Tell me everything," I said, intrigued. He chuckled but complied and started talking. "Since the day I turned 4, NG, or more like Endeavor, the number 2 pro hero, started putting me through intense training that was worse than anything you could imagine. I was a late bloomer like you, and until my quirk appeared at the age of 7, I was burnt and tortured until it came out to protect me. Once that happened, he started fighting me, not going easy on me at all and giving me no breaks. Every day I collapsed from exhaustion and pain, and he didn't care. He found the pain of his family amusing. Not only did he hurt me, but my mother as well when she tried to help me. The last time I saw her was when I was about 6 or 7, and that was when she poured boiling hot water onto my left side, calling it disgusting. I never saw her again after that. Father said he taught her a lesson, which landed her in a mental hospital for the rest of her life. I refused to use my flames. I refuse to use his side as long as he's around and breathing. Even now, he still hasn't changed. All he cares about is his son overcoming All Might. I became a villain to avenge my mother and to silence our father for good, Todoroki said, putting his hand over the scar under his blue eye. I nodded. Funny, I said, smiling, which made him glare at me. We're kind of the same. You just had it easier. I choked on my words, tears forming in my eyes. His eyes widened when he saw I was crying. I'm sorry. What you said kind of hit home. I laughed, wiping my tears away. Well, since I know your background now and you know who I am, it's only fair I tell you about me, I said, getting comfortable on the floor. It all started about a year ago on a Saturday morning at the mall. My mom and I had gone out on my birthday to get the newest All Might merchandise that had just been released when the mall was attacked by a villain named Kiko, the Earthbender. At the time, I was scared and fragile, frozen when the villain started robbing and hurting people. My mother, Inko, tried to stop her, and I just stood and watched. She ended up getting a few yards away when my mom was stabbed and passed out in my arms due to blood loss because the heroes were more focused on capturing the villain than helping an injured citizen, I said, rolling my eyes. Later that day, she was admitted to the hospital, but the chances of survival were low because she had rare blood that no one we knew had, except one. My bully, Katsuki Bakugo. I smiled. Todoroki's mouth dropped open at the familiar name. Are you talking about the explosive boy in our class? He asked, trying to confirm if his ears were playing tricks on him. You heard right. He used to beat me up and taunt me in and outside of school. He was the worst. And when he had the chance to be a hero, he blew it. It wasn't me who needed help, it was my mom, but he still wouldn't do it. That day my mom died and I swore I would make him pay. And I haven't forgotten that to this day, I said, putting my hands behind my neck, my eyes flashing blue and green. After that, I stayed home, eating junk and staying up all night. I looked for the villain, and after a week, I found her, and that's when I discovered the League. They let the villain go, and I tried to fight them. They showed me things I never thought could happen to someone. My mother's past and how I came to be. That's when I realized who I really was, and I ended up joining the League, blinded by rage. I was trained and tortured a lot, but I made friends with them. Most of the time I was treated poorly, but it felt like they were my family. I thought if I just kept taking it, it would calm down, and they would finally accept me. I thought they did, but after the USJ incident, it seemed like I was just some sort of disposable object. I thought what we had was something special, but I was wrong. I saved their lives, I gave my all for them, and they didn't even think to look back. I shouted, hitting my head against the wall, my hair turning red. Todoroki bent down to grab my hand, but I smacked it away, thinking it was Dabi. Sorry, I muttered, looking at him apologetically. I actually met my half-sister. She looks exactly like Mom. Long green hair and appealing bright eyes. Maybe that's why I stayed. Because if I left, it would have felt like leaving Mom again. I also worked with Dabi, our brother. He acts a lot like you, but he's quite intimidating at first. Todoroki fell onto his knees, making me stop talking. Shoto? I asked, looking at him. His face went pale, and his mouth was slightly open. He lifted his arms and grabbed my shirt, pulling me forward. Titoya? Toya Todoroki? I nodded, confused. Yes, but what are you doing? Some personal space, please, I said, shoving Shoto off of me. He's been missing for over 12 years. Shoto said, tears sliding down his face. It was the next round of the sports festival, and first up was me and this Shinso guy from 1B. We both walked onto the platform, and the boy with pointy purple hair smirked and started talking. Are you the villain all of UA has been talking about? Dekairo? You must be rubbish if you got caught. What about your villain friends? Where are they? He asked, walking towards me while I tried to hold my mouth shut. His words pulled at my heart, cutting through it like a knife, but I kept my mouth shut, bottling my feelings up just like I had in the past. What is it? Too scared to speak? Maybe that's why they threw you away. Because you're a nobody and a useless object, he said, hitting my last nerve. Without saying anything, I tackled the boy to the ground, hitting him in the nose a few times and knocking him out of bounds after breaking his nose and jaw. Next round against Izuku will be Todoroki. Present Mike screamed throughout the arena. Flashback, look, I know you're my brother and everything, but I will win this festival with only my ice, and I will be the one to take down Endeavor. Todoroki said, walking out of the alleyway. Present, I will win this. I need to be the one to take down Endeavor. Chapter End. Katsuki's POV. I was walking down a random hallway, kind of lost after trying to catch up with the half-and-half guy to talk some sense into him about challenging the wrong person when I found him leaning over someone against the wall. I covered my mouth and hid behind the wall, noticing that Deku was the one below him. What is going on? Since when is Deku interested in him? Don't act foolish, I know who you are. The villain Deku, also known as Izuku Todoroki. Todoroki said just loud enough for me to hear. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Izuku and Todoroki. Brothers? That thought made me feel uneasy. How did you figure it out? A higher voice stuttered. I sat up straight, realizing it was true, but how did Todoroki not know, yet Deku did? Let's just say you're not the only villain in UA Class 1A, Todoroki said. What? Todoroki? A villain? Tell me everything. I heard shuffling but couldn't see, not wanting to risk getting caught. After that, Todoroki shared his story, and so did Deku. Tears were shed, but somehow it brought the brothers closer together. They both had plans to take down the top heroes, and I needed to tell someone. But who? And why didn't I want to? I grabbed at my hair in confusion, banging my fists against my temple. Come on, Katsuki. Think of something. I said to myself, getting up and walking back toward the arena as lunch had just ended, and it was going to be Deku's and Todoroki's match next. They were fighting. Both wanted to defeat Endeavor for understandable reasons, but Deku was so pure and innocent. He just couldn't. I thought back to how Deku spoke about me in his story, and it felt like my heart shattered. I wasn't the one that needed help, it was my mom. He could have been a hero, but he blew it. He's the worst of the worst. I felt I deserved it all, but it still hurt. Knowing the love of your life hates your guts. Deku's POV. I walked onto the platform with Todoroki opposite me. We both nodded at each other in a silent, good luck, and as soon as the horn roared, we both attacked. Todoroki sent waves of ice at me, cutting me while I broke through the walls of ice by jumping up and kicking them, using my telekinesis for long-range attacks and my fire for close combat. We were equally injured and out of breath. I noticed Todoroki's right side was freezing up more with each use of his quirk. If I didn't do something, he'd hurt himself badly. Todoroki, use your fire. I shouted, blowing my flames at him, singeing his uniform. He ignored me and touched the ground, creating a tall wall of ice that deflected my attacks until it began to melt. He jumped out from behind the wall and sent pillars of ice toward me, which I mostly dodged, but one of the pillars pierced my thigh. I fell to the floor, screaming and clutching my leg. I moved my hands forward and blasted his ice wall away, making him slide across the floor but not far enough to go out of bounds. I looked up at him and saw he was shivering, the ice on his right side worsening. Why aren't you using it, Shoto? Is it because Dad's watching? I smirked, walking toward him and grabbing his hair, dragging him back to the center of the platform. I won't be happy if I win without you going all out. You know what I'm saying, I said, patting his shoulders and letting go of his hair. Suddenly I felt sharp pain. Looking down, I saw Todoroki's arm outstretched, holding a sword made of ice that was rammed into my shoulder. I glared at him and got up to kick Todoroki into the ground, making him break the cement platform. Come on, Shoto. Where are those flames I saw in the cavalry battle? I asked, annoyed, pulling the sword out of my shoulder. I'll win. I'll win with only my ice. I won't use his quirk, he screamed, trying to rise from the crater in the ground. I scoffed and ran at him, yanking his hair to face me. Stop being so stubborn and foolish. You're just delaying everything for yourself. The plan you have in mind. I'll finish it before you, I whispered so only he could hear. What's happening down there? Why have the hero students stopped fighting? Present mixed screams silenced the crowd. I don't care. I won't use his cue. I silenced Todoroki by slapping him across the face and lifting him by his collar. It's your quirk, not his. I shouted into his face and threw him onto the ground. And now show me what you're made of, brother. I yelled excitedly and ran toward him. He burst into flames just in time to counterattack my green ones. He struggled to control his flames, unaccustomed to the warmth and pressure in his body when using his quirk. I smiled and picked up a piece of broken ice, kicking it at him, but he melted it before it got close. Yes, Shoto. Finally, you've accepted it. Our father cheered, looking down at our match with a grin, but we ignored him and continued our battle. Our flames collided numerous times, fighting for Dems, but it seemed impossible to win. We both jumped back, breathing. I grabbed my hand in pain, feeling the burns. I needed to end this quickly or my hands would be done for. I thought of creating a ball of blue and green flames while Todoroki did the same with orange flames. Helping me was a mistake. Todoroki screamed, launching the ball at me as I did the same. The arena filled with fog and smoke. The crowd began to murmur, but as the smoke thinned, they went quiet and then erupted in cheers, seeing the winner of the tournament. Midnight walked onto the destroyed platform, careful not to injure her ankle, and raised the unconscious boy's hand, making the crowd roar. She placed Todoroki's arm back beside him and walked over to Izuku, who was also unconscious but out of bounds, bringing the nurses over to carry him into the infirmary along with Todoroki. Deku's POV. I didn't even have to open my eyes to know where I was. The strong scent of disinfectant gave it away immediately, along with the uncomfortable feeling of the hard bed underneath me. Without opening my eyes, I sat up, cracked my neck, and popped the dislocated bone in my shoulder back into place. My eyes shot open and scanned the room after hearing a high-pitched voice screaming somewhere above ground. Todoroki's bed was empty. I sat up and ran out, up the stairs and down a long empty hallway with light at the very end of it. Once I was close enough, I saw Class 1A looking down where loud explosions came from with concern. I ran up to the railing, nearly falling over it, but Kirishima grabbed the hem of my shirt and pulled me back. Down below, Todoroki lay on the floor, his right arm twisted at an odd angle, his head pooling with blood while Bakugo leaned over him, shaking him by the collar and demanding he get up. Get up, Todoroki! Get up! Come on, Shoto, get up! I chanted in my head, hoping Todoroki still had a little strength left, at least enough to stand. Bakugo, however, became more agitated as Todoroki refused to move or defend himself, letting go of him and charging up his fists, ready to finish off the half-conscious boy, unhappy with the outcome of the match. I blinked my eyes, turning blue, and grabbed Bakugo's arms in the air, stopping him from punching my older brother. But he pulled against my grip with more strength than I anticipated, breaking free and causing me to fall back, confusing the class. Quickly, the blonde turned around, staring up at where the class stood, his eyes darting back and forth looking for me. Deku, you bastard! I'll kill you, he screamed, turning to end the match when suddenly his arms and legs were grabbed, putting him in a chokehold that made him unable to move. Going to win this, Todoroki struggled through the pain of holding down his strong opponent while he bled. No, you won't! Bakugo screamed, headbutting the half and half and knocking him out. The crowd went silent, staring at the two boys, one unconscious and one breathing. They didn't know how to react. Midnight came forward, no longer smiling, and raised Bakugo's arm into the air. The winner of this year's sports festival is Bakugo Katsuki, she announced into a microphone, and everyone hesitated to clap. Bakugo looked up at his class to see they were the only ones not cheering, but he didn't care at the moment. All he cared about was that he won against the cocky number 2 hero's son. You challenged the wrong person half and half, Katsuki said, watching Todoroki being taken away on a stretcher. Todoroki's POV. I shot up, sweating after experiencing the same nightmare I've had since my mother. Well, disappeared. I laid back down, adjusting the bandage around my forehead and tucking my hair underneath it so I could see better. I looked around to see I wasn't alone. Beside my bed sat the short villain sleeping, his head tilted slightly forward, an identical bandage wrapped around his forehead. He breathed quietly, his chest rising and falling. I looked at his face, tracing the visible but healed scars on his freckled skin. His life must have been hell. I thought my life was the worst in the world, But this little green boy seemed to have been through something entirely different. I stared at his bed hair, watching how it curled and twisted. The green and black mixed together perfectly. I realized that a stranger or even someone from class 1A wouldn't be able to tell we were brothers. We looked different, acted different, talked different. One was a hero and the other a villain. I could go on for days about our differences, but I couldn't name one thing that made us siblings. He had freckles and I didn't. His hair was curly and green while mine was straight and dual. He had his mother's eyes while I got both. I was tall and he was short. I was what you call emotionless, and he was the social, energetic type. He faked smiles while I chose not to. The only similarity we had was our choice to live the life of a villain and our opinions on our father, the number 2 hero. Sometimes I even doubted if we were siblings. I reached up to grab Izuku's hand when he suddenly started twitching and muttering in his sleep. I tilted my head closer, listening to him whisper quietly. "Stop. Kaken. Stop. Please," he pleaded, gritting his teeth, small tears gliding down his pale face. I sat up and reached out to shake him awake when he suddenly grabbed my arms tightly, screaming with his eyes still closed. "Stop, he screamed, his grip tightening around my injured arm, making me cry out in pain. "Izuku! Wake up! Izuku!" I shouted, grabbing his shoulder with my other hand and shaking him, but he seemed to get more frustrated and sweaty. "Why can't you understand? Just because I'm quirkless? You monster!" Izuku continued to scream, punching me in the gut, making me cough, not expecting him to be so violent in his sleep. I needed to wake him up. "Izuku, goddamn it!" I screamed in his face, slapping him. He turned his head, and his eyes shot open. "Ugh?" He looked around, confused, then saw me and the large red handprint around my wrist. He sighed, face planting. "I'm so sorry. It's just that sometimes my dreams get out of control," Izuku said, shaking his hands. I smiled, patting my younger brother's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. But why are you here?" I asked, laying back down and holding back a groan of pain. "Am I not allowed to visit my big bro?" He pet his head, smirking. "And he's back." I snickered. "Yeah, okay, whatever," I said, secretly happy he visited me. Chapter End. Deku POV. After Shoto was released from the hospital, I told him about how he lost, and, surprisingly, he took it easily. Too easily. Although he did have a go at me for helping him out, I just scoffed, knowing full well he wouldn't have been able to hold out as long as he did without me. Anyway, we are back in classes, and Shoto and I have gotten closer. We now talk about everyday things, such as our favorite food or video games. It feels good being able to talk to Shoto about other things apart from how he's going to confront our father. The class raised a brow at why we suddenly got so friendly with each other after the festival, but they didn't really pay attention, except for one person, Bakugo. I noticed he followed us up to the roof once and didn't leave his hiding place behind the door until the bell rang. Of course, I didn't tell Todoroki, but why is he acting so strangely all of a sudden? He looked very tense at the end of every day, like he was about to burst. He always turned bright pink when I walked by him or accidentally brushed his hands when he went to open the door at the same time as me, but he always played it off by yelling at me, making us end up in a full-blown argument that the teachers had to resolve every time. Could the bully of class 1A have a crush on Deku the villain? I thought, laughing mentally. No. Impossible, I said, chuckling at my silly idea. Chapter End. After everything he's done, it wouldn't make sense that he likes me, and even if he did, who said I would say yes? Anyway, I was sitting in class, scribbling on my desk, which Ida had scolded me for, but I couldn't care less, to be honest. Aizawa was teaching us how to use our quirks for defense, but before the bell rang, he said something that piqued my interest. "Next week, you will be having your hero internships with heroes that have chosen you during the festival, depending on how you performed," Aizawa said, bored as always, putting up a list on the board with our names and numbers beside it. "The people at the top got the most recommendations, while those at the bottom got the least," he said, pointing at the names, his eyes widening at the results. He hadn't seen it before? Bakugo got up, making his chair fall with a loud bang, shouting, "This is stupid." He banged his fists against his desk, making Ida raise a brow at him, mentally telling him to respect the famous heroes. I raised my head off the desk and glanced at the board, bursting out laughing when I saw even my Neta got more votes than Kaken. "Shut up, Deku," he screamed, glaring at the back of the classroom where I sat, laughing by myself, banging on my desk with tear-filled eyes. "Anyways, here." Aizawa walked around the classroom, handing sheets out to everyone, including me surprisingly. "Fill these out by the end of the day and give them to me or the principal." I looked down at the sheet to see 3 boxes labeled first, second, and third option. Must be where we write down the hero agency we want to go to? I turned the sheet around to see our names printed at the top with the different hero agencies we could choose from. I folded it and put it into my blazer pocket for later, and the bell rang, signaling lunch break. I walked up to Todoroki and grabbed his bag, making him follow me to the roof where we ate and talked at lunch every day. We sat down, taking our lunch out, and were about to start eating when the sky suddenly turned dark and it started to drizzle. We packed up and hid under the small overhang in front of the door, still on the roof, just this part has a ceiling. Once again, we sat down and started eating while discussing what agency we wanted to go to. "Where are you going, Shoto-kun?" I asked, shoving rice into my mouth. "I think my father is going to force me to work with his agency," he ummed, annoyed, munching on his BLT sandwich. "That's unfortunate," I said, smiling at him sympathetically. "It's all right. At least I have the advantage of confronting him," he laughed, throwing an empty packet of crisps at me. "Dream on." I laughed as well, lightly punching his shoulder. Chapter end. Todoroki started fiddling with his thumbs, and his cheeks began to glow a light pink. "So, I was wondering if maybe," he said, pausing nervously between words. "Blurt it out for goodness sake." I smiled. "Why did you choose to become a hero after everything?" he asked, my smile unconsciously flipping upside down into a frown. I tapped my knees, feeling uncomfortable. "Well, it's a long story," I said, rubbing the back of my neck. "I'm all ears," Todoroki said, sitting up straight. "Okay, well, you already know why I became a villain, the story behind my mom's death and the treatment I got when I was quirkless. But when the League abandoned me, there were people who picked me up and helped me onto my feet. The principal and Aizawa. Even after I had hurt Class 1A and betrayed their trust, they decided to let me join officially, and they all forgave me after a while. I can't repay them with anything. I'm poor, useless, and a villain, but there's one way I can pay them back. Become a trustworthy hero who fights to protect." I smiled brightly. "I don't want to become one, of course, but I have no choice," I said under my breath. "But Midoriya, you do," Todoroki exclaimed, standing up for me. "I know the life of a villain isn't great, but if that's what you want to be, then be that," he said, embracing me. I pushed him away, feeling enraged. "But I don't. You don't get it, Sho. I'm stuck in here. I'm like their little puppet. They are watching me all the time, wherever I go. They put a tracker in my head for goodness sake. They can change my emotions with a click of a button because of this piece of metal." I showed him the bracelet on my arm. "There is no way out for me. Even though it's like I'm still at the League being mistreated, at least I have rights. I can walk out without being afraid of getting hit. I can eat every day and not be starved for multiple days because I didn't do something right. I can have a normal conversation without being reminded of my miserable past." Tears formed in my eyes. "And I made a promise to myself that I intend to keep until the end of time. I will protect the one person who didn't judge me when they saw me and listened when I needed to get something off my chest. And the only way I can do that is if I become strong and learn to be a true hero. He is the only person I have left. I need to be the one to protect him," I said, tears rolling down my cheeks, but I wiped them away as soon as they left my eyes. Todoroki nodded, understanding where I was coming from. "It would have been nice to protect my siblings as well," he muttered, leaning back against the door. "You can do it. Of course, I won't be able to help all the time as I am still a criminal, but you can protect the ones you love. You can still switch sides. You haven't been caught or..." I was cut off when he shook his head, upset. "No, I'm too deep in now. I joined a villain organization a few years back called the Shai Hasaikai. Mine's overhaul would surely kill me if he found out I betrayed them. I jumped up excitedly, clapping. Dabi, you mean you work for the almighty overhaul? I screamed happily, making Todoroki jump up and tackle me onto the floor. Izuman, shut up. There are pros everywhere, he whispered, making me giggle. Once he got off me, I sat up immediately and moved as close to him as possible. I've wanted to work with him so badly since I became a villain. You're so lucky. I got put into a terrible bar instead with Mr. Chapped Lips and a crazy psycho. I ammed, slapping my legs in annoyance. He's not what you think he is, Izu. He's cruel and merciless. He does have a daughter he cares about very much, but everyone else he avoids. He makes everyone in his crew, including me, wear uncomfortable masks because he doesn't want to breathe the same air as us. Todoroki groaned, also annoyed. But still, I'm so jealous. At least you could actually fight the heroes and do whatever you pleased while I was mostly stuck in my room or mistreated. I shouted, feeling unfairly treated. He was talking negatively about his MSTR when he treated him so much better than I had ever been treated in my whole life. I heard there was a rumor going around about a project and a certain room. He spoke, rubbing his chin. We sat down, and everyone went silent as a sleepy Aizawa walked in, sipping on an apple juice box. Well, hello, you're back. Basically, to put it shortly, you're going to a training camp starting tomorrow, the pro said, tossing the juice box into the bin at the front. What? The whole class screamed at the unbothered teacher. Aizawa-sensei, why are we being told this the day before? Who's coming? Is it safe? I mean, we were just attacked by villains. What about our hero work studies? The class bombarded him, speaking over each other, making it sound like gibberish. I stayed silent, not very bothered. I probably would have had the same reaction if I were still in middle school. And if I still had to worry about my mom's approval. Class, please calm down. Nizu walked in, holding up his small paws. I can hear you from my office, which is 2 corridors away. What's the problem? The mouse bear asked, sitting on top of Aizawa's desk. We were just told that. Using my telekinesis, I shut Kaminari's mouth and spoke for him at a slower speed. Basically, we were just told that we're supposed to be going on a training camp trip to who knows where with random people, if I recall correctly, when we were literally just told we have hero internships an hour ago, so no one knows what's going on. I suppose this is to strengthen our quirks, right? But am I involved this time, principal? I asked mockingly, releasing my hold on Kaminari, making him gasp and glare at me. Not the whole class liked me still, only Todoroki, Kirishima, and Uraraka. I knew it was pathetic since one of them was my brother and the rest only liked me because I was strong and manly, as the redhead said, but it was better than having none. Right? Now, Izuku, why are we getting so angry? Of course, you're involved after performing so well in the festival. I can't leave you out now, can I? The mouse smirked, making most of the class groan. Dark red streaks appeared in my hair as the mouse continued to try and get inside my head. I knew I shouldn't let him, but the way he looked at me really made me want to kick him over a fence. Not in my classroom, Midoriya, Aizawa warned, his eyes glowing red. And especially not with the principal unless it is for training. His hair flew up along with the rope around his neck. I smacked my hands against my desk and sat down, the streaks in my hair disappearing quickly. Yeah, of course, sorry, sensei. I apologized, putting my feet onto my desk. Also, don't worry, guys, your hero studies were just pushed back a little since the pros at camp are only available this week. You will be going to your internships after your training, the teacher said, jumping off the table. Anyways, good luck on your trip. I hope for the very best. Izuku, my office now, Nizu demanded as he walked out. I face-planted and got up, dragging my things behind me. Meet me by his office. I said to Todoroki, not caring about Aizawa telling me off for indirectly threatening the principal. He nodded and I left. I barged into Nizu's office without knocking, making him drop his cup of tea, surprised, staining his snow-white rug. What the? I groaned, rolling my eyes, throwing my bag down, and sitting on the floor, purposely not taking off my shoes to annoy him. What is with that attitude of yours? Recently you've changed after you started hanging out with your brother. I scoffed, not believing his words. What do you mean? So you're saying being who I am is a crime? And since when do you know he's my brother? I stood up, trying to intimidate him. No, of course not, Izu, but suddenly you've started rebelling against teachers, and you stopped cooperating. Is it your brother? Has he done something to you? Nizu asked, concerned. I knelt down in front of Nizu, coming face to face with him. Don't blame Shoto for how I act. It's got nothing to do with him. I shouted. Then why are you being like this? This time, the principal raised his voice. Because no one understands. I lived with the League for nearly a whole year, so making me sit in a classroom full of wannabe heroes makes me want to puke. Shoto listens. He listens when I need to get something off my chest, and even though he found out his little brother is a villain, he accepted him. Don't doubt me, I want to become the best hero possible, but it's hard. I can't stand seeing all these faces, seeing them smile when they are asked if they are going to become a hero. Even though I was in the most unsafe place, it felt more like home than here. I miss not being able to make trouble. The only reason I was acting so nicely at some point was because after I got knocked out, I saw things that convinced me and changed my goals, but now I realize if I am only liked when I wear a mask with fake smiles and lies, I don't want to be part of Class 1A. I finished, breathing and letting go of Nizu's vest, which I hadn't realized I had grabbed when I got worked up. Jay, just give me some time. I'll change. Just let me figure things out and let me be, I said, sitting down in the corner of the room, furthest away from Nizu. I'm sorry, Izuku, for making assumptions. But just so you know, making people's lives miserable and creating chaos is not a good way to blow off steam. And you need to learn that. The mouse apologized, getting up and sitting down at his desk to continue the paperwork he had left unfinished. Nizu is really kind and caring. All he thinks about is his students' well-being and safety. He always comes up with something ridiculous to brighten up someone's day, and here I am, pushing him away, making him feel like the villain, but I can't help it. I'm scared. What if they are using me? These thoughts make me feel insecure and unwell. Could they be trying to gain my trust so that I take their side and help them? My train of thoughts really makes no sense. I'm more confused than ever. Which is the good side? The League took care of me, laughed with me, and gave me a family. They then left me to the heroes who captured me and put me into this embarrassing rehab. I saw people I hated. All Might and Kaken. But they told me the truth and healed me physically. They gave me a safe environment to stay, and now I can sleep in peace. But who's the one lying? The school? The League? I still love Asumi and the others so much, even after everything, and I didn't get to ask them why. I still love heroes, but I also hate them. I want to change, but I don't at the same time. I want to stay the way I am, but I know I can't. My head hurts so much. I still haven't found myself. What am I supposed to be? An innocent 16-year-old with dreams of becoming a hero who forgets about his past and moves on, or a villain who could live happily with his brother and finally defeat the people responsible for his mother's suffering? But I still don't know what reality is. I know I'm part Todoroki, but did All Might really kill Mom? And am I really a failed science experiment that turned out to be a success a decade later? At this moment, my goals are to find the League. More like find Asumi and ask her about it. Is everything she showed me wrong? Am I a reminder of my mother's horrible past? I must find out. Only then can I figure out if I want to be a hero or a villain. I went to sleep crying, still in the corner. My last thought before I passed out was if I could trust the heroes. The next day, I woke up extra early and got ready as usual, packing a few plain shirts and other clothes for the trip. Of course, in another bag was my hero outfit, but it was basically my villain outfit. I walked out of the office and closed the door quietly, careful not to wake up the exhausted mouse who lay on the desk. Walking down the stairs, I saw the other members of the class walking into class with their belongings, chatting lively. Better hurry up before the bell goes, I thought, looking at my metal bracelet that also told the time. I pushed the door open with my back, struggling to get inside with all my luggage, but luckily Kirishima was the next one to come in and held the door open with a smile. Thanks, I said, getting inside the classroom and walking to my desk. No problem, the redhead shouted, also walking to his desk. After a while, everyone arrived, and Aizawa walked in with Class 1B's teacher. I forgot to tell you, but Class 1B is coming as well, so try to get along. Also, we sort of have to leave, so get your stuff and follow me. Aizawa said, making everyone groan as they thought about a familiar arrogant blonde. I was sitting on the couch next to Tokoyami when I overheard him speaking negatively about me to Jair, thinking I couldn't hear. I was mad, very mad, but I acted like nothing was happening. I had to be the better person. The bus came to a sudden halt, and Mineta ran out at lightning speed to find a place to relieve himself, and slowly everyone else got off as well. I accidentally ran into Tokoyami's back when everyone stopped. He turned around and glared down at me, so I glared back, my eyes filled with determination. Watch where you're going, Tokoyami said, moving away. I scoffed and brushed away the invisible dirt on my shirt. Looking ahead, I saw new faces, 2 girls both wearing cat ears, tails, and paws. They were dressed like cats? We are the pussycats, the 2 yelled, jumping up and winking with peace signs against their faces. Kaminari and Mineta began to drool after getting a glance at one of the girls and fell onto the ground. Disgusting, I muttered, looking at the 2 perverts from Class 1A. Welcome. Hi, how are you? Your training camp starts here. One yelled while the other nodded enthusiastically. Here? But where are the training fields and houses? Mina asked, looking around to see only an empty road and a ledge with a large forest below. To keep the camp a secret, we have to take safe measures, so your first task will be to cross the forest and make it to camp before 1 o'clock, the blue-dressed girl said, pointing at her wristwatch. That's impossible. That's only 2 hours away. Ciro screamed, looking at his own wristwatch. I can cross within an hour, so 2 hours should be easy, the red one said, smiling. But on the way, you will be fighting my little monsters, the blue one exclaimed, demonstrating her earth-bending quirk. Everyone was amazed, but suddenly the ground beneath us began to shake and turned into an earth avalanche, making us fall below where the forest stood while the teachers got back on the bus and drove to camp. Besis, I scoffed, getting up and starting to run north. Wait, Deku! Ochako shouted, running after me. I paid her no mind and continued to run, but I fell back when a monster made of dirt, as big as the buildings in UA's fake arena, emerged from the ground. I jumped out of the way when it tried to slam me down and quickly used a tree as a springboard to jump onto the dirt monster, kicking its head off easily. They look strong and tough, but they are actually slow and easy to defeat, I thought, watching the pile of dirt collapse after I had decapitated the monster. Deku, wait! Ochako yelled, catching up to me. My name is Midoriya, not Deku. I growled at her. Oh, sorry. I thought that was like a nickname of sorts that meant, you can do it, she said nervously, breathing. Well, it's not, so don't call me that, I said, starting to walk again. Please let me go with you, she said, grabbing my arm and pulling on it while sitting on the floor, looking up at me with pleading eyes. Get off me. You'll just slow me down, I said, shaking her off. No, I promise I'll keep up, she insisted until I had enough and let her come along. We had been running for about 10 minutes, and the girl showed no signs of exhaustion. But when she ran to catch up with me, she was breathing like a thirsty dog left out in the sun. Is she pretending to be weak? I stopped running, confusing Ochako. Tired, she said, smiling, but I could tell there was a hint of mockery behind her words. Does she hate me? She's been really suspicious lately. She knew about the festival before anyone else, always standing by my desk in the mornings and sticking to me like glue when I'm not around anyone, asking me the weirdest questions. I shook my head and smiled at her. No, just got lost in thought, I said before starting to run again, but I tripped over when another dirt monster appeared, this one wielding a long katana made of dirt but as sharp as a real sword. I looked around and pointed toward a long vine hanging off a tree. Ochako, throw the vine over the monster on my signal, I said, running at the monster while she ran toward the vine. I slid underneath the monster, dodging the katana by a hair, and yelled, now. She quickly threw the vine around the monster's neck, which I grabbed from behind and pulled, making the monster lose its footing and crash to the ground. The monster let out a roar, and I blew up its head using my green flames. "Well done," Ochako yelled, grabbing my attention. "It's Midoriya, moron," I yelled back. "And anyway, you did good too, even though you look like the only thing you're good at is crying and giving dating advice," I said, walking off with her trailing behind me. Somehow, we ended up talking, not as in boyfriend and girlfriend, but as friends. She was a little weird and unusual, but she reminded me of someone with fangs and blonde hair. A bloodsucker, that's who she reminded me of. Himiko Toga. I missed the little clingy friend, I thought, smiling. Sooner or later, we ended up at camp. The teachers were talking, but they got up as soon as they saw their first arrivals. "Good job, everyone," Aizawa said in his usual monotone. Aizawa, let's be a little nicer," the red-haired teacher said, shaking her head. "Anyways, welcome. Since you arrived exactly 46 minutes and 53 seconds early, you can relax and have something to eat," the green teacher said, leading us away from the other teachers who continued to chat. Ochako and I followed her silently as she pointed out various parts of the camp. "The kitchen is there, the bathroom is upstairs, the living room is that way, the training grounds are around the back." I glanced toward the kitchen when a little boy with a red hat and golden horns walked out, scowling. He glared at me when he saw my PE kit, and I pulled a funny face at him, which only made him angrier. "Well, hello there. Who might you be?" I said, squatting down to his level since he was only about 9 and quite short for his age. "None of your business, Jeh," the little boy growled, attempting to kick me, but I grabbed his legs before he got too close. "Too slow," I mocked, laughing in his face, making him turn bright red with anger. Koda. Tao, there you are. I wanted to introduce you to our first arrivals, but it seems you've met Midoriya already," the girls said as they appeared from the living room. "He's a really nice boy," I said, letting go of his leg and patting his shoulder. "This is Uraraka Ochako," the pro said, pointing at Ochako, who waved and smiled. "Nice to meet you," she said, extending her hand for a shake, but he slapped her hand away and glared at her. "I don't talk or touch hero wannabes," he snapped, walking off outside where the other teachers were. "Reminds me of someone," I smiled at Ochako and she smiled back, knowing who I was talking about. "He's Mandalay's second cousin. He doesn't like any other pro heroes very much," the green teacher said sadly, shrugging. "Anyways, let's continue the tour," she cheered, pulling us back outside. A few hours later, everyone arrived at the camp, dirty, sweaty, and out of breath. Ochako and I were sitting on a bench in our own clothes, drinking cool drinks and eating freshly chopped fruit. "Hey guys," I greeted them, rubbing it in their faces while they glared at us with jealousy. "Welcome, everyone. Good job on arriving before 6. I really didn't expect to see you for another 2 hours," the blue teacher smiled, clapping. "Your training starts tomorrow, so clean yourselves up and eat until you burst, because by the end of it, you'll be begging to go home." The blue teacher suddenly turned dark and intimidating, making the class lean back, confused and slightly scared. "Anyways, off you go," she said, pointing at the large hut. The class immediately began to run, racing each other for the shower, making Ochako and me burst out laughing from the bench. "I'm so glad I didn't come to camp alone now." I smiled but quickly slapped my hand against my mouth, realizing what I said, my cheeks turning a light shade of pink. "And I'm happy I went with you," Ochako said, tucking a strand of her short brown hair behind her ear. "Quick question, Ochako. Why are you so nice to me?" I asked, rubbing my hands together shyly. "What do you mean by that?" She tilted her head. "Well, remember the start of the year at the USJ? I hurt you really badly. Why don't you care? You should be really upset with me. I literally broke your knee, but instead, you're talking and laughing with me," I said, moving a bit further down the bench. "It's because you changed. And that's enough for me to not hate you," she said, moving closer to me. "Don't be so negative, okay? You turned things around. The only thing you still need to change is how you speak to people," she giggled. "Thanks, Ochako, that means a lot to me. Also, just call me Izuku," I said, smiling at her. Sure. Izuku, she replied, taking a sip of her drink. The next day, we were thrown out of our beds as the teachers woke us up by banging massive pans together, and surprisingly, Aizawa was doing it as well, smirking. It must have been revenge for the number of times we woke him up in class. Kaminari, Bakugo, and I groaned as we got up from the floor since we were put as roommates and headed our separate ways to get ready for the day. We put on our washed PE kits, brushed our teeth, combed our hair, and ate breakfast in the dining room where everyone was already sitting, half asleep but talking while eating toast, cereal, and pastries. 15 minutes later, we were skirted outside and told we had quirk training. Great, and yes, that was very sarcastic. First, I was told to lift the heaviest items they gave me with my psychokinesis and hold them at least 10 feet above the ground for as long as possible while they timed me. At first, I was only lifting scraps like broken fridges and rusty cars, but then they gave me much heavier and more precious things to carry. You drop my truck, you're dead, squirt, the male teacher yelled, looking at the stopwatch, which was only on 6 seconds so far, but my limbs were already hurting. I was holding the truck a few inches above me with my telekinesis, and it felt like my head was about to explode. The weight of this thing was ridiculous. I had to place the truck down slowly and carefully to avoid damaging it, or else I would be the one in trouble. This male teacher was the most serious person I've ever met, even more serious than Shigaraki or Aizawa. He was on another level. Maybe even at all for one's level. I fell down, holding my shoulders in pain after I relaxed, but the male teacher just continued to shout at me, increasing the pain in my head. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. I screamed at him. You obviously don't, because you're hurting yourself, he yelled back, but I didn't respond, knowing full well he was right. Relax your shoulders and hold your arms straight. Stay focused on what you're lifting and ignore your surroundings. Keep the truck in one position. I don't want to see it move even a little bit, he instructed. He reset the stopwatch and I lifted the truck above my head, my legs shaking from its weight. Keep your arms straight. Relax your shoulders, I repeated in my head, doing as he said. I straightened my arms and relaxed my shoulders, focusing solely on the truck, blurring out the others training around me. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes, feeling that the truck was much lighter and my legs weren't shaking anymore. I looked up to see that the truck was now about 20 to 25 feet above the ground. Good job. Now try it with this, he yelled, pointing at a fake 10-story house made of heavy metal, designed for training-specific quirk users like me. I groaned, already anticipating the challenge as I placed the truck back down. Day 2, the house was still too heavy to handle, so Mr. Cat told me to slightly bend my legs to give me a push. I tried it and it worked. The house felt as light as the truck, which was a relief until Mr. Cat brought in another building, this time the size of UA. I couldn't even lift it off the ground, so Mr. Cat said he would help me tomorrow since the sun was setting and everyone had already packed up. Day 3, no success today either. I still couldn't lift the building. We switched to training for my fire quirk, which was interesting. He handed me candles and told me to light them. I did, but the green flames engulfed the candle and melted it in seconds. He instructed me to keep lighting it until the flame was the size of a penny, and if it was any bigger than my pinky, I would have to start over. It felt impossible. I couldn't get the flame to shrink that small. Day 4, by the end of the day, I finally got my flames to shrink to the size of my finger, which I was very proud of even after destroying over 200 candles. Day 5, back to the building. Mr. Cat suggested that if I touched it and forced my power into the object, it might be easier to lift. I wasn't sure what he meant, but I tried anyway. I placed both hands on the building, and suddenly it felt like all my energy was being drained. I let go, and to my surprise, the building started glowing green. I lifted my arm to scratch my neck, and the building lifted in the same direction. I gasped, and Mr. Cat was equally shocked that it worked. Day 6. We trained more with my fire, using it for long-range and short-range attacks. I learned how to absorb my green flames, allowing me to ignite my fists, which would hurt 3 times as much if I punched someone. Mr. Cat mentioned that if I had an empty weapon, like a shotgun or rifle without bullets, I could create fire bullets instead, which would explode into flames upon firing. I wasn't sure how I got the empty weapon, but I didn't mind. However, as I tried to focus on my fire, I realized I couldn't see far, and I couldn't run as fast as before. I thought about my cat hybrid quirk, which I hadn't used in a while, but I couldn't feel it. It wasn't there. Day 7. It was around 7 p.m., our last night at camp. We were having a final activity with everyone, including Class B, but right now, we were enjoying curry around the fire. I didn't have anyone to talk to since Ochako was with Azui and Kirishima was chatting with Bakugo. I got up to grab another bowl of curry when I noticed Koda sneaking around behind the trees. I saw him run into the forest alone, so I followed to make sure everything was okay. I saw him slide between two massive rocks, so I jumped over them, making a loud crash. He noticed me. What are you doing here? Koda yelled, getting up from the little rock he was sitting on. My eyes widened at the sight. It was appealing. I could see the whole forest and the clear sky filled with stars. Hey, I'm talking to you, Koda said, waving his hands. Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you might be hungry, so I brought you a bowl of curry, I said, pulling the food out from behind my back. Well, I'm not hungry, Koda said, turning around and sitting back down. Okay, then I'll leave it here for you, I said, placing it next to the rock and sitting down beside him. This sight really is appealing, isn't it? I smiled at him, but he ignored me and asked, Why do you want to become a hero? That's a great question. I didn't actually want to become a hero for a while. I'm in rehab at U, I said, still looking at the stars. Rehab? Koda repeated, picking up the bowl of curry. I'm a B-class villain, I admitted, making him choke on the curry and step back slightly, scared. Don't be scared, that was nearly 2 months ago. You see this? I showed him my bracelet. I wouldn't be able to hurt you in any way because this monitors me at all times. If my heart rate accelerates even a little or my blood pressure rises, Mr. Aizawa would come looking for me. I laughed, looking at him. He sat back down and continued to eat his curry. Right now, though, I'm trying to become a good hero because that's the only way I can protect the ones I love, I said, looking back towards the forest. Can't you do that as a villain as well? He asked, adjusting his hat. Oh yeah, sure I could, but 1, I got caught, and 2, that's not a safe way. There would be opposing villain organizations looking for me since I'm strong. Fun fact, I'm related to Endeavor, so that's another reason, but don't tell anyone, I whispered playfully. I hate heroes, a lot, because 1 killed my mother, and at the moment, there aren't many people who like me because of my past with villains and what I did. But by becoming a hero, I can become strong and protect Toshinori. It gives me a reason to live, you know? I said, looking at the moon. Who's Toshinori? Koda asked, finishing his bowl and putting it down by his side. The only person that hasn't left me behind. I smiled sadly. Now, Koda, tell me, why do you hate heroes? My parents were heroes, he said, taking his hat off. And they were killed by a villain with a prosthetic eye while trying to save people. He sniffed while looking at me. Heroes shouldn't have to die for others' sake, you know? I think it's stupid. Why would you give your life for others? The little boy asked, looking up at the sky. They did what they thought was right. You'll understand one day why heroes fight when you have someone you need to protect, I said, making him turn bright red. Wait, are you blushing? I teased him, making him get angry at me while I just laughed. Thanks for telling me, Koda, I said, ruffling his hair. Yeah. Whatever, he replied. He reminded me of myself, and I continued ruffling his hair when we heard a loud bang. We faced the forest to see one part glowing in bright blue flames, while another area was filled with purple foggy smoke. Why are the League here? I thought, knowing the forest fire was Dabi's doing. I looked at my bracelet, which was also a watch, to see that our activity started 15 minutes ago, meaning both classes were down in the forest. Koda, we need to leave now, I said, picking him up. What's going on? He screamed, confused. Villains, Koda, I said, running back towards the rocks I had jumped over when I found him. But out of nowhere, a buff man twice my size moved the rocks out of the way and walked into where we stood. The man wore a long black cape that covered his whole body and had a plain white mask with random holes on it covering his face. Koda started shaking in my grip, seeing the villain not even 10 feet away from us. I looked around for any other way out, but there was none. The place was surrounded by massive rocks, and there was a ledge where you could see the forest, but you would instantly die if you jumped off. The only way out was to fight, but Koda was here. I couldn't protect him, and Mr. Aizawa didn't know where I went. I was pretty sure he was looking for me right now since they were probably here for me, but I couldn't expect any backup. Who are you? Are you with the League? I asked while putting Koda back down gently, motioning him to go as far back as possible to the rocks. The villain just laughed while pulling his hood down and taking his mask off. The man was around 6 feet 3 inches and had short, messy blonde hair that looked like he cut it himself, along with a prosthetic eye. Could this be who Koda was talking about? The League made you look and sound like a god, but to me, you look like a stray dog, the villain said, taking a step closer. I don't care what you think of me. Why is the League here? I said, also taking a step back. Ooh, you have a big mouth, don't you? He said, smirking. I don't really know either. All I know is that we have to recruit 2 students, he said casually, taking his cape off and throwing it onto the ground. 2? I asked, confused. Yes. You and an ash blonde with piercing red eyes. The cat girl said. She wants her brother back, I guess. Or maybe you're just her little toy that she's not done playing with yet. The villain laughed. Shut up. I glared at him, my eyes starting to flicker blue and green. What? Did I hit a nerve? She did say you have a short temper. He continued to annoy me while Koda stood at the back, crying, seeing his parents' murderer. The news that morning replayed in his head, how the reporter announced their death and Mandalay trying to comfort him. Don't tell me you're annoyed over the fact that they left you. I mean, you saw it coming, didn't you? I jumped at him and kicked him around the head, making him stumble backward. He grabbed his jaw in pain and glared at me. My turn, he said, running towards me while I summoned some fire into my palms, enveloping my fists. Where's Midoriya? Mr. Aizawa screamed at some of the students he saw. We don't know. We thought he would be with you. Mina yelled from afar, running towards her homeroom teacher along with Kirishima, Kaminari, and Shiro. We need to find him right now or else he'll go back, he instructed them, telling them to split into pairs and look for him in the forest. Quickly, Aizawa remembered he had a bracelet connected to Izuku's and checked it to see his heart was beating abnormally fast, and his quirk was in use at level. He started running again to find the green cat so she could tell him where he was since she had a location quirk, but there was too much ground to cover and not enough time. He just hoped he wouldn't betray them again. Asumi's POV. Has anyone found him yet? I asked twice, but he just shrugged while creating a copy of Dabi. I groaned, annoyed. Don't worry, Issy. I'll find him. Toga cheered, getting a nod of approval. Kill everyone that gets in your way and bring me back Izuku Midoriya and Bakugo Katsuki, I said, handing her a knife coated in rat poison. Deku's POV. I fell back, grabbing my bleeding eye in pain while the villain boasted about his strength and showed off his quirk. I can't fight him here. I can't use my psychokinesis or I'll end up hurting Koda, and my bracelet will shock me if I don't get Aizawa's permission to use my fire at maximum. Even like this, I'm nearly at my limit because of this stupid thing. Curse you, Nizu, for coming up with it. I thought you said you were going to teach me a lesson. The villain chuckled, muscles bulging around his arms. Now that we're done warming up, let's get serious. He smirked, punching the ground and sending me flying. Quickly, I created a shield just in time before I landed hard and launched myself at the villain. I punched him in the face with my lit fists, burning his cheek, and put him in a headlock, but he grew muscles around his neck, making it impossible to choke him. I kicked him in the back and hit him with a ball of green fire. I can't write scenes like this at all, so I'm going to skip to near the end of the fight. I could hear screams. Muffled, but I could tell they were screams of pain, and my throat hurt really bad. Suddenly, I realized I was the one screaming. The villain managed to break my left arm and dislocated my shoulder with a single punch. Greenie! Koda screamed, not knowing my name. Run, Koda, while you can, I shouted, seeing an opening, and he ran. I smiled, tears rolling down my cheek. What a crybaby, the villain cooed. Well, Asumi said I have to recruit you, but you pisses me off, so I'll just say you killed yourself or something. He raised his fist to crush my head, and I looked at the burning forest, still smiling, happy I could at least save one. Stop! A little voice screamed as he sprayed water from his hands onto the villain, making him turn and laugh. Oh my, it's your savior. I'll kill him in front of you and then I'll kill you. That is the perfect ending, yes. He grabbed Koda in an iron grip, making him cry out in pain. Let him go! I screamed, still on the floor, fiddling with my wrists. Or what, pretty boy? You'll cry? He said, dangling Koda in the air like a rag doll. I screamed, ripping the bracelet off my wrist along with the skin it was attached to, and punched the villain with more firepower than before. Quickly, I caught Koda and told him to run, go inside the hut, and hide. He fell back, not expecting it, and laughed. Now that's what I'm talking about, he cheered, coming at me stronger as well. We exchanged blows, one after the other, but my leg was killing me, and my right arm was out of commission, making me vulnerable to his attacks. I couldn't block and I couldn't run very well. He knocked me to the ground and tried to finish me off by flattening me with his muscles, but quickly I charged up my fists and punched him into the wall, knocking him out. I need to find Mr. Aizawa. I jogged into the forest, breathing with swollen eyes, looking for Aizawa when I ran into Kirishima and Mina. Oh man, you okay? Kirishima asked, catching me before I fell. That doesn't matter right now. We need to find Aizawa quickly, I gasped, clutching my chest, feeling my broken ribs rubbing together. He's looking for you. He said the League is here for you, Mina exclaimed. They're not only here for me. They're after Bakugo, I said, standing up straight again. The two froze. You two go and find him. Look after him and don't let him get captured. I'll go find Mandalay, I said, running off into the forest, leaving the other two to find him. Mandalay's POV. I kicked the lizard aside and punched him into the ground, making him drop his weapon made of many swords and knives. Looking around, I saw the pussycats fighting, but Ragdoll was missing. The lizard got back up and tried to slash me, but I jumped up, avoiding the impact. Where's Aizawa? I thought, landing on top of the lizard. Aizawa's POV. I was running back into the forest after finding that Koda was the only one in the hut, but halted when I saw a beaten-up Greenette running out of the forest. Midoriya! I screamed to get his attention. He turned his head and we made eye contact. I ran towards him and grabbed his shoulders tightly. Where were you, Midoriya? I was worried half to death. What if they took you back? I said, raising my voice a little. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa, it won't happen again, but right now we need to find Mandalay, I said, pointing deep into the forest. Wait, first, what happened to you? That's not important right now. She can take care of herself. Let's get you to safety. I dragged him towards the hut, but he yanked his hands out of my grip. They're after Bakugo, sensei, he yelled, tears forming in his eyes. You need to let us fight, or else we'll have more casualties than survivors, he said, shaking his head. My eyes widened, seeing one of my prideful and strong students break down in front of me. It must be serious. Permission granted, I said, making Midoriya smile. But you're not going alone, I said, running forward. Follow me, I ordered. Yes, sir, Midoriya replied, running behind me. Mandalay's POV. The lizard tripped me up and kicked me across the field into a tree. I gasped at the harsh impact. We're running out of time. This was all a distraction to delay them so that the students could get out, but it looks like we won't last much longer, I thought, taking a look around and seeing the other cats struggling too. The lizard brought up the weapon against my neck and whispered, "Any last words?" But I stayed silent, a painful smile appearing on my bruised face. "Goodbye," he said finally, but he was kicked off of me and his weapon got knocked out of his hands. It was one of the Class 1A students, but they seemed to be in worse condition than I was. Mandalay, you need to tell everyone that Aizawa granted permission to fight. The League is after Bakugo, they must protect him with their lives, the boy screamed, punching the lizard in the face, making his knuckles bleed. Quickly, I telepathically informed everyone of what they needed to know and got back up to fight the lizard. "Where is Aizawa?" I asked, putting the lizard into a headlock. "In front," he simply said. Looking forward, I noticed the PP cats were up on their feet, fighting alongside Aizawa. "You get back to base. Vlad King is there with some other students. You should be safe there," I said, tightening my hold around the lizard's neck until he passed out from lack of air. "There's still something I have to do," he shouted, running back into the forest. "Wait!" I yelled. I wanted to run after him. He was severely injured and running on adrenaline, but I couldn't leave the villain alone either. I just hoped he would make it through this. Deku's POV. I was running through the forest looking for Kakin, but it wasn't long before I wouldn't be able to run anymore. I continued despite the pain and luckily ran into some of my classmates. I called out to them, and they shouted something, but the forest was filled with screams and the sound of fire burning the trees. I started walking toward them, which made them shout and run toward me, but the pain in my eye made everything sound muffled, and then I was slammed into a tree by a large arm with long claws. Momo, Ida, and Shoji ran over and stood in front of me. "We need to go now," Ida shouted, pulling me up roughly and dragging me away from where we stood. I looked back while running to see a raging monster engulfing a screaming Tokoyami. "Where were you?" Ida exclaimed, annoyed, throwing me onto the ground once we reached safety. "It doesn't matter. We need to find Bakugo," I said, grabbing a nearby tree and pulling myself up. "This is all your fault. If only you had kept quiet, we would be getting the training we deserve," Ida yelled, getting in my face. "Ida, let him be," Momo said, grabbing his shoulder. "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. "You know just what I am talking about. You told the League where we are, and now some of us could be dead," he cried, punching me in the face. "I didn't say anything. I don't have contact with the League anymore. I'm in rehab, remember?" I rubbed my nose and glared at him from the ground. "Stop with the excuses. I'm sure you are behind this. Just look at me, Ida, look at me." I smiled weakly. "Does it look like I did this? A villain twice my size nearly just killed me, Ida. What you're saying makes no sense. Go and find someone else to take your anger out on." I pointed at my left eye, which had a large cut across it. Again, with the excuses. Ida turned on his engines and kicked me, making me throw up blood onto the ground next to me. "You're trying to manipulate me. I'm not stupid. I see through your mind tricks. Why else would the League go after Bakugo? He mentioned you two had a bad past. Is that why you're trying to get him killed as well? You disgust me. I don't even know why Nizu hasn't put you behind bars yet," he said, pulling me up by the collar, slightly choking me. "Don't know anything," I gasped, trying to loosen his grip. "I know that you tried to kill Bakugo in the class, and that's all I need to hate you," he whispered while Momo and Shoji stood behind him, their heads turned. "This reminds me. Remember that day when you were bullied at a park in Hosa City when you were 4? A little quirkless boy with green hair jumped in front of you?" I asked, smirking. "How do, I cut him off by kicking him off of me. That little boy was me, Ida, and you left me. It's your fault. If you hadn't run away, I wouldn't have been bullied, and I wouldn't have become a villain," I said, suddenly bursting out laughing, scaring the trio. Realization dawned on Ida's face, but he continued to glare at me, ignoring what I had said. "Bakugo was the kid I saved you from. You would have turned out the same way I did if you went through what I did. You have no idea what he did and said, getting beat up nearly every day to the point of breaking bones and leaving scars. Getting told you will never be good enough and to harm yourself was something I would never put onto someone evil like Shigaraki or All for One. Only someone like you would do that. Look, I don't care if you don't like me. You can hate me all you want. In fact, I don't care if the whole class hates me, but don't pin the blame on me when you don't even know our class well enough to know who is an intruder. You couldn't tell I was a villain until a month into school, and that proves you're not always right. You need to listen to everyone, Ida. You can't put others down to make your point sound better. Momo and Shoji haven't said a word about what you were doing. You know why? Because they are scared, not of me, but of you. They are scared that if they tried to protect me, they would be treated like me." I smiled the whole time, finding his look of terror amusing. And yes, I am a villain, but I'm in rehab for a reason. Right now, he's in danger, and he needs us, so come help me up and let's find Bakugo, I said, putting my hands out for him to grab, but he stood frozen, unable to comprehend what I just said. Ida's POV, what am I doing? He's completely right. A hero wouldn't treat someone poorly or act without evidence, no matter the circumstance. I'm disgusted. I looked down at my shoes, which were covered in Midoriya's blood. I mentally gagged and saw my friends looking at me, horrified and unsure. Why did I do this? I looked down at Midoriya, who was holding his hand out towards me, but it felt wrong to grab him. He was no longer smiling, but he wasn't glaring at me either. I reached my hands towards him and slowly pulled him up. Why are you so forgiving, Deku? Aren't you meant to be cold and ruthless? Let's go, Midoriya said, facing the small group. We nodded at him when he suddenly collapsed. We rushed towards him to see he was still awake but in pain. Sorry guys, it seems I don't have enough strength to walk anymore. He laughed, sitting up. Shoji, can you carry him? Just until we find Bakugo and get back to base. I asked, and he nodded, picking Midoriya up carefully. I'll fix everything. I'm sorry, I guess. I should have considered your feelings, and I was cut off when Midoriya suddenly covered his ears and started singing loudly. Yeah, okay, I get it, geez. Don't say that ever again. Oh, and by the way, I'm not letting you off for that earlier, Ida. I'm going to get you back in class. He smirked, taking his hands off his ears. Is that a threat? I asked, smiling at him. Maybe, maybe not, he replied, raising his brows playfully. Hey, guys, I would love to sit around and talk all day, but we are under attack and time is running out, Momo said, creating a cape and throwing it over Midoriya to cover his bare chest. Yeah, you're right, I said, running forward with the others following behind. Jaire's POV. I glanced around nervously, feeling like I was being watched while running alongside Uraraka and Azui in the foggy, gassed part of the forest. We were searching for anyone who had been caught by surprise by the gas and ended up unconscious. The three of us ran into Momo's group when we were still back in the clear part of the forest, and Momo created masks for us. Ida and Shoji were with her, carrying a beat-up Izuku on Shoji's back. He was slightly swaying, and his eyes seemed unfocused, so my guess was he had hit his head pretty hard. What happened to him? I asked, looking at Izuku questioningly. He might be my classmate, but I didn't befriend villains. I'll tell you after this is all over. Right now, there is a gassed area northeast from here, and there are some students from B class. Go there and take them to base, Ida instructed, shoving the masks into my hand. Aizawa's orders, he added, pushing his glasses further up his nose. But what about you? Azui jumped in. We're going after Bakugo. If I'm right, he's somewhere south from here, Momo calculated, tightening her ponytail. With him? I asked, pointing at Izuku, who was still in some kind of a daze. We don't have time to take him back. It's a risk we have to take. Plus, he's fine, just resting a bit. He did end up breaking his arm and leg. Shoji turned around, showing us Deku's condition. Uraraka gasped, clasping a hand over her mouth, staring down at his twisted arm and leg, tears gradually forming in her eyes. We don't know how he ended up like this. Something to do with a villain. Shoji said, putting his hands around Izuku protectively. I nodded, giving Azui and Uraraka a mask each. Be careful, I finally said, giving one last glance towards the group and jogging northeast with the other two. You too, Ida said back before they headed south. And this is how we ended up here, running in the forest, confused and unsure how many we could help before the fire spreads too far. After a while, we stopped outside of the gas zone, making sure we got everyone. We were getting ready to retreat back to base when Azui, out of nowhere, turned around and knocked us onto the ground painfully. Azui, what the? A knife swung through the air above us and got stuck in a tree right beside us, where we stood moments ago. That was meant to hit you, earphone jack, not the tree, silly, a high-pitched voice echoed, disappointed. Whoever you are, come out or, I shouted when another knife came towards us, this time aimed straight at us. I quickly pushed Azui and Uraraka away and barely missed getting hit by the knife myself. A young blonde girl wearing what looked like a school uniform and a mask suggesting she came from the gas zone appeared from behind a tree. "Who are you?" Uraraka yelled from behind the tree. "Toga. Toga Himiko at your service." Toga bowed, taking another knife out of her cardigan. "How did you find us? Why are you here?" I yelled, quickly running in front and pulling the knife Toga threw earlier out of the bark. "Gyre, wait." Azui attempted to grab me. I grasped the handle tighter as she started to laugh uncontrollably. "Oh, you dumb girl. Isn't it obvious?" Toga smirked behind her mask. "We've come back for poor Deku and his best friend," she spat, flinging another knife almost as quickly as her mood suched. I jumped out of the way, avoiding the knife. "What do you mean? Why you back? I thought you didn't need Midoriya anymore, and what's your business with Bakugo of all people?" I demanded, pointing my knife at her. "Oh yes, that's right, but plans changed. This forest is just so big, I can't seem to find him. Maybe you could help," she giggled. I flung my knife at her, grazing her cheek. "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you," I lied, surprising myself. Why was I lying? She could take him back, and there would be no more drama, no more problems. "You're lying." Toga wiped the blood off the cut on her cheek, admiring it. "You won't tell me?" she pouted, fluttering her eyes. I stayed silent, picking up the other knife, preparing for the worst to come. "Too bad I actually like you. But there are other ways to break people," Toga laughed, taking out several knives. Uraraka and Azui ran in front of me, taking defensive positions. "Stay on defensive, only try offensive if her guard is down," Uraraka whispered. Toga started running towards us, but before she could get close enough, Azui wrapped her frog-like tongue around Toga's ankle and tripped her, making Toga fall and drop her knives. Taking advantage of the situation, Uraraka tried to pin the villain to the ground, but it ended up the other way around, with Toga on top of Uraraka. "You're always with Deku, no fair," she ummed, annoyed, bringing her fist down toward Uraraka's face, making her yelp. Toga went to hit Uraraka again, but I stopped her mid-swing while Azui pulled Toga off, her tongue still tightly holding the pale girl's ankle. Accidentally, Azui tripped on a rock she didn't see behind her and fell, giving Toga the opportunity to grab one of the knives she dropped and move it into Azui's tongue. Quickly, as soon as Azui's tongue became loose enough to get out, Toga jumped up, stabbed Azui's thigh, and kicked her to the side. "One down." Toga cheered. I charged at her with an identical dagger, attempting to stop her from going after Azui and Uraraka, who went to check on her to see if any serious damage had been done. "You won't get away with this." I swung the knife, cutting her arm slightly, but she didn't flinch. I tried to push the knife into her legs to give us an opportunity to escape, but Toga kicked the knife out of my hand and slammed me into the ground, making me gasp. "What a sight." Toga laughed, pulling me up and kneeing me in the stomach. I dropped, but she again pulled me back up, this time to punch me in the face. I groaned, stumbling back, grabbing my probably broken and bleeding nose. "What? Thought I'm only good at throwing knives?" Toga raised her eyebrow, feeling cocky as she walked towards me. When she got close enough, I quickly kicked her in the side, making her lose her balance and fall. "Didn't expect that, did ya?" I muttered, wiping my nose. Toga reached up and pulled me down beside her, easily, as my legs were weak from being thrown around. I punched Toga, but once again she didn't flinch, though I could tell tears of pain were appearing. "Let me go." I twisted her arm, getting her to let go. Seeing as she had no other choice but to do as I said unless she wanted a broken arm, she went still. "You will do as I say," and I was cut off when I was kicked from behind, making me let go of Toga and fall down. "What the?" I screamed as two knives were pushed through my shoulders and into the tree behind me. "You're so hopeless, honestly." I glanced up to see Uraraka binding my hands. "Wait, Uraraka? You can beat villains but not a high school girl," she continued, tightening the bonds on my wrists. I had to step in, and now my cover's blown. "Well done." Uraraka rolled her eyes, not facing Toga. "The cover? What's going on? Is she the reason they're here?" "No, that couldn't be," She's a hero in training like all of us. But then why is she scolding Toga? And why is she letting her? I was just about done if you hadn't stepped in. I still would have taken care of it. Toga turned bright red. You're 2 years older, shouldn't you be doing all the dirty work? Uraraka smirked, looking up at me but directing her words at Toga. Don't act like you're so innocent. You've killed tons of people too. Toga crossed her arms. My eyes widened while Uraraka just smiled more, seeing my reaction. Uraraka. I choked out. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I kinda like your class, but everything must come to an end someday or another. Uraraka smiled a genuine smile, the same way she used to when we laughed together in class and when we were training. W.I. Tears rolled down my cheeks at the betrayal of one of my best friends, but she didn't give me any answers. Instead, she gave me a look filled with sadness but also a look of relief. Interrogation time. Toga smiled, grabbing a hold of Azui's hair and dragging her in front of me. She was also tied up, and her skin was nearly as pale as Toga's. Looking down at her leg, the nasty wound was still bleeding, and looking over to the side where she lay for a while, I saw a large puddle of blood. She was going to bleed to death. Where is Deku? Toga questioned, but we both stayed silent. Where is he? She raised her voice this time and held a knife dangerously close to Azui's neck. I don't know, I quietly said, shaking, fearing for my friend's life. Why am I still protecting him? It's Azui's life at risk, yet I can't seem to utter the words. Let Azui go, I exclaimed, pulling on my binds, but the knives in my shoulders dug deeper into my flesh, making me bite my lips to stop myself from screaming. I'm sorry, but if you tell me where Deku is, I'll consider sparing your lives, Toga added, making Azui flinch slightly. I told you already I was getting frustrated with myself more than the villains. Why was it so hard to tell the truth? Izuku was a nobody, a villain, and a liar. Stop. Azui suddenly called out. I don't know where he is, but I know where he's heading. He's looking for Bakugo. She fixed her gaze on me. Her eyes were dull and lifeless. No, Azui. They are lying. They'll kill us either way. I shouted, but my words fell on deaf ears as Toga took the knife away from Azui's neck and encouraged her to continue. I won't hurt you, I promise, Toga smiled, showing off her fangs. They're heading south. But Izuku isn't alone. Azui nodded, feeling hope that she could still make it out. Thank you, and as I promised, I won't hurt you, Toga smiled, putting the knife into her cardigan. Azui, you traitor. What about Ida, Momo, and Shoji? What will you do if they die? I cried, but Azui ignored me and smiled up at the villain, grateful. Uraraka, Toga clicked her fingers. Yes, I know, and I'm not a dog, she frowned, pulling a knife out of her pea tracksuit. But you promised. Azui yelled at Toga, tears streaming down her face. I said I wouldn't hurt you, but I didn't say float girl can't, Toga smiled. I'll catch up to you, Uraraka said, waving at Toga to go. Toga waved one last time and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Why did you lie about knowing where Izuku is? I asked. Because I'm going to be the one to find him, and then I'll get promoted and work with the big guys. Uraraka smiled, turning towards Azui. She approached her and knelt down beside her. Why you wouldn't? We're best friends. Azui desperately tried to get through to Uraraka, but she wasn't listening or simply didn't care. No, Uraraka, please spare her. I pleaded, but even I knew that sacrificing myself wouldn't change a thing. We were both going to die. It's a shame. I actually liked you. Uraraka carelessly grabbed Azui by her neck and slammed her against the tree. It's funny how fear can bring out a person's real personality. It's quite amusing. Uraraka smirked. Us villains. We might not be on friendly terms all the time, but at least we don't rat each other out. She stabbed Azui in the stomach, making her scream. And you told Toga where Izuku was without hesitation. That pisses me off. She stomped, pulling the knife out slowly, making it as painful as possible for Azui. Why are you doing this? I screamed, trying to untie myself unsuccessfully. Money can make people do horrible things, She faced me, her smile gone, replaced with complete seriousness. Is it worth it? Becoming a villain? Becoming a murderer? Uraraka flinched at the last bit but slowly nodded, a small sad smile appearing on her lips. If that's what I have to do to save them. She turned back to Azui, who was breathing heavily, and punched her in the face with knuckle dusters. Hoopsie, my hand slipped, she giggled, dropping Azui to the ground. Uraraka, it's not too late. We can still go back and forget what happened. We can, I yelped when a knife was thrown at me, just missing my head. Don't you get it? I can't. Not when, she shook her head. Nothing. It's none of your concern. Just shut up until I kill her, she huffed, kneeing Azui in the face and knocking her teeth out. Azui groaned, no longer able to scream. See you in hell. Uraraka patted her shoulder before grabbing her neck and breaking it. I went completely still. Azui was completely still. She was gone. And it was my turn. I tried backing up, but I was bound to the tree and too weak to fight back. No. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry you had to see that. It was kind of fun, to be honest, Uraraka said quietly, wiping her bloody knife on her pea top. I don't want to die. The thing they say in movies and anime about your life flashing before your eyes in the last seconds of your life is true. I saw my parents, my friends. It can't end like this. I have more memories to make. I don't really want to kill you, but it's a necessity. Shigi would kill me if I left a witness. She shrugged, sitting down in front of me. I wish I could have said goodbye. You are a real hero, Kyuka, and I mean that. I'm as sorry. She pulled out a small gun from her waistband and pulled back the safety clip. I felt numb. There was no getting away. What a pathetic death. Growing up, I thought I would welcome death when the time came or would die bravely in battle. I would have never imagined a friend would be the one behind the gun. Uraraka put the gun up against my forehead and inhaled sharply. Thanks for everything. She smiled, with what looked like tears in her eyes, but the dark forest made it hard to see clearly. I nodded, closing my eyes. Izuku, you must live on. A deafening bang sounded, and the world turned black. Bakugo's POV. Freaking bastardes. What do they want from me? I asked no one in particular, frustrated. If they think I'll fall for their bribery, they are wrong. I'll kill them. I adjusted my grip on the boy on my back. I don't know what they want from you, Bakugo, and I don't care either, Todoroki answered bluntly. The only reason I'm here in the first place is because Izuku would kill me if you ended up dead or kidnapped. He groaned, rolling his eyes behind me. I didn't ask for your protection, icy hot. And since when do you care what Deku thinks? He's just a useless nerd who became a villain because he was weak. I looked back for a reaction and saw him clench his fists, his eyes narrowed. I smirked, knowing he couldn't utter a word for his and Deku's sake. I was enjoying this. He's my friend, he said after a few moments, sounding almost convincing. Yeah, okay, whatever, I scoffed. It's funny how I know his little secret of them being brothers and him being part of the villain world. You would have never thought the #1 hero would have such a connection. The hero's son would turn villain to get back at his father. The other day, I walked past Nizu's office and overheard something. I heard Nizu talking to Deku about a brother he has, the same age as him, in the very school we go to. I saw Todoroki tense. Apparently, this brother is top secret because if the students found out, their father would too, and that would mean a life full of hell for the younger brother. Todoroki was now sweating, his eyes widening. I don't know who this father of theirs is, though, or who the brother might be. Any guesses? I turned back to him, pulling a curious face. Todoroki smiled, rubbing his hands together, thinking I hadn't found out. The thing is, I just love to play with people's minds before I throw everything at them. And no, I have no idea. Didn't even know Izuku had a brother, Todoroki said, rubbing his chin and laughing nervously. Even a middle schooler could tell he was lying. Your turn, I said, dropping the unconscious boy onto the floor carelessly. Bakugo! Todoroki rushed over to the boy and gently picked him up. What? He's heavy. I laughed, tucking my hands into my trousers and walking forward. Have any clue where we are going? Todoroki asked, glancing around. No, I answered, also looking around and seeing nothing but plain trees and darkness. Wait, Todoroki stopped and pointed up towards the sky. I followed his finger and saw the sky shining a light blue. Without saying anything, Todoroki started running towards the light, and I followed him. The closer we got, it became clearer that the light was the forest engulfed in blue flames. It was spreading further and closer to base, so I quickly urged Todoroki to do something. He scoffed and raised his hand to freeze the trees when suddenly a wave of fire was sent at us. Todoroki put up a wall just in time to barely stop the fire. Good reaction time, a low voice called from the other side of the wall. Show yourself, I shouted, and the wall began to melt. Behind the wall stood a man in his early 20s, wearing a long black coat with spiky dark hair. It's been so long, Shoto. I see Endeavor managed to turn you into his puppet. The man smiled at Todoroki, leaning against the half-melted wall. Who are you? Todoroki glared. Oh my, can't remember your own big brother? The villain pouted, putting his hands above his heart and acting hurt. Todoroki backed up, his eyes growing wide as his gaze fixed onto the villain's familiar blue eyes. Tuya? Deku's POV, laying limply on Shoji's back. I struggled to keep my eyes open as the pain started to set in. I wanted to sleep the pain away, just like I used to. It had been a while since I hurt myself this badly, which made shutting my eyes sound more tempting. However, going to sleep after losing massive amounts of blood was an even worse idea. I wiped my foggy eyes, trying to look over Shoji's head, but I had slightly slipped down into a laying position earlier when I was still high on adrenaline and couldn't see a thing. I looked down at my broken leg painfully. I poked it and winced. This is going to hurt. I grabbed the cape around my neck and put the leather part of it in my mouth, biting down. As gently as possible, I grabbed my broken leg and pulled it up. I teared up at the pain but successfully lifted my leg faster than I thought. I then pushed my top half up to look over Shoji's head. I didn't know how far we were from base, but it looked like we were heading south from the position of the moon. I squinted my eyes, seeing a small blur that seemed to get bigger the closer we got. I gasped, realizing who it was. Todoroki was running towards us, slightly limping with a boy on his back. Todoroki! Ida called, running forward with his engine and quickly sat him down. When we arrived next to them, Ida was raging, and Todoroki was on the verge of bursting into tears. What happened? Momo asked, breaking the silence since no one else bothered to. They got Bakugo, Ida told us before Todoroki had the chance. We all stayed silent, unsure how to respond. It's not too late. I choked out, my throat sore and dry. We can still go after. I flinched when Ida lifted his arms to put them behind his neck. Everyone noticed but ignored me, so I continued. Who took him? I directed this at Todoroki. He's here. Tuya is here. I tilted my head, confused why that would be shocking, but then realized this was the first time Todoroki had seen him since he left him alone with their father. But there was this other man. He turned Bakugo into a marble? Todoroki said, more like a question. Mr. Compress and Dabi, I told the crew, and they all nodded in understanding. Who's Tuya? Ida asked, but I cut in to save Shoto from explaining. They might have Bakugo, but they haven't caught me yet, so if we go somewhere open, I'm sure they'll show up, including Mr. Compress, I said, but Todoroki clearly didn't like the idea. That's suicide, he screamed, getting up. We're outnumbered and 2 of us are injured. You can't even walk, he glared. It's the only way we can save Bakugo, I glared back. You matter just as much as him. Losing 1 is better than losing 2, Todoroki shouted. I don't care if you won't come, I'll go alone. I shouted back, my eyes flickering green. Izuku, Todoroki is right. This is impossible, Momo insisted. So what? You're just going to leave him to die? Or worse, have them turn him into a villain? Everyone stayed silent. They too wanted to act but knew that if they did, they would lose. Izuku, they are villains. We're just students. Todoroki walked towards me. No, I know we can win. Midoriya, get down from wherever you are and look around you. Ida screamed, losing his composure. We'll die. Don't you understand? Unlike people like you, we don't have the mindset to throw our lives away just because one person believes we are capable, because I know we aren't. The thing you're planning is beyond our reach. Bakugo is done for. Everyone stood silently. If you can't understand that, he pushed his glasses up angrily. What? You'll assault me like earlier? You'll choke me? You'll break my other leg so that I can't walk away? I smiled down at the blue-haired boy. What? Todoroki turned to Ida. You were the one who hurt him. He grabbed Ida's collar. No, he showed up hurt. I swear I just lost my cool and took it out on him, but we're good and… Todoroki punched Ida, making him take a few steps back. And that makes it a good excuse to hurt him. He blasted ice at Ida, but I quickly formed a shield around him. Izuku, let me do this. Todoroki continued firing ice while I struggled to maintain the shield. Why did you hurt him? Because he's a villain? Because you can hurt him and not get in trouble? Todoroki was now also using his fire, switching between his powers. The others were starting to catch on to his obsession with how villains were being treated, especially with me, and his protectiveness that led him to attack another classmate. Shoto, stop. I begged, holding onto my arm that was reaching towards Ida. It wasn't long before the shield would collapse. He hurt you, he screamed, facing me but not stopping his attacks. You're hurting me. I screamed back, blood oozing from my nose.